Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Was Neglected by His Parents and Marriage with Innocent Ginny. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon, for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Potter. Vernon Dursley snarled through the closed door to Harry's bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive. Boy, get up. Harry did not need a wake-up call, though it was just after dawn. He had been up for hours. He was sitting, still in his oversized pajamas, watching the beginnings of the sunrise over the horizon of Little Whinging. Sleep had not come easily to him. His return to his aunt and uncle's house 3 days before. In fact, it had come hardly at all. Boy, Uncle Vernon insisted. Harry sighed wearily and crossed the small bedroom to open his door. Yes, Uncle Vernon, have you written your letter yet? Harry could not register what exactly his uncle was on about so early in the morning. He stared at his uncle uncomprehendingly. My letter. Don't play stupid with me, boy. It is time for you to write to those freaky friends of yours so they don't come barging into my home. At this, Harry remembered the warning given to Vernon by the members of the Order at King's Cross Station. They had said if they did not hear from Harry for 3 days in a row, they would be coming to check on him. Uncle Vernon had been repulsed by the entire lot of them, and, although he would never admit it, completely intimidated by Mad-Eye Moody. Harry knew that the last thing his uncle wanted was for any of them to be seen by his normal neighbors on Privet Drive, and had been lectured all the way back from the train station on what exactly would happen to him if any of the freaks came to call. No, Uncle Vernon, I haven't written to them yet. Non reached into the pocket of his plaid bathrobe and thrust a black ink pen and a pad of Grunning's memo notes into Harry's hand. Get to it, boy. I want to read that letter before you send it, and mind you, do not even think of implying to them that we have been anything less than satisfactory. Keep in mind that we are the ones who have kept you your entire life, and you should be grateful. Harry stared at the memo pad in his hands, suppressing a mirthless chuckle at the thought of Mr. Weasley's amazement at the laser-printed Grunning's logo on the top of each small sheet. Yes, Uncle Vernon, I have to dress for work. I want that letter finished by the time you come down to breakfast, and you had better hope it is written to my satisfaction. With a final, purple-faced glare at his nephew, Vernon turned away and stalked back down the hall to his bedroom. Harry sat down at the small desk in front of his window, set the notepad aside, and pulled a roll of parchment and a quill from the top drawer. He thought for a moment before he began to write. He had his own reasons for not wanting visitors from the wizarding world. Dear Professor Moody, Professor Lupin, Tonks, and Mr. Weasley, things are fine so far. The house has remained calm, which is good. As Hermione and Ron will know, we were set quite a lot of homework for the holidays and I have started work on it. Please tell Herm, Ione and all of the Weasleys I said hello, and I hope their holiday has started off well. Harry. Harry read carefully over the short letter several times, finally convinced that there was nothing in it that would alarm anyone. He set it aside on his desk, got his clothes and a towel, and headed for the shower. Another day had begun. Uncle Vernon read Harry's note as he sipped his morning coffee, and then handed it to Aunt Petunia, who immediately pursed her lips and held it gingerly, as if the very parchment Harry had written on might be contagious. Harry did not look at either one of them. Instead, he concentrated on rearranging the small portion of scrambled eggs on his plate so that it would look as though he had eaten some, not that any of the Dursleys would notice or care. Fine. Go up stairs immediately and give this letter to that bird to deliver, and it had better be fast about it, too, Uncle Vernon stated, pushing the parchment back at Harry and disappearing behind his newspaper. Grateful for the opportunity to leave the glaringly clean kitchen, Harry took the parchment back up to his room. Waking Hedwig gently, he tied the note to her leg and asked her to take it to headquarters, where he knew that at least one person in the Order of the Phoenix would be there to receive it. His duty done for the day, Harry lay on his back on this bed and stared at the small crack on the ceiling in his bedroom, trying desperately to keep his thoughts off of the Department of Mysteries and the devastating hole in his life where Sirius had been. He focused on the beginning of the CK and began counting backwards from 1000, moving his focus slightly along with each passing number. This was the only way he had found that he could stop his thoughts from spinning out of control and consuming him. The only way he had found to keep himself sane. If Ron or Hermione could have seen Harry, they would have been quite alarmed. The truth about Harry's stay with the Dursleys was quite different than what he had implied in his letter. Yes, things were calm, but they were anything but fine. Citing the episode with the Dementors the previous summer, Uncle Vernon had confined Harry to his room, save only to take care of his hygienic needs and for meals, so that no one or nothing could find him. Petunia had told him that Harry was safe, and therefore so were the rest of them as long as he was inside the house. And Harry was no longer allowed to leave. Period. Harry had only left his room on a few occasions since his arrival, the weight of his depression so complete that it often rendered him unable to move. He had no appetite, and in only 3 days he had lost enough weight for his baggy jeans to become even baggier. He rarely slept, and there were dark circles underneath his eyes. Anyone looking at Harry Potter would never have guessed that he was only 15 years old. The despair in his green eyes made it apparent that he had been through more in his short life than most adults would ever have to go through. He was near his breaking point. He knew it, but he could just not find it in himself to care. Remus Lupin sat at the long table in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, carefully perusing the Daily Prophet for any sign of Voldemort's whereabouts. Not, he reflected, because the idiots who ran the paper would actually know where Voldemort was building his stronghold, but because one of Voldemort's greatest powers lay in the subtle and insidious way that he injected his poisonous presence into the world. Many of his machinations would be imperceptible to someone who did not know what they were looking for. Hearing a soft tapping at the door, he crossed the room and opened it to find a snowy owl with a small roll or parchment tied to its leg. The owl floated gracefully down to land on the back of one of the kitchen chairs. "Hello, Hedwig," Remus said softly, taking the letter from her and offering her a link of the sausage he had made that morning. "Are you taking good care of Harry?" Hedwig hooted through her mouthful of sausage in what seemed to Remus to be a sad sort of way, then flew out the kitchen door towards the window through which she had entered the house. After quickly reading Harry's note, Remus sighed heavily, his pale face registering even greater sadness. He knew Harry was not fine. How could he be? Remus was possibly the one person in the world who could understand how profoundly Harry was feeling the loss of Sirius, and far from reassuring him, Harry's short, impersonal letter made him worry even more about the boy. If only they could bring him back here, among people who cared for him. But Dumbledore insisted that Harry's safety was his most important concern, and that Harry could not leave Privet Drive until after his 16th birthday. The kitchen door opened and Molly Weasley entered the kitchen in her flowered dressing gown. "Morning, Molly," he greeted her. "How did you sleep?" "Oh, fine, just fine. Although I could hear Fred and George getting up to something in their room until late last night. I am not sure if I dare ask them what they're on about this time." She turned to Flash High. A weary smile and noticed the small bit of parchment in his hands. "Remus, have you got a letter from Harry? Is he quite all right?" Remus wordlessly handed her the note and her smile faded as she read it. "That poor child," she whispered. "He should not be alone at a time like this. Maybe if I talk to Dumbledore again." She trailed off, knowing that talking to Dumbledore would not change Harry's present situation. "Now, Molly, Harry has said nothing to indicate that he is being mistreated." Molly frowned. "Do you really think he would tell us? I'm going to send Arthur to check on him straight away." She made for the kitchen door, her thoughts of a cup of tea forgotten. "I don't think that would make things much better for Harry right now." Catching the worried creases on Molly's forehead, he added, "I am sure he would tell us if they were mistreating him. I know he wants to be here with us as much as we want him here." "Have you written to him, Remus?" "Yes," Remus sighed. "I wrote to him on his second day back. Aside from this, I have not heard from him. Ron and Ginny have both sent him owls, too. I'm sure Hermione has as well. No one has heard a word. Honestly, Remus, must he really stay there? Can't we keep him safe here, with us, where there are people to talk to care for him? Dumbledore has insisted that Privet Drive is the only safe place for him right now, Molly. If nothing else, we have to trust him on that." The expression on Molly Weasley's face indicated that she did not have so much faith in the headmaster when it came to Harry's well-being. Even as She fumed over the injustice of Harry's situation, her eyes testified to her immense sadness and worry over the boy she considered one of her own. At 1 in the morning on Privet Drive, the dark-haired Ed boy in the smallest bedroom thrashed around on his bed, his threadbare sheets entangled around his body and soaked in cold sweat. "No, no," he moaned. "No, it's not me, it's not. The ghostly fig. You're of a 16 years younger Sybil." Trelawney gleamed on the surface of the pensieve in Dumbledore's office, "and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. I have to kill him. I have to. Yes, Harry. It's you. It's always been you." Sirius Black appeared beside the chair where Harry was sitting. "That's why I died. That's why your parents died. It's always been you." "No, it's not me." He looked at the pale face of his godfather. "It's you, Harry, and or people are going to die because of it. I died because of it. I died because of you." Harry watched, horrified, as a stone archway with a tattered veil appeared behind Sirius. Sirius doubled over a S he had in the Department of Mysteries and slowly, gracefully fell through the veil. "It's you, Harry, it's you." "No," Harry shouted as he sat bolt upright in bed. "Sirius." Uncle Vernon burst in to Harry's room with Aunt Petunia following closely behind. Both wore the heavy expressions of those who had been jolted out of a sound and dreamless sleep. Uncle Vernon violently slapped at the light switch until the room was flooded in brightness. "What the devil is going on in here, boy? Have you any idea what time it is?" he shouted. "I will not have my family being woken up at all hours of the night." Harry did not reply. Still gripped in the terror of his nightmare, he only sat in his bed, his eyes staring blankly in front of him, shaking and sweating. Aunt Petunia noticed his state. For an instant, it seemed as though she was about to go to him, maybe even comfort him. Just in time, however, she got hold of herself and the disapproving scowl she reserved just for Harry set into her face. She crossed her arms over her chest and listened as Vernon continued to rant at their nephew. "Some people in this household work for a living, Potter. If you want me to continue putting food on the table and clothes on your ungrateful body, you do well to let me get a good night's sleep. And your window is open. What did I tell you about that, boy? I don't want the neighbors to know one bit about your unnaturalness. You're to keep that window closed, here. And furthermore." Another door opened down the hall and Harry's cousin Dudley wandered sleepily into the fray. Although Harry's scream had not woken him, his father's shouting was loud enough to make the windows rattle. Even through the sleepy haze in his eyes, Dudley realized what was going on and grinned stupidly at Harry. Dudley loved to hear his father telling Harry off. "I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon," said Harry quietly, trying to keep the tremors from his voice. He didn't have the strength or the will to fight with his uncle. And he wanted the order to have no excuse to try to come to his aid. "It won't happen again. You are bloody well right, it won't happen again, boy," Uncle Vernon shouted, his face turning a darker purple as his temper rose. "I don't care what you have to do to stop that blasted screaming, but I won't be woken in the middle of the night again. Screaming like a bloody baby. Or I'll whiz." "Vernon," Aunt Petunia hissed. "The window." Quote. Vernon stopped in the middle of his words. No one in the room could believe that he had almost said, "wizard," a word as forbidden in the Dursley household as the nastiest swear word imaginable. Without another word, Vernon strode across the room and slammed the window shut. He paused and turned to face Harry, opening his mouth furiously as if he were about to start shouting again. Instead, he pulled back his hand and knocked Harry in the side of his head so hard that Harry almost fell off the other side of his small bed. Without another word, he turned his back on Harry, stormed past Petunia and Dudley and stomped back to his own bedroom. Now that the show was over, Dudley smiled dumbly at Harry before going back to his own room. Aunt Petunia stole one last furious glance at her nephew and was surprised to see that, although the boy had not made another sound, a single tear trickled from his left eye and down his cheek. She left the room without another word, closing the door softly behind her. After his relatives had left his room, Harry finally got out of his bed, brushing the tears from his face. Aunt Petunia probably thought he was crying because Vernon had hit him. But the truth was that the nightmare from which he had just awoken had, after the initial shock, left him with a large lump in his throat and a pain in his chest that made him feel that his heart was about to burst. He screwed up his face, fighting the despair that wanted so badly to come to the surface. It's my fault. Sirius died because of me. Harry knew from the core of his being that it was true. If Harry had not gone to the Department of Mysteries that night, Sirius would never have died. If Harry had not been there, his parents would never have died. How many more would there be? Not for the first time, Harry wished that he was not the boy who lived. Since his first year at Hogwarts, he had often wished the trials and the celebrity of his status would simply go away. Tonight, he did not wish for that. Tonight, he wished that he had died with his parents. He could no longer bear the pain of his own existence. Against his will, more tears of despair trickled from his green eyes down his flushed and sweaty cheeks. He swiped them away, feeling stifling hot in the airless room. Listening to make sure he didn't hear his relatives in the hallway outside his bedroom. Harry went over to open the window once again. He knew he did not have to worry about any more nightmares tonight, for tonight there would be no more sleep. For neither can live while the other survives. Upon reaching his window he saw in the glass, instead of his own reflection, another face, a horribly familiar face. A face that was more snake-like than human, a face with evil red eyes and narrow holes where the nose should have been. Lord Voldemort was staring through Harry's second-floor window, his face twisted in a sick grin. I see you, Harry Potter. It's only a matter of time. You are ready to die. I can see it in your thoughts. I eagerly await the pleasure. The face disappeared. Harry's scar exploded with pain and he dropped to his knees, clutching his forehead. He was going to be sick. His body, weakened by lack of food and rest, shaking and pale as a ghost, finally gave in, and Harry fell, unconscious, the rest of the way to the floor. Molly finished her note to Harry and tied it to Errol's leg, opening the drawing room window to let him into the dark night to take the message to Privet Drive. For years, she had known what it felt like to worry about Harry as well as the rest of her children, but she could not remember a time when she had been more worried about any of them than she was about Harry right now. What the poor dear must be going through. She did not like to think of him alone with those relatives of his when he was obviously in such a fragile state. Would they care for him, make sure he ate, make sure he slept? Would they be ensuring that he got out in the sun? Molly highly doubted it, and she knew that they would not make themselves available to talk to Harry if he needed help, not that Harry would ask them anyway. She wanted him away from them. She wanted him here, where he belonged, with her and the rest of her family, and with Remus, the last of his father's friends. No matter what Remus said, Molly had made up her mind that if Harry did not answer her all directly and did not give a more detailed account of what his life was like this summer, she and Arthur both would be visiting Privet Drive in the near future. Dumbledore be damned. No one messed with Molly's children. Mum. Molly's youngest child and only daughter entered the room behind her. Molly turned to face her, hoping that her worry was not too plain on her face. Yes, Ginny. Is Errol taking a letter to Harry? Ginny Weasley was extremely observant, and she had seen her mother fretting over the letter earlier in the evening. Just a quick note, dear. To let him know we are here if he needs us. Molly tried hard not to convey her worry to her children. They were worried enough without adding her own fears to their burden. He's been there for almost 5 days now. And we've not heard anything from him except that short note on the 3rd day. I'm worried, Mum. Harry has an owl. Why isn't he answering our letters? Molly went to her daughter and hugged her tight, answering through the embrace. Harry's grieving right now, Ginny. He's lost the closest thing he has ever had to a father. I imagine he is not writing because he just doesn't know what to say. Why, Mum? Why can't Harry be here? He needs us, and we need. She trailed off, blushing slightly. Molly broke apart from her daughter and studied her face intently. Ginny, dear. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Ginny sighed, lowering her eyes to avoid her mother's gaze. No, Mum. I'm just worried, that's all. Ron is, too. Even Fred and George are worried. I know, Ginny. But Professor Dumbledore has said that Privet Drive is the only place in which Harry can be safe right now. It's only a few weeks more, dear, until his birthday. Is Harry coming on his birthday? That is what we have been planning. I have an idea. Why don't you, Ron, Fred and George put your heads together and plan a little party for Harry's birthday when he arrives? I am sure he would like that. Quote, Mum, that's brilliant, Ginny said happily. Of course we'll plan a party for him. Will you make food, and a cake? He's never had a real birthday cake before. Can we invite some of our other friends to come, too? Molly smiled at her daughter's enthusiasm, and she ruffled Ginny's red hair affectionately as she answered, I would be delighted to make a birthday cake for Harry, dear. But I'm afraid the party will have to be confined to members of the Order, our family, and Hermione. We simply can't have too many people coming to headquarters. It wouldn't be safe. Ginny was actually glad of this. If she invited others, she would have to invite her boyfriend, Dean Thomas, and that could prove to be awkward, but why, she wondered. It was not like she had a crush on Harry anymore. Harry woke to the bright summer sun streaming through his bedroom window and was puzzled at first as to how he had ended up sleeping on the floor and how he had ended up sleeping so long. The clock on his bedside table said that it was nearly noon. Why hadn't his aunt woken him to help with the breakfast? Even though he was mainly confined to his room, he was never allowed to have a lie-in. Harry's scar gave a familiar twinge. As he reached up to rub it, the events of the previous night came back to him in a rush. Harry jumped to his feet, grabbing his wand from his bedside table and moving more quickly than he had since he had come back to Privet Drive. The house was quiet, too quiet. Pulling on the same baggy jeans he had worn the day before and a revolting vomit green t-shirt. Harry crept out of his room and down the stairs. He nearly collapsed with relief when he heard water running in the kitchen and the familiar canned laughter coming from the television set in the lounge. He hid his wand under his shirt and continued to the kitchen, finding that the brief exertion had rendered him quite tired again. Aunt Petunia was scrubbing the kitchen, peering, as usual, through the windows to spy on the neighbors as she did so. Harry entered the room quietly and sat at the kitchen table, resting his aching head in his hands. We had breakfast hours ago, Aunt Petunia snapped. Vernon decided that if you are not courteous enough to come down on your own, you simply will not eat. You will have to wait for lunch. Harry did not reply. He was not hungry anyway. His mind kept straying to the vision of Voldemort looking through the window into his bedroom. Harry knew now that Voldemort could not actually have been there. He must have been using legilimency to enter Harry's mind. Still, the memory was another thing to add to his list of items that were disturbing his peace of mind this summer. How had Voldemort gotten into his mind while he was on Privet Drive, though? That had never happened before. You are ready to die. I can see it in your thoughts. I eagerly await the pleasure. Although he had been afraid the night before, Harry could no longer even muster the will to worry anymore. Harry, Aunt Petunia said abruptly. Harry turned his head quickly to find his aunt looking at him intently, almost worriedly. He realized that this was one of the few times she had ever addressed him by his first name. Yes, Aunt Petunia. What were you dreaming about last night? Harry was startled enough to come briefly out of his stupor. I was dreaming about. He could not tell her about the prophecy. I was dreaming about Sirius, about how he died. Harry answered, trying not to choke on the words as the lump in his throat formed anew. For some reason, he saw definite signs of relief flooding his aunt's narrow face. Sirius, she snapped, sounding much more like her old self. Your godfather is dead, then. This was said without a trace of emotion, nor any question as to what had happened to him. Yes, Harry looked down. He did not want to talk about Sirius right now. That was one of the reasons he was avoiding communication with the Order. So the dream did not concern the man who killed your parents. Not directly, no. So we're still safe here. As far as I know. Harry, of course, was not about to tell Aunt Petunia that he had seen the face of the Dark Lord in his window the night before. Fine. Go back upstairs and make yourself presentable before lunch. Without another glance, Aunt Petunia turned her back on Harry and resumed scrubbing the kitchen sink. When Harry got upstairs to his room, the first thing he noticed was a bedraggled-looking owl perched precariously on his windowsill with a scroll of parchment tied to his leg. Harry dragged his feet as he approached the window, remembering all too clearly what had happened the night before. In addition to that, he was not looking forward to reading another letter from the Weasleys. He had received a letter each from Ron and Ginny and had not answered them yet. He knew they were probably angry with him, but he just couldn't bring himself to write to them. Harry raised the window to let Errol come in. The owl immediately flew over to his bed and flopped down, falling onto his back. Harry untied the scroll and was surprised to see the gently flowing handwriting of Mrs. Weasley. She had never sent him an all before. Harry, dear, how are you doing so far this summer? We are all a bit worried about you. You sent only that short note yesterday. And that did not give us much information to go on. Are the Dursleys treating you well, dear? Have you been eating properly? And sleeping? I know this must be a very hard time for you, and I know the pain you must be feeling at the loss of Sirius. We are here for you. We care for you. Even though we are not able to be together just yet, it won't be long. Please send us an all as soon as you can and let us know how you are doing. We miss you and we will have you out of there as soon as we can. Molly Weasley. Harry sat down on his bed next to Errol and closed his eyes. He could almost hear Mrs. Weasley's mothering voice coming through the parchment, and he did not want to. Because of him, her son and her daughter had been injured at the Department of Mysteries. Because of him they could have died. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Because of him, her entire family, herself included, was in even greater danger than the others in the Order. But she didn't know that. Of course, Dumbledore had promised that Harry would not have to tell others about the prophecy until he was ready, and he would never be ready, he thought. It's you, Harry. It's always been you. It's you. And more people are going to die because of it. I died because of it. I died because of you. Harry knew that Mrs. Weasley would feel differently about him if she knew. He was not her son, after all. And even though she had said last year that he was as good as, Harry knew that it wasn't the same. If Ron or Ginny had died, if they did die because of him, Mrs. Weasley would never forgive him. Harry would never forgive himself. He knew he had to send Errol back with a reply or members of the Order would show up on Uncle Vernon's doorstep even though it had not been 3 days. He knew he could not bear to look at any of them directly, so he crossed to his desk and took out a piece of parchment. Dear Mrs. Weasley, thank you for your letter and your concern, but I promise you I am fine. Aunt Petunia is feeding me well, and I have gotten enough rest. Harry cringed. He had never lied to any of the Weasleys. But this time, he knew he had to. I am spending as much time out of doors as I can. This summer is not as hot as last summer, and it has been pleasant in Little Whinging. Taking long walks helps me to sort out my thoughts, as it always has. Is there any news that I should know about? Tell Ron and Ginny that I will write to them soon and not to worry. Harry. Harry looked at the parchment critically. His handwriting looked odd. He had been having trouble stopping his hands from shaking as he wrote. Almost everything in it was a bald-faced lie, but he would not let the Order come here. He would not put any of them in more danger because of him. A summer at the Dursleys was a small price to pay for the safety of his friends. Harry rolled and sealed the parchment with shaky hands, tied it to Errol's leg, and sent him out the window and back to the burrow. Or were they at headquarters? Never mind, Errol would know where to find them. Harry flopped onto his bed, and again focused on the crack on the ceiling and began to count backwards. Instead of calming him as it usually did, each time he counted back, another one of his friends' faces flashed in his mind, their eyes open and blank, like Cedric's had been in the graveyard. After 2 days had passed without Harry leaving his room on Privet Drive any more than bare necessity required, Aunt Petunia began shoving food through the cat flap in Harry's bedroom door. She supposed that his friends had been sending him food. But she did not want Harry to complain that he had not been fed. Her suspicions were confirmed when she reached back through the cat flap to retrieve the trays. And found that besides some small portions that looked suspiciously as if they had been eaten by something with a beak, the food was untouched. That horrible boy. If all he was going to do was sit in his room and brood. The least he could do was tell her he did not plan to eat the food she provided. But he did not, and fearing that the freaks would come if she did not keep giving him the food, he put a small meal through the cat flap 3 times a day. On the other side of the door, Harry was growing weaker by the hour. It was not that he had decided not to eat. He wasn't trying to hurt himself. His head throbbed so badly that eating only made him retch. He could not stomach even a few spoonfuls of broth or a sip of the tepid tap water that Aunt Petunia provided. In the back of his mind was an incessant voice, high-pitched and evil, reminding him that all the deaths so far had been his fault and that surrender was his only option. The voice also replayed his parents' last moments, and at those times Harry would fall to his knees with his hands over his ears and stifle a scream. Besides reminding Harry to send his note to the Order on the 6th day of the summer, the Dursleys seemed satisfied that Harry was at last staying out of sight, and they no longer attempted to communicate with him at all. Life on Privet Drive continued as usual outside of Harry's doors, not that he noticed. He was tortured, plagued by the voice during his waking hours and vivid nightmares when he slept. His state of mind had gone from bad to worse, and sleep had become almost non-existent. Harry had taken to tying a T-shirt around his mouth before he fell asleep so that the Dursleys would not be awoken by his screams. The makeshift gag worked, but it did not make for a very comfortable sleep for Harry. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. During the first 2 days spent in his room, the thoughts of the prophecy had him pacing back and forth, wearing a path into the carpet. By the 3rd day, however, he had no more energy for pacing. It was all he could do to get up to use the facilities, and he only did so when he was certain that none of the Dursleys would see him. On the 4th day in his bedroom, the 8th day of his summer holiday, Harry no longer had the strength to get out of his bed at all. Since he was unable to eat or drink, using the facilities was no longer a problem. Several owls had come through his window and dropped letters on his bed, but he did not open them. In fact, he did not even realize that they were there. On close observation, one would notice that he was becoming skeletally thin, his mouth dry and parched from lack of drink, his eyelids sewn together with mucus. Aunt Petunia peeked into the room. Once after it had occurred to her that Harry might be sneaking out through his window. She did not look closely at her nephew, who was wrapped completely in his blankets to stave off the cold he continually felt. His trembling had become so slight from lack of energy that she did not even notice, nor did it occur to her that she should check on his well-being. She was simply happy that he was not roaming the house or the neighborhood. His weirdness flowing out of him like an aura. By the 9th day of the summer vacation, Petunia and Vernon Dursley forgot to remind him to send a note to the Order. At number 12, Grimmauld Place, a meeting was being held. It was not an official meeting of the Order, although all of the adults at the table were members. It was a meeting to discuss Harry Potter and his situation on Privet Drive. We haven't heard from him yet today. Albus, I am worried. His last letter was barely a sentence long, and all he said was that he was fine. Please, Molly. Astley looked entreatingly at the old headmaster across the table. Molly, Harry is extremely vulnerable to attack right now, both physically and via legilimency. I fear that Voldemort will find him and where the blood protection lies. We must be cautious, for if Petunia Dursley negates the blood contract, Harry will lose his last safe harbor, Professor Dumbledore answered, but no one at the table missed the worry in his eyes or the fact that the usual twinkle was conspicuously absent. Surely, though, Lupin answered, checking on him once would do no harm. We've got to go. Tonks spoke up. Molly's right. Something is off about this whole thing. Charlie, Bill, and the Weasley twins said nothing, which testified that they were as worried about Harry as everyone else. I do not believe that having us barge into number 4 would do anything to improve his situation with his aunt and uncle, Dumbledore said gently, his heart aching at the fact that he had sent the boy to be on his own after everything that had happened. If there had been any other choice, he would not have done it. I am quite certain we will hear from Harry before the day is out. No, Molly interjected, and everyone at the table could see that she was working herself into a state. No, Albus, we have to go. Can't you see, don't you understand how fragile Harry is right now? He needs to be with his friends. Fred suddenly spoke up. Mum's right. If you aren't going to do anything about this, Professor, George and I will go ourselves. Fred and George, Mr. Weasley said tiredly. You are adults now and members of the Order. You no longer have the freedom of breaking rules. Think of what could happen. Harry's uncle could throw him out, and the blood protection would no longer be in effect at all. The consequences of hasty action could be disastrous. Dad's right, guys. We have to find a way to agree about what we are going to do, and we have to have a plan, Bill said. However, I agree that something needs to be done. We can't just leave him there, and if we don't hear from him today, I have to assume that things are not going well. Please, Lupin muttered, and everyone was surprised to see the stoic man's face beginning to well with emotion. Please, Albus, let someone go. Remus knew that if Harry was suffering Sirius's loss as much as he was, leaving him alone as they had was not only dangerous but cruel. It was this uncharacteristic plea that finally broke Dumbledore's resolve, and he relented. "We will wait 2 more days. Remember, we have had someone on duty since the beginning of the summer. And nothing untoward seems to have happened. If we have not heard from Harry, Remus will go to check in on him. The advance guard will accompany him in case of any problems. But Remus alone will go into the Dursleys' home. I do not want to alarm his uncle into taking drastic action." Molly heaved a sigh of relief and buried her face in her hands. The mother inside of her worried that Harry was in trouble. She hated waiting even 2 more minutes, much less 2 more days, but she knew that Dumbledore had his reasons. At least he had consented to let someone go. No duh. ATH eaters had been spotted on Privet Drive. It was Harry's emotional state she was worried about, the loss and the guilt that she knew he would be feeling. She only hoped he would speak to Remus. On the other side of the kitchen door, Ron and Ginny exchanged looks of relief that mirrored their mothers. They had each written to Harry several times, and had heard nothing from him since the start of the holiday. In her worry, Mrs. Weasley had forgotten to cast an imperturbable charm on the kitchen door, and they had heard every word that had been said in the kitchen. "Oh, Ron," Ginny whispered. "I hope he's okay." She hated to think of him all alone, so far away, with those people. "Me too, sis," Ron replied, his voice almost breaking. Remus Lupin dusted himself off as he stepped from the fireplace in Mrs. Figg's home. He did not want to apparate onto Privet Drive, for Dumbledore had insisted that this be done as quietly as possible. Remus could hardly wait for Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Daedalus Diggle, and Alistair Moody to follow him out of Mrs. Figg's house and onto Wisteria Walk. The 10th and 11th day of the summer had passed with no word from Harry, and everyone, Dumbledore included, was growing increasingly worried. All of them were dressed in the closest items they had to Muggle clothing, not wanting to call too much attention to themselves. When they reached Privet Drive, the advance guard waited in the play park for a signal from Remus, who continued walking up to the door to number 4. Vernon Dursley opened the door, his face going immediately purple at th. sight of Lupin in his faded and torn Muggle trousers and mismatched Oxford shirt. "What are you doing here?" he snarled. "I fancied a word with Harry," Lupin answered pleasantly. "Could you call him, please?" Vernon puffed out his chest. "I thought I made it clear to you lot that I don't want you in my home. The boy is fine. I've seen to it that he remembered to write to you, so I ask again, what are you doing here? Leave immediately." Quote, "I'm sorry to inconvenience you, Mr. Dursley, but we have not heard from Harry in almost a week. I will not be leaving until I have spoken with him. It will only take a moment." Lupin's tone was mild, but even Vernon could see the warning glint in his eye. "Haven't heard," Vernon spluttered. "I told him to write you. He must have just forgotten, or maybe the bloody bird got lost." "Where is Harry, Mr. Dursley?" Lupin asked, his voice growing harder. "He's in his room sulking," Vernon answered. "Been there for days. We've been giving him food, mind you. It's his choice to stay in his room. He hasn't been out of his bedroom for days. Have you seen him at all?" "No. And we're all the better for it. Mr. Dursley, if you do not call Harry Downs Tears this instant, I will personally go up to get him, and rest assured that I will not be quiet about it." Lupin's tone grew even harder, and there was a note of panic in it now. "Fine," Vernon scowled at Lupin before turning to shout up the stairs, "Potter, there is someone here to see you." Lupin watched the stairs expectantly, but when Harry did not appear his heart pounded in trepidation. Where was he? "Potter, come down at once." Harry did not appear. Just as Molly had suspected, something was very, very wrong. Lupin took a moment to turn and shoot a signal out of his wand and down the street. And Vernon cowered as though the man had just hexed him. "Listen here, you. I will not have." Vernon struggled to overcome his fear and his face grew to an even darker shade of purple. Lupin pushed past him and ran up the stairs to Harry's room. He tried the door, it was locked. He pounded furiously. Harry, are you in there? It's me, Remus. Let me in, Harry." When there was no answer, Lupin raised his wand. Alohomora. When the lock clicked and he swung the door open, he saw Harry stretched out on his bed. He crossed to him swiftly, and what color he had in his face drained completely. "Oh, no," he whispered. Tonks, Kingsley, Daedalus, and Moody pounded up the stairs, oblivious to Vernon's outraged shouting. They stopped short when they came up behind Remus and saw Harry on the bed. He was unconscious, a filthy t-shirt binding his mouth, a yellow-tinged bruise on the side of his face. He had no color, and his eyes and cheeks were so sunken that but for the slight rise and fall of his chest, they might have thought he was dead. Tonks turned, and in an uncharacteristic show of despair, buried her face in Kingsley Shacklebolt's chest. She couldn't stand to look. Remus bent down over Harry, gently removing the gag from his mouth. "Harry," he whispered. "Harry." He shook his shoulders slightly, and was startled that he could feel the ridge of Harry's collarbone easily through his shirt. There was no response. Behind the group, Aunt Petunia entered the room. She opened her mouth to deliver a scathing comment to the weirdos in her house, but was stopped short when she saw her nephew. For once, she was speechless. Alistair Moody found his voice first. "Dursley!" he shouted. "Vernon Dursley!" Vernon came into the room, but could not see Harry through the mass of bodies now surrounding him. "Dursley," Moody growled in his most dangerous voice. "What in the bloody hell is the meaning of this? What have you done to him?" Moody pointed his wand at Dursley, shaking in an effort to control his rage. "I've done nothing to the boy. He's been in his room. We didn't lock the door, he just wanted to stay." "Has he left?" he stammered, his eyes never leaving Moody's wand. Petunia shook her head silently, and her husband was shocked to see her eyes filled with tears. He looked over the head of the shortest wizard, Daedalus Diggle, and saw Harry on the bed. We didn't. He started to back away from Moody. "I thought," Petunia whispered, "I thought that red-headed woman was sending him food and that's why he wasn't eating what I gave him. Has been sending food with that all for years. I didn't know, she whimpered slightly. She had no love for the boy, but she would have had to be less than human not to be shocked by what had happened to him. I just thought he was sulking because he didn't want to come here." Quote. Kingsley Shacklebolt patted Tonks awkwardly on the back as he surveyed the room. Lupin was now kneeling next to Harry's bed, trying to rouse him. Moody stood stock still with his wand pointed at Vernon Dursley, and Daedalus Diggle was searching for any clue as to what had been happening. Had someone managed to get into the room? Everyone who had been duty had said that no one unusual had entered or left the house, and Vernon and Petunia had kept to a normal routine. Since they couldn't see past the curtained windows of number 4, however, no one had realized that Harry had stopped moving about the house. "Right," Kingsley said in his deep voice. He pulled Tonks away from him. "Tonks, I need you to find Madame Pomfrey. As quickly as you can. Apparate to Hogsmeade and get up to the school, as I believe she is still there. Send her to headquarters." Tonks nodded and with a soft pop, disapparated. "Moody, take the Dursleys outside the room and try to find out what has happened here." Moody gestured at Petunia and Vernon with his wand, and the three moved out into the hall. "Daedalus, find Dumbledore. We are going to need him. Use Arabella Fig's flow and check at the school, and at the Hog's Head, as I believe he had planned to visit his brother today. After you have found him, both of you go back to headquarters." Another soft pop, and Daedalus was gone. "Remus," Kingsley began, but the man beside Harry's bed did not look up. "Remus, what happened, Kingsley? How did this happen?" "Remus," Whisper was pleading, almost desperate, and Kingsley noticed that he was shaking badly and had tears in his eyes. "I don't know, Remus. We need to get Harry back to headquarters, though. It is obvious that he cannot stay here. Why don't you stay with him and pack his things? We need to get him to Arabella's without being seen." Remus nodded. "Harry has an invisibility cloak. It is large enough to cover us both on the way. I need to go back to headquarters, Remus, and warn Molly. She'll want to keep the children out of the room when we bring Harry through the flow. Can you manage?" No longer trusting his voice, Remus nodded. Kingsley disapparated. Alone in the room with Harry, who was still unconscious despite all of Remus's efforts to wake him, Remus gingerly touched the boy's cheek. He hadn't realized how much Harry meant to him until that night in the Department of Mysteries when he had to hold him back from running through the veil after Sirius, but he knew now that losing Harry would be more than he could bear. Knowing that he had very little time, Remus began bustling around Harry's room, enchanting everything that looked like it belonged to him to fly into Harry's school trunk at the foot of the bed. He noticed for the first time that there were several scrolls of parchment littering the floor next to Harry's bed, and he recognized one of them as his own. He had sent it 2 mornings ago. Had Harry been in this state for that long? Assured that everything was in the trunk, Remus called Hedwig into her cage and shut her in for the journey. He rummaged through Harry's messily packed trunk until he found the invisibility cloak and put it in his pocket. He went to the door and looked out. Moody was still talking to Vernon and Petunia, but he had lowered his wand. Alistair. Moody turned to look at Remus. When you are done here, will you please take Harry's things to headquarters? Moody nodded. Is the boy going to be all right? Remus nearly choked on the words. I don't know, Alistair. From the looks of things, he's been like this for at least 2 days. A lump formed in Remus' throat, making it hard to speak. Given that Harry was the last link to the closest friends he had ever known. And considering a rather important item in Sirius's will, he knew that losing Harry after everything else that had happened would be more than he could bear. Crossing back to the bed, Remus picked Harry up, astonished at how light the boy had become. This was not the same athletic teenager who had fought to be released at the ministry only weeks ago. Remus felt as though he were carrying either someone very young or extremely old, but not a vital 15-year-old boy. Without a word or a glance at the Dursleys, Remus carried Harry gently down the stairs, carefully covering both of them with the invisibility cloak before walking out of the house. Molly, Arthur, Ron, and Ginny Weasley sat silently around the kitchen table at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Every few minutes, someone would try to start a conversation, but they were also consumed with wondering what was happening in little whinging that any other topic of discussion soon fizzled out. Mum, Ron asked, do you think Harry will tell Professor Lupin what's been bothering him? He doesn't like to tell anyone anything that's bothering him. I don't know, dear. Professor Dumbledore sent Remus because he was also close to Sirius, so maybe he knows a bit about what Harry is going through. He has to talk to someone. Ginny exclaimed. He won't even send any owls. He can't deal with this all by himself. I know, dear. If he will talk to anyone, I think he will talk to Remus. No one else spoke for a few minutes. Mum, you don't think anything has happened to Harry, do you? Ron asked. Even last summer, after everything that happened in that graveyard, he talked to us. It was Arthur who answered. The Order has been keeping a watch on Privet Drive since Harry's return. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened there except that Harry has not been seen outside of the house. But Mum, didn't he tell you in his letter that he had been outside walking? Ginny asked. Yes, dear, that is what he said. But I think he was trying to make me believe that he was all right. He doesn't want us to know how he is feeling right now. Bloody git, Ron said, the merest trace of a grin flickering across his face. He thinks he's responsible for everything that happens to everybody, but when it comes to him, he doesn't want our help. Are they going to bring Harry back with them? Ginny asked hopefully. I don't think so, Molly answered. Professor Dumbledore just wanted Remus to check up on Harry. The blood protection is still essential, and as long as Harry is in that house, he is safe. You all know how important that is. Ron and Ginny exchanged a glance. Their mother didn't know that they had listened in on the meeting 2 days before, but because they knew tea. Had she wanted Harry to come to Grimmauld Place as much as they did? Ron, Ginny, Arthur began. It has been a very long day. Why don't the 2 of you go up to bed and you can talk to Remus in the morning? I know he will tell us how Harry is. One glance at Ron and Ginny's faces and he knew his suggestion was no good. He sighed. Well, then, how about a cup of tea while we wait? Mrs. Weasley got up and went to the kettle in the grate. She removed it to fill it with water and was just about to put it back on the trivet when the fireplace erupted in bright green flames and Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped into the kitchen. Ron and Ginny gasped. Kingsley was part of the advance guard. If he was coming back without the others, it could not be good news. They both started to speak at once, but Mrs. Weasley snapped at them to be quiet. Molly, Arthur, he said. I need to talk to the both of you. Perhaps it would be best if Ron and Ginny left the room for a moment. Mr. Shacklebolt, has Harry been attacked? Ron asked the question that he knew was on Ginny's mind as well. Ron, Ginny, upstairs and to bed with both of you. We will talk in the morning. No, Ron, Harry has not been attacked. I just need to talk to your parents for a moment. Order business. Ron and Ginny were about to protest. Even though they were relieved that Harry had not been attacked, they knew that something was not right. One look into their mother's stern face, and they knew it was no good. They just hoped that she would forget to charm the door again. No such luck. A few seconds after they had closed the door behind them, Ginny threw her slipper at it, and it bounced back through the air without ever making contact. She swore. "What is it, Kingsley? What's happened?" Mrs. Weasley's face had gone pale, and she had to sit down. Harry, as we knew, was still at the Dursleys' house. We would have known if he had left, or if anyone had found him. Kingsley stopped. He knew he didn't have long to tell his story before Remus arrived with Harry, but he was not looking forward to Molly's reaction to Harry's condition. "Yes, we know," Arthur interrupted, feeling almost as anxious as his wife. "Go on." When Remus talked to Vernon Dursley, he found out that none of the Dursleys had seen Harry for a few days. Dursley said he was sulking in his room and wouldn't come out, and complained that Petunia had to bring his meals to him up there. When Vernon called Harry, Harry did not come. Remus went up to his room, and he trailed off, but Molly could see no sign of emotion on his face. "And what, Kingsley? What?" Molly demanded. She felt as if the world had gone into slow motion, and a terrible fear gripped her heart. She knew something terrible had happened, but since he said there had been no attack, she didn't know what could have. "Molly," Kingsley looked down at her and she saw a hint of sadness in his dark, stoic eyes. Arthur took her hand and nodded for Kingsley to continue. "When we found Harry, he was unconscious in his bed. His face was bruised, and someone had tied an old t-shirt around his mouth like a gag." Arthur felt Molly begin to tremble and he leaned over to put his arms around her. Harry looked as though he hadn't had anything to eat or drink in days, maybe even a week. "We could not rouse him, no matter what we tried to do. From the looks of his bedroom, had been in that state for at least 2 days. The letters you all had written were unopened on his bed and on the floor. The owls must have dropped them off and then left. You couldn't rouse him," Molly whispered. "He is still alive, Molly, but he is in a very serious condition," Kingsley said gravely, answering the question she couldn't bear to ask. "How? Why? We are not sure what happened. Moody is questioning the Dursleys right now, but they say that they have been giving him food 3 times daily even though he refused to come down for meals, and that they do not know why he was gagged or bruised." Molly stood up on the spot, but she was so distraught that Arthur had to support her. "Where is he?" she demanded. "Where is he? I want him here. I want him brought here. Do you hear me, Kingsley Shacklebolt? I want him right here, right now." Her voice rose to an almost hysterical level. "Shish, Molly, don't," Arthur coaxed. No, Arthur. Look what's happened to him. You call this safe? I want him here, Kingsley. I don't care what Dumbledore says. You bring him to me." Kingsley held up his hand and spoke in his most calming voice. "Molly, he is on his way. Remus is taking him to Fig's house and will flow with him here as soon as he can. I sent Tonks to find Poppy Pomfrey and Daedalus to find Albus. I expect them at any time." At that very moment, the fire burned green again and the Hogwarts school nurse emerged from the flames. She looked around and said brusquely, "Where is he?" "Potter. He is not here yet, Poppy," Kingsley answered. "We are expecting him shortly. He is not coming by flow." The matron looked horrified. "It is the quickest way to get him here, and his injuries are not of the traumatic nature. Remus Lupin has him, it will be all right." Madame Pomfrey huffed her displeasure. From the sound of things, Potter belonged in St. Mungo's this time, but she knew as well as anybody that he was far too vulnerable there. She would have to do what she could here. Tonks emerged from the fireplace next. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and Molly immediately went to her. "Tonks, what is it?" Oh, Molly, you should have seen him." Tonks burst into tears, which was very unlike her. She couldn't speak any more through her sobs, and Molly hugged her, now more worried than ever. They all turned as the fireplace burned green again, and this time Lupin emerged, carrying Harry as effortlessly as if he were a baby. Molly gasped at Harry's appearance. Whatever she had been expecting, it was not this. He looked as though he was about to die. Madame Pomfrey hurried over to them. As she looked at Harry's face, pulling up his eyelids to see his eyes, her heart felt as though it had dropped into her stomach. She had been the nurse at Hogwarts for a long time. And she had seen almost every kind of injury one could imagine, but she had never seen anything that disturbed her as greatly as this. "We need to get him into a bed," she said, her tone clipped. "Now, Remus, cover yourself and Harry with the invisibility cloak," Kingsley advised. "We can take him up to Sirius's old room. Ron and Ginny and the other boys need to be warned before they see him. The shock would be too much." Remus nodded and donned the cloak once again. They filed out of the room, and sure enough, Ron and Ginny were waiting just outside the door. "Mum, is he here yet?" Ginny asked, and then gasped as Tonks and Madame Pomfrey came into the hall. "Why is Madame Pomfrey here? What's happened, Mum? Where's Harry?" Ron stood mute, seemingly incapable of speech, his freckles standing out plainly from his pale face. "Ron and Ginny, go get Fred and George, please," Molly asked quietly. "I want to talk to all of you in the kitchen." For once, her children did not argue but ran up the stairs to do as their mother asked. Less than 2 minutes later, the 4 youngest Weasleys, Molly, and Arthur were once again seated around the large old table. "Ron, Ginny, Fred, George," Molly began. But she choked on her words and her children were alarmed to see tears fill her eyes. "Mum," Ron whispered. Arthur saw that Molly was not going to be able to tell her children what happened. "They found Harry at the Dursleys. But he is in pretty bad shape," Arthur said with difficulty. "But Kingsley said he wasn't attacked," Ginny stated disbelievingly. "He wasn't, at least, not so far as we could tell. Harry is unconscious right now. It looks as though he has been for a while. We do not know much, but we know that he had not eaten for days." "Not eaten?" Ron asked. "What do you mean?" "Ron, Harry is very sick. We won't really know what happened until he wakes up. But he'll be all right, won't he?" Ginny asked. The answer was apparent in her mother's face, and she reached out for Molly's hand. "We don't know yet," Molly whispered through the tears that were now flowing down her face. But, I thought you said they would take care of him." Fred interjected angrily. "How can he not have eaten? Were those people starving him?" "We don't know, but we don't think so. We think that Harry chose not to eat, or couldn't eat for some other reason. It doesn't look as though he has had water, either," Arthur answered. Those. George sputtered angrily, not being able to find a word bad enough for the Dursleys. "How could they just let him get that sick? How come they didn't contact us? Or take him to hospital, or something? We don't have those answers, George." Arthur did not tell his children about the gag, or about the bruise. They had enough to deal with as it was. "Where is he?" Ginny asked softly. "He's here," Arthur answered. "Remus took him up to Sirius's old room. Madame Pomfrey is with him right now." Before they could demand to see him or ask how he had gotten to Sirius's room without their knowledge, they all heard a soft popping noise and Albus Dumbledore appeared on the other side of the kitchen. "Where is he?" he asked without preamble. "In Sirius's old bedroom on the 2nd floor," Molly answered. "Madame Pomfrey is with him." Without another word, Dumbledore strode out of the room. "Mum, I need to see him," Ginny whispered. Everyone at the table looked at her. Why had she said, "I," and not, "we"? "You may see him after Madame Pomfrey is finished working," Arthur answered. "If she says it is all right to do so." Ginny nodded and began to cry. Upstairs, Remus shook off the invisibility cloak and lay the still unconscious Harry gingerly atop the coverlet of Sirius's bed, then found a blanket and covered him. Madame Pomfrey all but pushed him out of the way as soon as he had done that, and he crossed to the other side of the room, sat down weakly in an armchair and watched her silently, more afraid than he had been. Since the day he had learned that Lily and James Potter were in direct danger from Lord Voldemort. Madame Pomfrey took out her wand and touched it softly to Harry's throat, muttering an incantation that Remus could not hear. She waited a moment and then sighed. She rummaged in her bag and took out several different vials. "I need a fire, Lupin," she said without looking at him. "Quickly. We've no time to lose." Remus crossed to the grate and quickly lit the fire with his wand. Madame Pomfrey took out a very small cauldron, poured the contents of 2 of the vials into it and took it to the fire. Placing it in a pair of tongs and holding it over the flames until it began to steam. She hurried back over to Harry. "Hold him up," she ordered. Remus moved quickly to the bed and sat down next to Harry, pulling the lifeless body into a sitting position and supporting the boy's weight in his arms. Madame Pomfrey put the steaming cauldron as close to Harry's face as it could get without burning high. Emma waited for him to inhale some of the light purple steam. Some of the color returned to Harry's face, but he did not stir. That should have brought him around enough so that he will swallow involuntarily the potions I need him to take. Remus nodded. The first thing to do is to get some water into him, Madame Pomfrey said. He is quite dehydrated, so much so that I am astounded that he is still alive. Remus started at the harsh statement but lay Harry gently down again, went to the washroom, and filled an old-fashioned goblet full of cool water. He returned it to Madame Pomfrey, who asked him to hold Harry up again. Instead of putting the goblet to his cracked and swollen lips, she took a teaspoon out of her bag and began to slowly trickle the water into his mouth. When she had gotten 3 or 4 spoonfuls into Harry, she began administering the potions she had taken out of her bag. Through it all, Harry remained limp in Remus's arms. When she had finally finished doing what she needed to do, Madame Pomfrey nodded to Remus, who lay Harry back down just as Dumbledore entered the room. Down in the cellar kitchen, Molly held Ginny close as she cried. Fred had taken to pacing up and down the length of the kitchen, running his hands through his hair, and Ron sat at his place at the table, staring into space. George sat across from him, his face buried in his hands, and Arthur took Molly's usual spot of minding the teakettle. When the kitchen door opened, they turned as one and stared as Remus Lupin walked into the room and dropped into one of the kitchen chairs. He will recover, Remus said quietly, and then covered his face with his shaking hands. Somewhere off the coast of Italy, a man sat on a large stone chair, which sat on a raised dais in the center of a large, medieval-looking room. Around him were no fewer than 20 men and women, indistinguishable from one another in their flowing black robes and masks. All of them were on their knees with their heads bowed, waiting for their instructions. "Have we found the boy yet?" Voldemort demanded in his inhuman, hissing voice. A cool voice answered him from under the mask closest to the throne. "No, my lord. He is no longer with his aunt and uncle, but we have been unable to locate him." "How has this happened, Lucius? You, among others, were supposed to be keeping watch on the boy. How did he get away from you?" The Dark Lord's voice was menacing and low. The werewolf came to the door of his home, and after talking with the boy's uncle for a moment, shot a signal from his wand. 4 of the others went into the house. But we did not see any of them leave. They must have disapparated. Potter cannot disapparate. I know, my lord. I cannot explain it, but I will personally see that he is found, Malfoy answered, trying to appease his master. See that you do, Lucius. As you know, I have found a way to get past the wards protecting Harry Potter while he is with his relatives. We may not have been able to physically get close to him while he remained in the house, but I was able to focus on his mind, on his thoughts, even speak to him. A feat only you could have managed, my lord, simp. Bellatrix Lestrange from his other side. Since the day prior to Potter's departure from that house, I have not been able to focus on the boy. I have searched, but it has been in vain. He seems to have vanished so completely that he has simply ceased to exist. I will ask my contact at the ministry, my lord, Lucius said swiftly, correctly sensing Voldemort's frustration and growing wrath. Voldemort's voice was at its most dangerous. I want him found immediately. At these words, the Death Eaters rose as one and began leaving the chamber, keeping their heads lowered. From the time of Harry's arrival at number 12, Grimmauld Place, one person never left his side. Remus Lupin pulled Sirius's old armchair to the side of the bed and stayed with Harry around the clock, dozing on and off but never leaving the room. Madame Pomfrey had been by to see him twice daily, and left Remus with strengthening and hydrating potions to be spooned down the boy's throat hourly. She was certain that Harry would make a complete recovery with time, but Remus privately thought Harry hardly looked any better than when he had arrived 2 days before. He was just as limp, just as unresponsive. There was a slight pink tinge to his cheeks from the strengthening potion, but he remained as gaunt as before. Molly Weasley spent almost as much time with Harry as Remus did, although she had to leave the room often to reassure Ron and Ginny. The first time Ginny had entered the room and seen Harry, her face had gone white and she had to be helped out of the room by Fred and George. She hadn't come back. Ron was being very quiet, preferring to spend his time alone in his own bedroom when he was not sitting with Harry. Arthur was not able to help much because he had taken on Molly's duties for the order as well as his own. And he still had to go to work at the ministry every day. Molly and Remus both held his hands and talked to him, coaxing him to come back to them, telling him that he was with his family now. When the others came into the room, they encouraged them to do the same, but it was hard. Fred and George tried to make jokes, but couldn't ever seem to get to the punch line. Ron tried to talk about Quidditch, but found that having a one-sided conversation about it was not nearly as good as the enthusiastic arguments over the sport that he and Harry were known for. For the most part, Molly, Remus, and Harry were left alone. "Harry," Remus whispered late on the third night after Molly had gone to bed. "I want you to listen to me, wherever you are. I know you can hear me." He took a deep breath. "Harry, what happened to Sirius was not your fault. I know that you think it was, but you were tricked into going to the Department of Mysteries by Voldemort because he knew you would do anything to save your godfather. You went there with courage and loyalty to Sirius. He went for you for the same reasons. That's what love is and what friendship is." Tears filled Remus's eyes and spilled down his cheeks as he squeezed Harry's hand, glad that no one else was there to notice his weakness. Sirius made the choice, Harry. He knew the risks, and he took them gladly. And in the end, Bellatrix Lestrange killed him. She killed him, Harry, not you. She is the only person on whom the blame can be placed. Harry gave no response, but lay as still as he had been since his arrival. "There is something else you need to know. Sirius was your legal guardian in the magical world. As your godfather, you were his responsibility. He could not have lived with himself if he had not gone to you when you needed him. In his will, Sirius passed the torch of guardianship over to me. And Harry, I'm glad he did. You can come to me if you ever need anything. I know I am not Sirius or your father, but I am your friend. And I care about you more than you could guess. Right now, though, I need you to come back to me. Please, Harry. Please come back and let me help you. I can't lose you, too." Someone was speaking to him, but he couldn't understand what they were saying. Who was there? Harry tried to open his eyes, but couldn't. His eyelids were too heavy to lift. Where was he? It was too dark to know. He dimly heard someone pounding furiously on a door somewhere, but it was not the same person who was speaking to him. His mind was blank, no images there for once. He was too tired to think of it now. How is he? Remus. Dumbledore, who had been visiting daily, asked. Remus sighed tiredly. About the same. His eyes have started moving a bit behind the lids, but he hasn't opened them. Dumbledore bent over the boy on the bed, mopping Harry's brow with a cool cloth. As usual, his eyes stopped on the scar on Harry's forehead, and he touched it, wondering at the power it seemed to hold. Just a scar, but one of the most powerful magical connections Dumbledore had ever known. He wondered what it had to do with Harry's condition. He knew there was something more to this. "Harry," he whispered, "it is time to come back to us. Harry, it is time to come back to us." He knew that voice. Dumbledore. Dumbledore wanted him to come back. From where? Harry was right here, just sleeping. So peaceful just to sleep. "Open your eyes, Harry." The voice was becoming clearer, and Harry could see a bright light through his still closed eyelids. He felt comfortable, and warm, and safe. Safe. His eyes fluttered. "That's right, Harry. Dumbledore. Come on, Harry. You can do it." Another voice. Professor Lupin. What was he doing on Privet Drive? "That's right, Potter. Come back to us. I have missed our little chats." Another voice, a high-pitched, inhuman voice, the S sound trailing like a snake's hiss. "I have been searching for you. I want to show you something." An image unfolded like a curtain opening behind Harry's eyes. Voldemort sat on a throne in the middle of a large room. The group of Death Eaters surrounding the Dark Lord parted as Harry looked on, and Voldemort focused his piercing red eyes on Harry. "Your godfather will not be the last to die, Potter." Remus and Dumbledore stared intently at Harry as his eyes fluttered and almost opened. "That's right, Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "Come on, Harry. You can do it," Remus coaxed. Harry's pale face relaxed and it seemed for a moment that he might even smile a bit. Remus took his hand, squeezing it comfortingly. Suddenly, Harry's entire body tensed, and his grip on Remus's hand would have been painful if he were not still so weak. "No," he moaned, his voice rough and cracked. "No more, my fault, because of me. Remus stared at Harry, alarmed and bewildered. Dumbledore, however, knew exactly what was happening. He leaned over Harry and began to gently shake him. "Harry," he said firmly, the softness in his voice gone. "Harry, it is Professor Dumbledore. You must wake up. Wake up, Harry." Harry's eyes flew open. He gasped and sat bolt upright in bed, but the sudden movement made him dizzy and he swayed. Remus leaned in quickly and caught him before he flopped back down. Harry looked wildly around. Where was he? This certainly was not his small bedroom on Privet Drive. Remus shoved his usual reticence aside and placed his arm behind Harry's shoulders, holding him up. Both of them were trembling, Remus with relief, Harry in abject terror. "It's all right, Harry," Remus said softly. For the first time, Harry seemed to recognize his former professor's voice. Professor Lupin. "Yes, Harry, it is me. Professor Dumbledore is here as well. We've been waiting for you to wake up." Remus released his hold on the boy, carefully placing some fat pillows behind his back. "Professor Dumbledore?" Harry asked blankly. He could not figure out what was happening. "Yes, Harry, I am here." Harry's hoarse whisper became more panicked. "Professor Voldemort, a gigantic room, where am I?" Dumbledore gently touched Harry's shoulder. "You are at headquarters, Harry. You have been here for over 3 days." This was Sirius's bedroom. Sirius. Harry tried to sit up straight again. Lupin gently pushed Harry back onto his pillows. "Before we do any more talking, Harry, there are some potions you need to take." He got up and selected 3 vials out of many from the top of a heavy oak chest in the corner of the room. Harry looked at the vials suspiciously. "What are those for?" he questioned. "One is a strengthening potion," Lupin answered, holding up the smallest of the vials. "Another is a hydrating potion, and the last is a nutritive potion. You were in pretty bad shape when we got you, Harry. These will help you recover." Harry nodded. He was already starting to feel sleepy again, and as his mind cleared he felt he would rather sleep than talk to his professor. And answer the questions he knew they would ask. He took all 3 potions without another word and lay back on his pillows, closing his eyes. After only a few moments, the gentle rise and fall of his chest became regular. And Harry was deep in a calm sleep. Molly Weasley entered the dreary cellar kitchen with the idea of making a cup of soothing chamomile tea for Ginny, and was very surprised to see Albus Dumbledore sitting calmly in one of the chairs at the table, sipping a cup of steaming tea himself. The hour was very late, and Dumbledore spent what time he was able to spare at Harry's bedside. She looked at him with bated breath. "He's awake," he said simply, a bit of the old twinkle back in his eyes. She clapped her hands to her mouth. "I should say he was awake. He has gone to sleep now, but the sleep is natural. Harry is back among us." Tears filled Molly's eyes. No matter what Poppy Pomfrey had said, she would not believe that Harry would recover until she saw it with her own eyes. As long as she lived, she would never be able to erase the memory of Harry in Remus Lupin's arms, looking one step away from death. "Has he told you what happened?" she whispered. She had so many fears for Harry. Had he done this to himself? Had his relatives abused him? Or was it something else? "Not yet, but I have some suspicions. Let us see what he says tomorrow. We need to take this one step at a time, of course." Quote, "Of course," Molly echoed. "May I see him?" "Certainly. You will find Remus still with him. He will not be persuaded to leave the room." Molly nodded at Dumbledore and turned from the room. Ginny's tea forgotten as she rushed as quietly as possible upstairs. She knocked softly on the door and heard Remus's soft answer. She entered to find Remus sitting, as usual, in the armchair he had moved next to the bed, holding Harry's hand. Molly hadn't realized until that very moment that Lupin cared for Harry almost like a son, just as she did. The tears of relief and sadness trickling down his face were testimony to that. Of course, she reasoned, Harry was the last connection to the best friends Remus had loved so much, but more than that, they had all come to love Harry for who he was, rather than who his parents were. She crossed softly to the other side of the bed and took Harry's other hand. How many hours in the past 3 days had she and Remus sat together like this? Each of them holding one of Harry's hands. But this time was different. This time they knew he was going to be all right. Molly smiled, and for the first time in days Remus smiled back. Harry was recovering. Of course there were other worries, but for now that was enough. Almost a half an hour went by, and Molly still hadn't returned to Ginny's room. What's taking her so long? Ginny thought. Suddenly she was terrified. Something had happened with Harry. She knew it, it's the only reason her mother would have left to get her a cup of tea and not come back. Just as she was about to go find her mum, Ron walked into the room followed by the twins. You can't sleep either? Fred asked. No, Ginny replied. And Mum's been here with me, but she left half an hour ago to make me some tea and she hasn't come back yet. Ron looked worriedly at his siblings. I saw Dumbledore leaving Harry's room a while ago, but I couldn't see his face. Do you reckon they would have told us if something happened? All four of the Weasley children groaned in unison. Their mother was famous for her strict insistence on keeping her kids on a strictly need-to-know basis when it came to things like this. Ginny had just made up her mind to go to Harry's room herself when Molly came into the room, a steaming cup of tea in her hand and tears running down her face. Ginny's heart dropped into her chest. And she sat down on the bed. Fred, George, and Ron all joined her, all touching each other in some way as if they gathered strength in their togetherness. The Weasley brood may bicker, but it could never be said that they didn't stick together when times were hard. Molly set the cup of tea on Ginny's nightstand and knelt in front of them, putting her eyes at their level just like she had when they were small. Harry woke up, she said softly. He is going to be fine. Ron's face broke into a grin that closely mirrored the ones on Fred's and George's faces. Ginny, however, burst into almost hysterical tears. What in the bloody hell are you crying for? Ron asked his sister, utterly confused. I'm just, she could hardly get the words out. I'm so happy. Ron gaped at her. Ginny, when did you become such a girl? Ginny turned to him and socked him playfully in the arm, smiling through her tears. That's more like it, Ron said. I've got to send an owl to Hermione. I swore I would as soon as he woke up. She had to stay with her parents this summer, but she's worried herself half sick. He left the room with a grin, nearly skipping in his relief. Ginny looked at Fred and George. When did he write to Hermione? She and I write back and forth often, but she never mentioned that she was writing to Ron, too. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, but I wonder why they kept it a secret. When Harry next opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was sunlight pouring through an open window to his right. He blinked, adjusting his eyes to the brightness, and looked around. A fire crackled in the grate, even though it was July, and next to the grate was the dresser he had noticed the night before. It was really a large piece of furniture, carved ornately in every space that would allow for carving. Each of its 6 wooden drawers was decorated with engraved scrollwork so elaborate that it almost seemed to be trying to convey a message to Harry, though he knew that couldn't be true. On the top of the massive chest sat the myriad vials of potions Madame Pomfrey had left for him to take at regular intervals. As Harry gazed at them, had he ever had to take so many before? Even with his frequent visits to the hospital wing, he wondered just how ill he had really been. A comfortable-looking, well-worn leather armchair sat empty beside Harry's bed. No one was in the room with him. Although Harry did not realize it, this was the first time Remus Lupin had left his side in 4 days, and he had done so only on Dumbledore's insistence. They talk for a moment out of Harry's range of hearing. So this was Sirius's room, Harry thought. He had never been inside it before. Last summer, he hadn't given it much thought, but now he felt a twinge of guilt that he didn't really even know where or how his godfather had lived. At the thought of Sirius, Harry felt the familiar lump rise into his chest, and he stared out the second-floor window at the hot blue sky that was tainted only slightly by the smog that sometimes surrounded London on hot days. It's you, Harry, and more people are going to die because of it. I died because of it. I died because of you. Your godfather won't be the last to die. Don't think about that, Harry ordered himself fiercely. It was a nightmare, that's all. A nightmare. He spoke almost inaudibly, but his words seemed to echo around the large room. Oh, but was it, Potter? Was it just a nightmare? The cold voice that Harry had heard in the back of his mind while he was at the Dursleys had returned. I suppose you think your precious godfather is going to walk through the door any moment, do you? Was that all just a nightmare, too? He is dead, Potter, and he did not have to die. If only he had not chosen to stand in the way of my plans, and your destiny. The voice laughed, a high, cruel laugh, and Harry's scar burned as if it had been branded. Harry put his hands over his ears. Oh, block out the voice, and doubled over where he sat, trying as hard as he could not to vomit. The attack had ended, but the pain not yet abated. It had taken strong insistence on Dumbledore's part to convince Remus to leave Harry's bedside even for a moment, but Dumbledore did not want Harry to hear what he was about to tell the former Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Ron, Ginny, and the twins were still asleep, having slept peacefully through the night for the first time this summer, and their mother was letting them have a rare lie-in. Molly herself was down getting tea for Albus and Remus, and had said that as soon as she was finished with that, she would sit with Harry until Remus came back. Remus settled down in a dusty wing chair in the drawing room and looked at Dumbledore. Who sat opposite him with an inscrutable look on his face, gazing at him over his half-moon glasses. "What's this about, Albus?" Remus asked finally. "What could be more important than being with Harry when he wakes up?" Dumbledore sighed and began, "You know that in his will, Sirius passed guardianship of Harry over to you." Remus gestured impatiently for Dumbledore to proceed to something he did not know. "When you signed it, you entered a binding magical contract to keep the boy in your care until he turns 17, which will be in a little over 1 year. Quote, "Yes, Albus. I took it on gladly, as you well know. Of course, Harry's circumstances are a little different, with the necessity that he go back to Privet Drive for a time each summer." Lupin cursed, and then looked apologetically at Dumbledore. "I'm sorry, Albus. It's just that when I think of those people, and I am sorry to be, shall we say, avoiding the real issue, Remus," Dumbledore said. "You see, I made a promise to Ari at the end of term never to tell a soul what I am about to tell you. I am about to break that promise, and you know that the breaking of a promise is not something to be taken lightly. Harry is already feeling rather mistrustful of me right now, and when he finds out that I have told you, well." The younger man's attitude changed instantly from annoyance at having to leave Harry's side to intense concern. He had never known Albus Dumbledore to break a promise, and to break one he had made to Harry. Now, of all times, when Harry needed to be able to trust the adults around him the most, whatever this was about. Remus knew it was important. When Harry wakes, he will need to talk to someone, and I strongly suspect that someone will be you, Remus. Lupin nodded. He had already decided that his primary goal over the next few weeks would be to gain Harry's confidence. Sirius had made a lot of progress in that endeavor prior to his death, but Lupin suspected that to convince Harry to trust him, to talk to him with confidence, was not going to be an easy task. There is more Harry has to think about than Sirius's death, although that in itself would be more than enough. When I talked to him after Sirius died, I told him everything. Although it was too late to save Sirius Black, I knew that it was time Harry knew what I know. The prophecy, Remus muttered. The members of the Order had known that Voldemort was trying to lay his hands on a certain prophecy in the Department of Mysteries and that it had something to do with Harry. What they did not know, however, was what the prophecy said. Dumbledore had not let on that even he knew the exact contents, only that if Voldemort got it the results would be disastrous. Yes, the prophecy, Dumbledore sighed, and Remus noted that the twinkle was again absent from the headmaster's eyes, and the lines on his face seemed deeper than ever before. Dumbledore was beginning to look his age. Now that you are Harry's guardian, you need to know. Harry will not tell you, because he will feel that to tell you would be to put you at greater risk, and if nothing else, Harry always strives to protect those he cares about. What does it say, Albus? At that moment, Molly Weasley bustled into the room carrying an old-fashioned silver tea service that had once belonged to the Black family. She knew that Dumbledore wished to have this conversation with Remus alone. So she came and went quickly, knowing that she would eventually hear about anything involving Harry from one of her children. There you go, she said briskly. Piping hot peppermint tea. While you two finish your talk, I'll go and sit with Harry. She started out of the room and then turned to look at the tea service as if an idea had suddenly occurred to her. Oh, dear, she sighed. And bent to examine one of the cups that didn't seem to be quite as tarnished as the rest of the set. Sure enough, when she tapped the cup with her wand, it sprang up and tried to bite her on the nose. I should have known, she said, looking furious. Fred and George have been up to something lately, and Ron said something about wanting to learn how to make nose-biting teacups for their shop. I should know by now not to take anything off of the kitchen table when I don't know who put it there. What am I going to do about those boys? She picked up the teacup, which was now making grunting noises as though about to challenge Molly to a duel. She held it out in front of her as she left the room. Be back in a moment, I'll just go back to the kitchen and get you another cup. As soon as she left the room, Remus repeated, "What does the prophecy say?" Dumbledore sighed yet again and cast his eyes downward. Remus knew what it was costing Dumbledore to tell him. The old man loved Harry and had guided him through more trials than any 15-year-old should have had to endure. Betraying Harry's trust, indeed, doing anything to further jeopardize their relationship, was very painful to him. Albus looked Remus directly in the eyes and began to speak the words that were haunting Harry's thoughts. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. When he had finished, Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment, and then opened them to find Remus staring at him, his mouth slightly open, all the color gone from his face. Does that mean? Molly came quickly back into the room with a new teacup and noticed the expression on Lupin's face. Is everything all right? She asked nervously. Yes, Molly, Dumbledore answered. Would you please go and check to see that Harry is still sleeping? Molly knew she was being dismissed and bristled slightly, but did as the headmaster asked, reminding herself that she would know the answers soon enough. She left the room again. Sweet Merlin, Albus, does that mean what I think it means? That Harry, our Harry, is the only one who can defeat Voldemort in the end. There has to be a mistake, we all thought it would be you. Remus looked at Dumbledore accusingly. If I could take this burden off of Harry's shoulders, you know that I would, but I cannot. It is his destiny to fight Voldemort. If he cannot win, there is not one of us who can. And this is why he keeps coming after Harry, why he wanted Harry to be in that graveyard when he returned. Yes, among other things. You have noticed, of course, that Harry has escaped from him every time. Not because he knew the right spells to cast, but from his sheer strength of will and the power of his love and loyalty to his friends. But Dumbledore, he's still just a boy. To have to live with this knowledge. To know that the longer he waits, the more people will die, how can we expect him to bear this? No wonder he is in such bad shape. Lupin was interrupted by the entrance of a cloud of transparent silver vapor coming through the door, the signal the Order used when they needed to contact each other quickly. Lupin hardly had time to wonder why someone had contacted them in T.'s manner before Molly Weasley's voice sounded in the room, reflecting her state of mind when she had cast her thoughts into the spell. Remus, Dumbledore, come quick. The voice was panicked and almost shrill. But no sound had been heard from upstairs. The spell simply conveyed the message that the sender wanted told to the other party, but the power of the spell meant it also picked up the emotion behind the thought. Not just the thought itself. Remus jumped up and raced out of the room and up the stairs to the bedroom where Harry was staying. Dumbledore remained behind, almost as if he already knew what was happening. Remus entered Sirius's bedroom to find Molly leaning over Harry's bed, her arms wrapped around him in a maternal hug. Harry, however, did not have his arms around her, but rather clapped over his ears. Like a child who was trying not to hear his mother scolding him. His breath came in short gasps, and Molly rocked him back and forth gently, making soothing motherly sounds. He hurried to them and placed a hand on Molly's shoulder. A look of understanding passed between them, and she gently released Harry and stood slightly off to the side. Remus knelt by Harry's bed and gently pried his hands off his ears. Holding both of Harry's wrists lightly in one hand, he used the other to hold Harry's chin and softly force him to look up. Harry, look at me. It's me, it's Remus. Are you all right, Professor Lupin? Harry asked hoarsely, trying to focus through the throbbing of his head. Yes, Harry. I need to talk to you. Harry trailed off and looked down at his lap. Remus knew what this was going to be about, and he wasn't about to let Harry blame himself for Sirius's death as he knew the young wizard had been doing ever since the night it had happened. Ollie watched the exchange between them until she remembered that, besides all of his potions, Harry had still not had anything proper to eat in many days. She knew that at the moment what Harry and Remus needed most was privacy. So she smiled down at them and said, "I know just what you need, Harry. You need something proper to eat. No, don't argue with me, young man," she said almost sternly as Harry looked at her, about to protest. "I am going right down to fix you a spot breakfast, and you will eat it, like it or not." She left the room before either of them could argue. "She's a force to be reckoned with, you know," Lupin commented, smiling a bit. "She's hardly left your side since you got here, and she's been waiting for days to be able to put some meat back on your bones. Best not to argue." Harry nodded. But Remus could see that he wasn't feeling well. Beads of sweat stood out on his forehead, and his face was very flushed. "How are you feeling, Harry?" "I'm okay," Harry responded automatically. Even though he knew that he was anything but. "Harry, that's not going to be enough for me, I'm afraid. I want honesty from you. Put whatever kind of front you would like to put up for the others, but with me, you're to be honest." Lupin kept his voice firm. He had had many hours to plan how he would convince Harry to be truthful to him as he sat by Harry's bedside, and had decided that his first method would simply be insistence. "Let's do it again. How are you feeling, Harry?" Harry would not meet Remus's eyes. "I'm really all right. Only my head hurts a little." "Is that all? Or is there something else? I can give you a potion to help with the headache." Harry finally looked at the older man, and saw the concern in his eyes. He weighed his options. In Remus's eyes, he saw no condemnation or pity. What was more than that, however, he had the same feeling of connection that he had experienced when he had first found out that Sirius was his godfather. He took a deep breath. I don't know, hearing things." Remus had not expected that. "What kinds of things?" he asked as nonchalantly as he could. "I hear him in my head. Voldemort. It comes and it goes, but I can hear him speaking. Telling me that I have to give in to him, that if I don't." "If you don't." Remus tried not to show that this bit of news was rather alarming to him. "If I don't," Harry whispered. "More people are going to die, because of me." Lupin frowned. "This was happening at your aunt and uncle's house as well." "Yeah," said Harry. "It started soon after I arrived." "Harry, before we go any further with this, I want you to tell me what happened before we took you away." Remus knew he would need to talk to Dumbledore about the voice Harry was hearing, but he did not want to leave Harry until he was sleeping again, so he shifted the subject. "Why weren't you eating, Harry? Weren't your aunt and uncle feeding you?" "Yes," said Harry. "Aunt Petunia put food through the slot in my door every day after I stopped going for meals. I tried to eat, I really did, but every swallow made me sick." "So you weren't trying to hurt yourself?" "No. I swear I wasn't." Harry was appalled that anyone could come to that conclusion. "Okay, Harry, I believe you. I just had to know. I know how hard it can be." Remus's voice trailed off. He knew exactly how hard it was to lose someone you cared for, and to feel responsible for their death. He tried to shake off his sadness as his continued, "There are a couple of other things I need to know about. When we found you, you had a t-shirt tied around your mouth like a gag. Who did that to you?" Harry looked ashamed, and for a moment Remus thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, in the smallest of whispers, "I did." "You did? Harry, why would you do such a thing?" Even as he asked, Remus guessed the answer, and he started to feel slightly sick. Why had they left Harry there for so long? "I was having nightmares," Harry said simply. "I woke my uncle and aunt up one night shouting. After that, I just thought that it would be best." "Is that how you got the bruise on your face? That night, when your relatives woke up?" Harry nodded, looking back down at his lap. Lupin tried to contain his fury. It was lucky that Vernon Dursley was far away from Grimmauld Place, for if he hadn't been, he would have been very sorry indeed. "Why didn't you tell us?" "I didn't want you to come for me. People are safer when I'm not there." The emotion behind the words rent Remus's heart, and he immediately moved to another part of his plan. "Harry James Potter," he said firmly, and Harry's eyes widened at the abrupt change in tone. "It is not for you to decide what the rest of us do and do not do. We make our own choices, and we know the risks we take every day. You are not going to be able to stop us from taking those risks. In times like these, kid, people have to take risks. It's the only way any of us are going to survive. Since I met you in your 3rd year, Harry, I have watched you risk your own life for your friends many times. Why do you think that you have the right to risk yourself for us, but not allow us to do the same? Sirius came for me, Harry whispered, feeling the familiar lump come back up into his throat, and it was the last thing he ever did. Those words hung in the air as Remus tried to keep his eyes from welling. Sirius had been his best friend in the world, and not a minute went by that he did not miss his presence in the gloomy old house. Despite his best effort to hide it, Harry saw the tears in his former professor's eyes and pulled away. I'm sorry, Professor Lupin. I know he was your friend. If you can't forgive me for making him go to the ministry, well, I don't deserve to be forgiven anyway. Remus knew then that Harry had not heard what he had been telling him while he was unconscious. Harry, look at me. Harry's eyes stayed down. Look at me. When Harry finally raised his eyes, Remus continued, Harry, I am only going to say this once, so see that you listen. Sirius's death was not your fault. Voldemort played on your loyalty to those you loved, and tricked you into going there. He knew you would risk your own life for your godfather. Voldemort doesn't understand that kind of love, but he knew that the one way to get you to the Department of Mysteries that night was to play on what he sees as your weakness, your ability to love. Sirius came after you for the same reason. Sirius loved you, Harry, and he could not have lived with himself if he hadn't gone. Bellatrix Lestrange killed Sirius, her own cousin. She killed him. The blame lies with her, and she will never find forgiveness, never find absolution from that. But if I hadn't gone, she wouldn't have had the chance to kill him. Harry said softly. When you thought Sirius was in danger, Harry, you had no choice but to go, just as he had no choice when he thought you were. I miss him, too. He was my dearest friend. But not for 1 second do I blame you for it. Not for one moment have I ever blamed you for it. Harry's face screwed up, and Remus saw that he was fighting not to sob. His heart broke for the boy. And he leaned in and gathered him into a fierce hug. It's okay to cry sometimes, Harry. Harry finally let go and sobbed great racking sobs into the shoulder of his old professor. When he finally stopped some 10 minutes later, Remus could see that Harry was worn out again, but his heart lightened considerably when he also saw that Harry's face, though blotchy and tear-stained, was more peaceful. It's time to take your potions again, Harry. After that, I want you to sleep. We've talked enough for now, and Madame Pomfrey will have my head if you don't get your rest. He went to the chest and took not 3, but 4 vials from the assortment and brought them to Harry. This time, Harry did not question anything but drank the 4 potions, chased the taste away with a sip of cool water, settled back down into his pillows, and fell asleep in minutes. As Molly searched for eggs in the ancient icebox of the cellar kitchen, she wondered what Remus and Harry were talking about upstairs. She knew that she had done the right thing in leaving them alone, but her worry about Harry was growing even though he was awake and aware now. What had been happening to him when she came into the room? Why were his hands over his ears? She had never seen Harry act that way before. Molly was relieved that Remus had agreed to take over guardianship of Harry. It made sense that Sirius would have left his godson in the hands of the last marauder, and Molly secretly thought that Remus was more suited to the role than Sirius had been. She intended to help him, though. Ever since she had met Harry on platform 9 3/4 before his first year, she had taken a special interest in him. Now that Harry was back with them, she was going to see to it that he made a full recovery, no matter what she had to do. "Ah!" she exclaimed, finding a basket of eggs near the back of the icebox. She broke 4 of them into a glass bowl and pointed her wand at the kitchen whisk. She-wah. Tched. The whisk merrily scrambled the eggs while she heated the skillet and started on some sausage and toast, turning as she heard someone enter the room. "Good morning, Ginny. How did you sleep?" Ginny was wearing a long, bright red nightgown that reached past her knees and clashed violently with her hair. "All right, Mum. What time is it? Can we see Harry now?" After some consultation, Molly and Lupin had decided not to risk waking Harry the night before, and had told Ron and Ginny that they could see him in the morning. "I'm about to take Harry's breakfast to him. You may come with me, dear, if you hurry upstairs and get dressed. It wouldn't be proper for Harry and Remus to see you in only your nightgown. We aren't at the Burrow anymore. Molly's gentle reprimand caused Ginny to blush, and, telling her mother not to go without her, she hurried back up the stairs to change. Watching her go, Molly absent-mindedly finished cooking the breakfast. She wondered what her daughter was so anxious about. Of course, they were all worried about Harry, but there seemed to be something more going on with Ginny. She seemed even more anxious than Ron to see Harry, and that was saying a lot, as Ron had spent the better part of an hour the night before after he had sent Pig to the Grangers trying to convince his mother that Harry would want to see him. Molly realized that she hadn't seen and Thomas's gray screech owl since the day before Harry's arrival. She wondered about that, too, and she sighed. Ginny was becoming a young lady more quickly than Molly was prepared for. She would be entering her 5th year of school. The year, Molly remembered, that she had fallen in love with Arthur Weasley. The motherly witch knew that Ginny had once had a schoolgirl crush on Harry, but she was starting to wonder now if it had grown into something more. When Ginny returned, she was wearing a pair of faded blue jeans and a Muggle t-shirt that she had stolen from Fred's closet. "Come on, Mum," she said hurriedly as she took the tray of breakfast from her mother and backed out the kitchen door. When they arrived in Sirius's room, Molly was dismayed to find that Harry had already gone back to sleep. "Remus," she whispered, beckoning to him, "Harry needs to eat something. Should we wake him?" "No," Remus said softly. "I gave him a dreamless sleep potion along with the others." "Why did you do that? Why couldn't it wait until after Harry had some proper food in his stomach? Look at him, he looks better, but he is still skin and bones." Molly couldn't help but be annoyed. Remus had known that she was making breakfast. Why didn't he wait? "Molly, let's discuss this outside." Molly noticed the concern in his eyes and stopped her whispered tirade, but she still felt a bit annoyed. "Sauce. Ting a charm on Harry's plate to keep it piping hot until he woke up," she turned to Ginny. "Would you like to sit with him for a while, dear? As I'm sure you can see, he is doing much better, but he'll need to see a friendly face when he wakes up." Ginny nodded. "Mum, has Harry been crying?" She had never known Harry to cry, but the puffiness around his eyes and the blotches on his face were telltale signs of a good fit of the sobs. It was Remus who answered, smiling at her with a mixture of sadness and understanding. "Yes, Ginny, although probably best if you don't let on that you know that." Ginny nodded again. She understood that, as she had been doing a fair bit of crying herself the past few days. As Molly and Professor Lupin left the room, she took a seat in the old armchair and took Harry's hand in both of hers. As she had seen her mother do so many times in the past few days. Even though Ginny had not been able to bring herself to enter Harry's room while he was unconscious, she had peeked in several times. Mostly to reassure herself that he was still alive. Even though Harry was lying flat on his bed, his eyes closed and his face still dangerously thin, it was easily apparent that he was sleeping naturally now, rather than unconscious as he had been. For one thing, he had some color in his face, and there was just something about his peaceful expression that calmed Ginny's heart. "Harry, it's me, Ginny," she began. She felt a little silly talking to him. She knew well enough that people under the influence of sleeping potions did not hear the voices of people around them. However, she had seen her mother doing the same thing when Harry had been unconscious, and she reasoned that somewhere, deep down inside of him, Harry would hear her voice, if not her words. "I've got loads to tell you, of course. The summer's only just begun, but so far we haven't had a dull day. Mostly, of course, everyone's been worried sick about you. What were you on about, starving yourself until you almost died? Don't you know what that did to us? To Professor Lupin, to Ron, not to mention my mum. She's been in a right state, I don't mind telling you." Ginny had not heard what Harry had said to Lupin about why he hadn't been eating, and she incorrectly assumed that Harry had simply gotten so depressed that he wasn't taking care of himself. That made her angry, even if she wasn't certain why. "You great prat, Harry Potter," she burst out. "If things were so bad, why didn't you tell us? Didn't you know that we would come for you if you needed us? Or do you think we were just hanging around here having a grand old time without you?" Ginny forced herself to calm down, wondering what in the world had made her talk to Harry like that. Just because he couldn't hear her was no excuse. Her voice softened. "I'm sorry, Harry. I can only imagine what you have been going through since Sirius died. I can remember how I felt when Dad was attacked last year and we all thought he wasn't going to make it. Ginny's grip on his hand tightened as she remembered, and she felt an upsurge of pity for her friend. Her dad had lived, but Harry had lost his godfather, the closest thing he had to a dad himself. Maybe she couldn't really understand what he was feeling. With a shudder at the thought of losing one of her parents, she hoped she'd never have to understand. Ginny got off this rather depressing subject and started to tell Harry everything else going on in the house. She was surprised how easily the words came, even though Harry was making no response. Dad hasn't been around too much. And we all miss him. Since you came, he's taken over Mum's duties in the order as well as his own. He's still working at the ministry, of course, so he leaves very early each morning. Ning and we usually don't see him before we go to bed. I don't know exactly what the order is getting up to these days. I know that, based on what Snape has said, Voldemort is building a stronghold somewhere. But since Voldemort is the secret keeper for it, the old bat hasn't been able to reveal the location to us. You wouldn't believe it, but it was actually Mum who let that one slip. Ginny giggled. Of course, she forbid us all to talk about it, even to each other, but you know from experience how well that went over. Fred and George have finally invented their version of the nose-biting teacup for their shop. Theirs is better than the one from Zonko's. Not only does it try to bite whoever drinks from it, but it makes little noises and hops around like it's trying to challenge the person to a duel. Of course, if there is any tea in it, it all splashes out. It's brilliant. Mum, I think, has finally gotten over the fact that Fred and George are going to be at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes for a long time. Business is booming, and she doesn't try to forbid them to make new products anymore, although she does shout when one of them interferes with whatever she is trying to do. You know what else, Harry? We all reckon that Ron and Hermione have got together. By something Ron let slip yesterday when you woke up, we gather that Pig could get to the Grangers with his eyes closed and one wing tied behind his back by now. Hermione is actually spending the holiday with her parents, for once. They insisted, and she does miss them quite a lot. When you get up and around, you ask Ron about it. And you had better tell me what you find out. Taking a breather from her chatter, Ginny looked around. There was really no more gossip she could tell Harry right now. She cast about for something else to talk about. Enjoying being alone with her friend and knowing that once Ron, Fred and George woke up, she wasn't likely to get another opportunity like this for today or the rest of the summer, for that matter. She lowered her voice. Maybe it was a good thing that Harry wasn't hearing a word of her banter, for she had something she wanted to get off her chest, but she wasn't sure if she was really ready for Harry to actually know. Maybe telling him while he was asleep would put the idea in the back of his mind without him ever knowing how it got there. Dean and I split a few days ago. He sent his L the day before you came here and said that if all I could talk about was you, then maybe we should just be friends. The funny thing, Harry, is that I didn't feel too upset by it. I mean, I like Dean, of course. But I was starting to wonder if I really felt that way about him. And I can't really blame him. I think I have been rather unfair to him, but the fact is that I have. I've been so worried about you that I really couldn't think about anything else. I can't blame him for being jealous, I suppose, although I don't really know if there is anything to be jealous of. All I do know is that when I thought you might die, it drilled a hole right through my heart. You can't ever leave me. I mean, leave us. We love you, Harry. With these words, Ginny was finally spent. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew that she'd had that whole one-sided conversation simply to get that last sentence out. She leaned over and put her cheek to Harry's chest, and sat, listening oh, his steady heartbeat and shallow breaths. She didn't know why, but she had an indescribable need just to be close to him. As soon as the door had closed behind them, Molly rounded on Remus Lupin and demanded, "What happened to Harry? What was going on when I came into the room? Did he tell you?" Remus passed a hand over his weary eyes. "Molly, I'll tell you everything I know, but I want to see if Dumbledore is still here. There are a couple of things we should all talk about." Molly nodded nervously as they made their way to the drawing room, and she had to ask, "Remus, is he okay? What caused him to get so ill?" "Just a minute, Molly." They entered the drawing room to find Albus Dumbledore still sitting in the wing chair where Remus had left him. He was staring into the grate, but had Not started a fire as the room was already rather warm. He looked up as they entered. "Ah, Molly, Remus," he greeted them. "Have you anything to report?" They stared at him. Anything to report? That was an odd way to ask about Harry. As if he were just another piece of business for the order to discuss. "Harry told me what happened to him this summer, Albus," Remus began. "And there are some things that happened that you should know about." Albus nodded, and gestured for both of them to sit down. "First of all," Remus began, "Harry was not trying to hurt himself, as I had initially feared. He was trying to eat. But he said that every bite made him sick, and I think eventually he got too weak to even try." "And the gag? The bruise?" Molly wondered. "Harry tied the gag around his mouth himself, Molly." Molly gasped. She had been fully expecting to hear that his uncle had done it. "Why?" "Apparently he was having nightmares, and he woke his relatives one night when he woke up screaming. That's where the bruise came from," Remus answered. His voice was as calm as ever, but he was gripping the arms of his wing chair so tightly in suppressed rage that his knuckles were white. He said that he thought it would be best for him to stifle any sound, and since he couldn't use magic, he tied the T-shirt around his mouth. "How horrible," Molly whispered. Albus Dumbledore had yet to comment. So far, nothing Remus had said surprised him. He knew that Harry had a tendency to have nightmares, which was the only outlet for the fears and regrets the boy kept bottled up during his waking hours. He also knew that for the most part Harry tried to stay out of his relatives' way. After his uncle had hit him, he would have tried any way he could not to wake them again. "Why didn't Harry say anything?" Molly asked desperately. "Last summer hardly a day went by when he wasn't demanding that we come and take him away and tell him what had been happening with you-know-who. I wondered the same thing. And he said that he didn't want us to come for him, that people are safer when he's not there." Albus turned suddenly to look at Harry's guardian. Something in the man's voice suggested that Harry had more reason than usual to think something like that. "Did he say why, Remus?" he asked. "He said he'd been hearing things, a voice inside his head that told him if he didn't give in, more people would die. And that his head had been hurting the entire time he heard it." Albus sighed. Ever since Harry had awoken so terrified, so broken, he had feared something like this. "Voldemort," he said softly. "I'm afraid so," Remus answered. "At first, I thought it was Harry's guilt that was speaking through his nightmares. But it appears there is more to it than that." Molly was shaking, her face white. "I thought you said he was safe, Albus. That's why he had to stay there, because you know who couldn't find him, couldn't hurt him while he was there. We should never have sent him away." Her voice started to rise. Albus held up a hand to silence Molly. "Throughout Harry's life thus far, Privet Drive has been the one place Voldemort could not find him. Make no mistake, he knows the location well enough. But the wards around the house have made it impossible for him to harm Harry or his relatives while Harry is there. It would appear that while Voldemort has not been able to physically penetrate the wards, he at last found a way to break past them and into Harry's mind. He is a very skilled legilimens, as you are aware. So you believe that you know who has actually been speaking to Harry all summer?" Molly asked the headmaster. "In a manner of speaking, yes, that is what I believe," Albus said sadly. For his own part, he regretted that he had not better protected Harry. But he had believed that he was safe at Privet Drive, what with the blood protection, the powerful wards surrounding the house, and the members of the Order keeping a constant watch. Quote, "Harry feels as though Sirius's death was his fault, as you both know," Remus said. "I cannot imagine what he has been going through," and as if that wasn't enough, he had Voldemort's voice in his head, telling him that Sirius would not be the last to die. He did not mention the prophecy, for it would be Harry's choice to tell Mrs. Weasley when he was ready. What mental defenses Harry would have been down significantly after his ordeal at the Department of Mysteries and the loss of Sirius. It would have made it easier than usual for Voldemort to break into his mind, Dumbledore said. "And why? Oh, you thought sending him to those people would help him become stronger, did you? Thought that being all alone with no one to care for him would keep him safe, did you? He should have been here with us." Molly's voice rose again, and both Remus and Dumbledore could hear the blatant anger behind her words. "Molly, please," Remus said softly. "There was no way we could have known." "No, Remus," Albus interrupted. Molly is right to a certain extent. I put too much faith in the wards surrounding his aunt's house and in the blood protection itself. I do not know, however, if we would have been able to prevent this, even here. His voice was incredibly sad, and he felt the heavy weight of Harry's distress on his mind. Was that what happened as Harry woke up and why he suddenly became so terrified? Remus asked. I was afraid so at the time, Dumbledore answered, and what you have told us only confirms my suspicions. I think when Harry was so deeply unconscious his mind was unreachable, and Voldemort was unable to find him. When Harry began to come around enough to hear our voices, Voldemort was able to break back in as well. What are we going to do? Molly whispered. We have to help him. The first thing to do is to get him healthy again. Madame Pomfrey has left potions that will allow Harry to eat and help his body recover from the dehydration and starvation that it went through, Remus answered. Harry needs to see his friends, to be with them and with us. He should not be left alone, even for a moment, until he becomes strong enough to try to resist Voldemort. Molly nodded. I will come daily to work with Harry on building his defenses against him, Dumbledore added. I am afraid I made a mistake last year in assigning Severus Snape the task of teaching Harry occlumency. The discord between the two prevented Harry from being able to properly block Voldemort from his mind. It seems you have been making many mistakes when it comes to Harry's well-being, Molly broke in, glaring at the headmaster. Molly! Exclaimed Remus. I will not deny it, Dumbledore answered softly. But Molly, I care for Harry more than you could know, and the mistakes I have made have always been because I care for him so much. I must return to Hogwarts. I have some preparations I need to make for Harry's training. I will come to begin Harry's training tomorrow morning. All three stood, and Dumbledore swept quickly from the room. Molly and Remus looked at one another, and both were struck by the immense weight of sadness in the other's eyes. It was going to be a long road for Harry. And even with all the help they were willing to give him they were afraid it would not end happily. I'm telling you, Ginny, nothing is going on between me and Hermione. Ron's voice was half angry, half amused as he looked at his sister's playful face. She's just worried about Harry like the rest of us, and since she can't be here, someone has to tell her what's happening. You've been writing every day. Come on, just let me see one of her letters. If it's all about Harry, what do you have to hide? Ginny teased. Don't be stupid, Ginny. You don't go around reading other people's owls. Why not? She's saying the same things to you that she's saying to me, right? That she's glad to be with her parents, but would rather be here, that she's worried about Harry and she's been reading loads of books about losing someone you love. That's all she's writing to you, right? Ron's ears were beginning to take on a red glow, and Ginny knew she was getting to him. She hadn't been around 6 older brothers her entire life without learning how to get under their skins. Get off it, Ginny. You're not going anywhere near my letters from Hermione, he said defensively. All right, then, Ginny said cheerfully. I'll just write to her and ask what's going on. You know, we are girlfriends, we tell each other everything. She smiled. That's a brilliant idea, said a hoarse voice from the bed in the middle of the room. Harry! Ginny exclaimed, hurrying over to his bedside. It was the first time she had seen him awake since he had arrived at headquarters 5 days before. Harry! Ron echoed, going to the other side of the bed. How are you, mate? It's about time you woke up. Harry smiled at his two friends, the first real smile on his face since the beginning of the summer. I'm a bit thirsty, actually. Ginny hurried off to get Harry a glass of water, and Ron rolled his eyes. I see how it's going to be, then. You get to lie around and we get to do all the work. Right. What else can I get for you, sir? Harry grinned again. Well, he said, pretending to think about it, I could use some good reading material. Been writing any letters lately? Ron gaped at him. Here they had all been. Worried sick about Harry since the beginning of the holidays, and the first thing he says to Ron is to tease him about letters from Hermione. I'm only joking, Harry said, actually enjoying Ron's disbelief. It felt good to be with his friends, to be talking about something fun rather than the dark, foreboding topics he had discussed with Remus and Dumbledore since he had woken up. The dreamless sleep potion Remus had given him had done him a world of good. For the first time all summer, he had been able to sleep restfully and peacefully for close to 10 hours, no voices, no nightmares. Just blissfully quiet sleep. To wake up in the middle of a playful row between Ron and Ginny made him feel that much better. Ginny came back into the room with a tall glass of water, closely followed by Mrs. Weasley, who had a kind smile on her motherly face. "Harry, dear," she said, stooping to give him a gentle hug. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, thanks, Mrs. Weasley." Harry took a sip of the water Ginny offered him and found that, rather than making him feel sick as it had when he was at the Dursleys, it felt cool and refreshing going down his throat. He was still very weak, though. And his hands shook so that the water spilled a bit. Mrs. Weasley took the glass from him. "There now, let's just take it one step at a time, shall we?" She turned to the side table and picked up the steaming plate of sausage and eggs she had made for him that morning. It was still hot and fresh due to the warming charm she had cast. "How about a spot of breakfast, then?" "Breakfast?" Ron snorted. "Mum, it's 5 o'clock at night." Quote, "I know that, dear, Mrs. Weasley answered him. But Harry's only just awake. I thought that breakfast food might still sound good. Does it, Harry?" Harry suddenly looked uncertain. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley," he answered hesitantly. "But I don't think I can eat all that much." He still didn't feel hungry, although the potions that Madame Pomfrey had given H.I.M. had restored quite a lot of his strength. "Nonsense, Mrs. Weasley said sternly, remembering her vow that she would get him healthy again, no matter what. "Harry, you must eat. You don't have to eat much to start. But I insist you eat no less than half of what is on this plate. Those potions help you feel stronger, but every body needs good meals to stay strong and healthy." She sounded almost like the mother of a 3-year-old who has refused to eat anything but chocolate. "Now," she said, "you just name what sounds good to you, and I'll have it made in a jiffy." Harry remembered what Professor Lupin had said that morning about Mrs. Weasley's determination to feed him, and knew that this was a battle he would not win. "This looks fine, Mrs. Weasley. Thanks." He reached for the plate, but to his surprise, Ginny took it from her mother and held it slightly away from him. "Don't be silly, Harry. You need help," she said gently, sounding remarkably like her mother. "I can lift a fork, can't I?" said Harry indignantly. "Ginny, Harry's not going to let you feed him like some invalid," Ron said, laughing. "Why don't we help him sit up a bit straighter and put the plate in his lap?" "Quite right, Mrs. Weasley said approvingly. She added more pillows behind Harry's back, and took the plate from Ginny, settling it squarely on Harry's thin legs. "Now eat up, Harry." Harry could tell Ginny was embarrassed. And he wanted to keep the conversation light. "Thanks anyway, Ginny. If I ever need someone to feed me, though, you'll be the first person I ask." He blushed suddenly. What on earth had made him say that? He glanced sideways at Ginny and saw that she was blushing too. "I'd better, she stammered, her cheeks flaming, go send an L to Hermione. You know, so she'll know you're better." Ginny left the room quickly, Ron's astonished gaze following her out. What in the world was that all about? Ron said wonderingly, and exchanged a glance with Harry that plainly said, "Girls." Mrs. Weasley was beginning to have an idea what was happening, but she held her peace. Ginny and Harry would have to figure this one out on their own. "Right, Harry," she said firmly, settling back into the old armchair. "Eat." Quote. Half an hour later, Molly nearly plowed over Remus Lupin as she came out of Harry's room with his plate and glass. Knowing that Ron and Ginny would be with Harry when he woke up and that seeing his friends would be good for Harry, Remus had finally gone up to his third-floor bedroom to get a much-needed rest. "Remus," Molly said, stopping short and almost dropping the dishes. "Did you have a good rest? You look better." He did look better. The bags under his eyes had diminished and they seemed to be a bit brighter and less sad than they had been before. "I did, Molly, thank you. I see you finally got Harry to eat something," he said, indicating the plate. "Yes," Molly said in relief. "He couldn't eat all of it, but he managed about half of his eggs, a piece of sausage, and some toast." Quote. "That's wonderful," Remus smiled, knowing how important it was to Molly that Harry begin to eat normally. He lowered his voice. "How does he seem? He hasn't had any problems since he woke up?" "Then, no," answered Molly. "He seemed happy to see Ron and Ginny, and he and Ron have been arguing about Quidditch again. I take that as a good sign." "It is indeed. I told the children to keep the conversation light for now. Harry doesn't need to be made to talk about his experiences until he is considerably stronger. That is probably a good idea. He will. I'll talk to them when he is ready to do so. Molly nodded. Are you going in to see him now? Yes, Remus answered. Tomorrow's the full moon, so I wanted to spend as much time with Harry as I can before I have to leave for a couple of days. Quote. Molly nodded again, feeling pity for Remus as she always did when the full moon came. She had heard that werewolf transformations were extremely painful, and knew that the man hated what he became once a month. Have you been taking the wolfsbane potion this week? Yes, Severus has been kind enough to provide it for me. I've never been much at potions. 2. Tomorrow night I will go up into my room and sleep away the time as a wolf, but I won't be allowing Harry or anyone else to see me, just in case. He shuddered. They both jumped a bit when they heard a large crack coming from Harry's room as the twins apparated there from the kitchen, where they had arrived from the fire in their shop on Diagon Alley. Molly smiled. She was used to her son's choice of professions now, even proud of them. And knew that their boisterous presence could only cheer Harry up even more. Nothing was dull when Fred and George were around. Have you spoken to Arthur today? Remus asked. Not today. He's been dealing with some situation involving a Muggle eclectic lamp enchanted so it gives anyone near it a bad sunburn. Remus grimaced. Anti-Muggle pranks had been on rise lately and had become more vicious, from what he could gather from Arthur's news from his job in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic. I'm sure he'll get everything sorted out, he always does. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt at the sound of a hoarse yell from inside Harry's bedroom. Remus pushed past Molly and hurried into the room, expecting to find RRY in the throes of another mental attack from Voldemort. Instead, he was surprised to find Fred, George, and Ron doubled over in silent laughter as Harry rubbed his nose with one hand and held a struggling china teacup in the other. His lap covered in tea. He had shouted only in surprise and slight pain from the teacup's bite. Now that he had recovered from the shock, he was grinning. That was wicked. He complimented the twins. I had no idea you made one of these. It's better than the Zonko's one, too. Fred, George. Everyone turned at the sound of Mrs. Weasley's furious voice from the doorway. What in the world were you thinking? Harry needs rest. He is in no condition to play test dummy for your joke shop. Sorry, Mum, said George, plainly struggling to keep a straight face. He just thought he could do with a bit of a laugh. Then tell him a joke. Honestly, where is your sense of responsibility? You come in here where Harry is still lying sick in bed, and you play this kind of prank on him. He needs his rest. Now all of you, out. She bellowed the last word, and knowing that she was going to keep ranting at them if they stayed, Fred and George apparated with another loud crack. You too, Ron. I can't believe you let them do this. Now go and find something to do until dinner, and leave Harry to his rest. But, Mum. No buts, Ronald Weasley. I want you out of this room. Now. With a disgusted look at his mother, Ron left to go find Ginny. He had some of his own teasing to do now. Harry, dear, are you all right? Did you get burned? No, Mrs. Weasley, answered Harry, still grinning. I reckon they made sure the tea was cool before they gave it to me. All right, dear. Why don't you have a rest for a while, then? I'll bring you up a spot of dinner in a couple of hours. Remus, will you stay until then? Remus nodded, and took his usual place in the old armchair. Molly picked up the dishes again and left to go do a bit of housework and start on dinner. Do you need sleep, Harry? Remus asked him after he had helped Harry change into another pair of pajama pants and given him a dry blanket. No, I'm not tired. Was one of those potions you gave me this morning for dreamless sleep. Remus nodded. Sorry, Harry, but I thought you could use a real bit of rest. Thanks, Harry said softly. He was still feeling happier than he had in weeks, but seeing his former professor brought back some of the pain he had forgotten while he was joking around with the Weasleys. Remus began, Harry, just as Harry said, Professor. Harry gestured that Remus should go first. He began, Harry, how about if we drop the professor bit? I haven't been your teacher in over 2 years. You may call me Remus, or even Moony, if you prefer. Harry smiled slightly at him. It would be strange to call his old professor by his first name, but he knew it was something he could get used to. Okay, Mooney, he said, trying it out. He found he liked the sound of it. Remus patted him on the arm. There, that wasn't so hard, now was it? He said lightly. Now, there is something I would like you to know, and to agree to. Harry was curious. What was it that Mooney wanted him to agree to? Okay, he said. Sirius, like all of the members of the Order, had a will, and he was very definite on a few points. At the mention of Sirius, Harry's slight grin faded complete. To be replaced by the sad look Remus had already come to know all too well. I know it's hard, kid. But you need to know a few things. Harry nodded that he should go on, knowing that there was not thing he could say to make Mooney stop talking about Sirius. The most important thing he wrote in his will had to do with you. With me? Harry asked. Yes, concerning your guardianship. Harry was surprised. He knew Sirius was his godfather, of course, but he had always thought the Dursleys were his guardians. He must have had a confused look on his face, because Remus continued, yes, the Dursleys have always taken care of you. If you could call it that. He paused, trying to quell the anger he always felt at the thought of the Dursleys. But in the magical world, wills are binding and cannot be questioned. In your parents' will, they specified that Sirius was to be your guardian if anything happened to them. Sirius signed the will, and that made it binding. Sirius was your legal guardian, even though you had to live with the Dursleys all those years. Even if he hadn't been sent to Azkaban, Remus and Harry both winced. Even if he had been free, you most likely would still have had to go to the Dursleys. For your own protection. Harry nodded. He knew all about the blood protection now, and since Sirius hadn't been related to him by blood, it would not have been in effect if Harry had stayed with him. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how different things would have been if Sirius had been around while he was growing up. In Sirius's will, he specified that if anything were to happen to him, I would become your guardian, and I agreed. Harry stared at him. This was certainly not what he had expected when Remus said he wanted to talk to him, mainly because he had not known that Sirius was legally responsible for him. When he thought about it, though, it made sense. Remus was Sirius's closest friend and was the last remaining marauder, because no one considered Peter Pettigrew to be one anymore. Harry, I am now legally your guardian until you reach the age of 17. I signed Sirius's will, and it is a binding magical contract. However, I wanted to see what you thought of it. If you would rather the Weasleys, his voice trailed off. No, Mooney, Harry cut in. You were my dad's and Sirius's best friend. If Sirius wanted you to be my guardian, then that is what I want, too. Only what, Harry? Only, do I have to go back to the Dursleys? Voldemort got to me there, you know he did, so I don't know what protection they still offer me. Maybe AF. Tear Voldemort took my blood in the graveyard 4th year, it doesn't work anymore or something. Remus sighed. He certainly didn't want Harry to have to go back to Privet Drive, but he knew that he could not promise that he wouldn't have to go back. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it, all right. I just don't know the answer to that question. Harry nodded. It was the answer he had expected. Even if it was not the one he had hoped for. There's also the question of Sirius's personal belongings and his money, Remus continued, wanting to get the subject off of the Dursleys. His money? Harry asked blankly. He had known that Sirius's family had been wealthy, but he had never even given it a thought. He left you everything, Harry, Remus said with a trace of a smile. Well, almost everything. He left a tidy sum of gold for me, and some for the Weasleys. But you were his main beneficiary. But I don't need Sirius's money, Harry protested. My parents already left me more than I need. Talking about Sirius's fortune had made Harry feel like he had profited off Sirius's death, and it was an uncomfortable feeling. Harry, I know how you feel. I felt the same way when I first found out what he had left for me. Remus said softly. However, if you don't accept the inheritance, it will automatically go to his next of kin. In this case, that means that the Black Fortune would be split between the Malfoys and the Lestranges. No, exclaimed Harry. Sirius would never have wanted that. Precisely, which is why he left everything to you. You are a wealthy man now, Harry. And I know that would make Sirius happy. He wanted to make sure you were always taken care of. Harry nodded, knowing that he had little choice. He could never let Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange get their hands on anything that had belonged to his godfather. The money has been left in trust for you at Gringotts until you come of age. All you need to do to access it is talk to me. I'm the executor. I don't think I'll need it for a long time. I still have most of the money my parents left me. That's fine, Harry. Just know it is there if you need it, and that you have nothing to feel bad about in using it. This is what Sirius wanted. Harry cast about for a change of subject. He couldn't bear to talk about Sirius any longer. So, when am I allowed to get out of bed? He asked. Adam Pomfrey will come tomorrow morning to check you out. She'll let us know, but I dare say it won't be too long now that you're getting your strength back. Harry nodded, but the talk about Sirius's will had made the lead weight in his heart grow even heavier than it had been before, and he felt the despair rising up inside of him again. Almost as if it had been waiting for Harry to feel this way, his scar suddenly burned like fire. And he clapped his hands over it, what color he had draining from his face. Remus started and stood up quickly, grabbing Harry's chin and forcing the boy's troubled eyes to look up into his own. Harry, look at me. Harry, are you all right? Harry's eyes rolled back up into his head, and his entire body started to tremble. Lupin sat down on the bed next to him and took him by both his shoulders. Harry, fight this. You have to fight it. Listen to me. It's Moony, I'm here with you. You're going to be all right, but you have to fight. Harry could vaguely hear Moony's voice, but his words were drowned out in the hateful hiss that now filled his mind. The werewolf will be next, Potter. Are you ready? And after that, it will be the Mudblood and the Blood Traitors. None will survive. They will all die at my hand. I look forward to it. Oh yes, the pleasure of taking them down is something I have been anticipating for a long time, almost as much as the pleasure of destroying you. Give yourself up, Potter, and I may spare their lives. Harry's entire body jerked, and Remus watched, horrified, as Harry began to moan. No, you can have me, but leave them alone. Harry, no, Remus shouted, desperate to get through to him. Fight. Push him out of your mind. It's all a trick, Harry. Don't give him what he wants. Fight it. He shook Harry's shoulders slightly as Harry tossed his head back and forth, his scar feeling like it was going to burn a hole straight through his head. It is all down to you, Potter. Your godfather did not have to die. If you had only given me what I wanted, he would never have had to come for you. It is your love of playing the hero that killed him, do not be so foolish again. You will never defeat me. Harry, Remus shouted again, terrified of what this attack was doing to him. Fight it, Harry. You're stronger than this. You have to fight. The attack lifted as suddenly as it had begun, and Harry fell back onto his pillows. Completely limp, his eyes closed. Remus took a cool cloth from a bowl of water and mopped Harry's sweaty forehead with it. Harry had fainted. Remus never heard the soft whimper coming from the door, which had been left open a crack. Ginny Weasley stood on the other side of it with a deck of exploding snap cards in her hand, her face white and tears running down her cheeks. She had come just in time to see the whole thing. I saw Harry awake for the first time this morning. He seems all right. Mum said he got sick and couldn't eat, and those muggles didn't even notice that anything was wrong with him. I don't understand why Harry has to go back there every summer. But Mum says there's no other choice. At least he's here with us now, and they are not going to send him back this holiday. We all wish you were here. We could really use your brains trying to figure everything out with Harry. I know you are happy to be home, but do you reckon your parents would let you come to visit? Ginny's starting to suspect something's up with you and me. She's always on about it. Will you please tell her nothing's happening so she'll leave me alone? This is between us for now, right? Everyone else is doing okay here. Send your new owl back when you get a chance. Ron. Just as Ron was rolling up the small scroll of parchment to send to Hermione, he heard a soft knock at his door. He groaned inwardly. He knew it would be Ginny wanting to tease him for writing to Hermione again. He hastily attached the letter to Pig's leg and opened the window to send the owl on his way. And he opened the door. He was not at all surprised to see Ginny, but it was immediately apparent that she had not come to tease him. Her hand was clasped tightly around a pack of exploding snap cards, and she was shaking. Her face pale white and tear-stained. Ginny, Ron asked in confusion, Ron, she began, but the tears welled up in her eyes again and she could not seem to form any other words. He led her into the room and she sat on the edge of the bed Harry had slept in the previous summer. "Blimey, Ginny, what's the matter?" Ron asked. He didn't think it could be about Harry. They had fought him less than an hour ago and he had been doing well, almost back to normal. Maybe it was about Dean. Ron had never approved of that relationship, but Ginny hadn't talked about Dean since before Harry had arrived. So Ron really didn't know what to think. "I saw, something was happening." Ginny struggled with her words, her fear showing plainly on her face. "Harry, having a dream or something?" "I don't know." So it was about Harry. Ron felt a jolt of fear for his best friend. He had seen Harry go through a lot and had been right beside him most of the time. But this time, Harry seemed almost unreachable. As if whatever was plaguing him was inside of him rather than a threat from the outside, a threat from Voldemort. Ron wondered if Sirius's death and everything Harry had to go through. The past 5 years was finally pushing his friend past his breaking point. "What is it?" Ron asked softly. Ginny sniffed and wiped her eyes on the sleeve of her t-shirt. She could not fall apart. It was obvious that Harry needed them more than he ever had. "I went to his room to see if he wanted a game of cards," she started. "I sort of thought he might like the distraction, since I heard Mum sending you, Fred, and George out." "Yeah, Fred and George gave Harry one of their biting teacups." "Mum wasn't too thrilled about that," Ron said. "Right," Ginny said, taking a deep breath. "Anyway, the door was open a bit. And Professor Lupin was talking to Harry. I was just about to knock when Harry grabbed at his head all of a sudden, and Lupin started shaking him and shouting." Lupin was shouting at Harry. Ron was confused. That didn't seem like the even-tempered professor that he had come to know. Harry's eyes rolled back like he was having a fit, but then he started talking, I guess, but his voice didn't sound right. "What did he say?" "He said something like, 'You can have me, but leave them alone.'" "Ron, what did he mean by that? Who was he talking to?" "Lupin kept shouting at him to fight it, but I don't understand." "Fight what?" Ron bit his lip, thinking hard. Pieces of the puzzle were starting to fall into place, and he wished that Hermione were there to help him sort this out. She would have figured it out immediately. Harry becoming so sick on Privet Drive that he couldn't eat, Dumbledore spending every spare moment in Harry's room, the haunted look in Harry's eyes, and the fact that the adults in the house would not let Harry be alone even for a second, even when he was sleeping. "You know who," he muttered. How could he have been so stupid? How could he have not seen what was happening to his best friend? "What?" Ginny jumped off the bed and began to pace. "Ron, what are you talking about? You know who, here. You're barking." "Ginny, shut up for a second and let me think." The wards around Privet Drive, coupled with the blood protection from Harry's aunt, should have been enough to keep Harry safe from any kind of attack from you-know-who or the Death Eaters. But what if it wasn't? What if you-know-who had been able to break into Harry's mind the way he had done when he tricked Harry into going to the Department of Mysteries? This was bad, it was much worse than Ron had suspected. And he didn't like to think of what Harry had been trying to deal with all alone on Privet Drive. Of course, Harry didn't like to tell people what he was feeling. He always thought that he had to go it alone, stupid prat. Ron screwed his face up in thought, and Ginny waited a moment before she broke in. "Want to clue the rest of us in on what's happening?" Ron hesitated. Harry had never been as open with Ginny as he was with Ron and Hermione, but without Hermione there, Ron needed someone else to talk to. He noticed then, for the first time, that Ginny was hardly a little girl anymore. She was going into her 5th year, after all, and Ron thought of all the things he, Harry, and Hermione had been through by the time they reached 5th year. Perhaps he could confide in Ginny about this. "Ginny, you know how we found out that Harry's dream, or vision, or whatever you call it, about Sirius in the Department of Mysteries was a trick?" "Yeah," said Ginny slowly. "You know who made him think Sirius was in trouble to get him to come?" "Right." Harry said Dumbledore reckoned that you-know-who had figured out that Harry could break into his mind after Harry saw the attack on Dad. Ron shuddered. He still didn't like to think of that. And he also figured out that if Harry could break into his mind, he could do the same thing. "You-know-who can read Harry's mind?" "Sort of," Ron answered thoughtfully, wishing again that Hermione was here to sort through all of this with him. Snape was trying to teach Harry how to block him, but it never really worked. Harry kept having the dreams, and until the thing with Sirius happened, we all kind of thought it was a good thing, because, you know, Harry saved Dad's life with it. We couldn't understand why everyone wanted it to stop. If it hadn't been for Harry, Dad would have died, Ginny whispered. Yeah, said Ron almost as softly. But Ginny, I think that you know who has been getting into Harry's head again. I think that is what made him so sick. Maybe that's why he couldn't eat or sleep properly. But you know who can't get to him when he's on Privet Drive? Ginny exclaimed. That's why he has to go there. I know that, Ginny. But what if he found a way to do it? Maybe Harry's only having nightmares again, Ginny suggested. Who wouldn't, after all he's been through? Was Harry asleep when went all strange? Ron couldn't think of a better way to put it. That was Hermione's department. No, Ginny answered, her face starting to register even more fear than before. No, he was awake, talking to Professor Lupin. He looked okay, and then he. Against her will, Ginny's eyes started to fill again as she thought of the scene she had witnessed. His dreams almost always happened late at night. After he had been asleep for a bit, Ron answered. I know that because I was usually there when they happened, since we share a dormitory. If you say he wasn't asleep at all, then I don't know how it could have been one of his dreams. Even when he had the dream about Sirius, it was when he had dozed off in his History of Magic OWL. Ron, I'm scared, Ginny said, the SLIGH test trace of panic in her soft voice. Me too, Ron answered, somewhat astonished with himself that he would mention his fear to his sister. How can we help him? I don't know. He seemed okay when we were all in his room, making jokes and talking about Quidditch and stuff. I think right now we just need to be there for him. Ginny nodded. What her brother said made sense, and she couldn't help but notice how much more intelligent and understanding Ron seemed when he wasn't being overshadowed by Harry's heroism and Hermione's brain. As Ron got up to write another letter to Hermione, she made a promise to herself that she would help Harry through this. She was sick of watching on the sidelines as her brother and even Hermione bumbled their way around Harry. He needed someone to take care of him. And he had saved her life in her first year. She owed it to him. Harry, dear, Mrs. Weasley called cheerfully as she entered his room. You have some visit, she broke off suddenly. Harry was curled into a ball under his covers, clearly asleep, and Remus Lupin was sitting on the edge of his bed, one hand on Harry's thin shoulder, the other covering his own eyes. She crossed the room quickly, and Nymphadora Tonks, Alistair Moody, and Arthur Weasley came into the room after her, halting when they saw the scene. Harry looked almost as drained as he had when he had first arrived at headquarters. And the peaceful look he had worn when he was talking to the Weasley children had vanished. He looked drawn and pale again, and his forehead and fringe were damp from sweat. Remus. Molly put a hand on his arm. What's happened? Is Harry all right? Remus looked up at her, his eyes sad and worried. He's all right now, Molly. Voldemort's broken into his mind again. I saw it happen. But the wards, Arthur protested feebly. How could you know who get past the wards? How could he find Harry? I don't know, Arthur, answered Remus. All I can think is that maybe Voldemort no longer needs to know Harry's location to break into his mind. Tonks interrupted. But time and space matter in legilimency. It's one of the basic principles. If Voldemort didn't know where Harry was, how could he find him to break into his mind? Quote. Alistair Moody answered in his gruff voice, if Voldemort could find Harry here, the place would be swarming with Death Eaters. He suddenly looked suspicious. Why at the people gathered in Harry's room? The same could be said about Privet Drive, Moody, Remus reminded him. And from what Harry has said, I have to assume the same thing happened there. Voldemort. RT must have at least found a way around the wards mentally, even if he couldn't get to him physically. The boy has got to learn occlumency, Moody growled. Write quickly, too. Dumbledore is coming every morning starting tomorrow to work with him on that, Molly answered. If anyone can teach Harry all he needs to know in a short amount of time, it's Dumbledore. The others nodded in agreement. Harry's eyes began to flutter. And the attention in the room snapped to him as though attached to a rubber band. Watch her, Harry, said Tonks, trying to sound like her cheerful self and failing miserably. Harry's eyes widened as he saw the 5 people surrounding his bed, looking at him like he were some kind of exhibit. Hi, he said hoarsely. Harry, how do you feel? Molly asked him gently, giving him a soft hug as he struggled into a sitting position and reached for his glasses. All right, answered Harry. He noticed Mooney looking askance at him, but thankfully he didn't say a word. Holding himself to what he had said to Harry, that he could put up whatever kind of front he wanted for the others. Is there anything you need? Remus asked in a businesslike tone. No, Harry said, looking down at his fingers, which were working the bedcovers nervously. Do you need a potion for your headache? Remus prodded quietly. You have to take your others as well, so it would only be one more. Harry nodded, still not pulling his eyes up to look at the group. Remus went to the dresser and pulled 3 small bottles out of the assortment. Harry, this one is the strengthening potion, this one is the nutritive potion. And this one will help your headache, okay. Nothing fancy this time. Harry knew he was referring to the dreamless sleep potion that he had been given that morning. He was almost tempted to ask for another dose of that, but he remembered from potions class that an overdose of that could put him into an irreversible sleep. As Harry drank his potions, the adults in the room let out a collective sigh of relief as the color returned immediately to Harry's face and his eyes lost some of their dullness as his headache vanished. How are you feeling, son? Arthur asked, calling him son automatically. He was not as demonstrative as Molly, but he also thought of Harry as one of his own children. Better, thanks, Mr. Weasley, Harry answered, his voice sounded less hoarse and more like the voice they were used to. Those potions really work fast. He attempted to smile at them, but the smile did not reach his green eyes. Excellent, exclaimed Tonks, recovering some of her normal exuberance. Madame Pomfrey's pretty good, isn't she? I remember when I was at school I got in the way of a bad hair-growing jinx. I looked like an old man by the time I got to her, hair everywhere. But she set me to rights in seconds. Yeah, Harry agreed. She's really great. Harry, dear, Molly said. Professor Dumbledore will be here tomorrow to start working with you on your occlumency. We'll have this taken care of before you know it, so you just hang in there. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley, Harry answered, looking down at his hands again. Even though he felt better, he could not forget Voldemort's threats on the people he held dearest. He really had no right to expect help from them, they were in danger just by being near him. Remus seemed to read Harry's mind, and he said, Harry, we are all here to help you, like it or not. There's just not anything you can do about it. Right, said Arthur determinedly. Tonks, Molly, and even Moody nodded their agreement. I think that Harry's probably ready for dinner, Molly proclaimed, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Harry could almost see her daring him to argue with her statement. I've got a treacle tart baking. I know it's your favorite. Harry nodded. Remus, Tonks, Alistair, would you like to come and help in the kitchen? Molly asked, although it wasn't really a request. Remus needed some time to recover from what he had seen Harry going through, and Molly knew that Harry was not yet close to Tonks or Moody and probably preferred to be with someone more familiar right now. Arthur can stay here with Harry. All right. Lupin looked very reluctant to leave Harry's side, but he agreed. They followed Molly out of the room, leaving Arthur behind with Harry. As they were closing the door behind them, they heard Arthur ask, how about a game of chess, Harry? Ron says you're quite good even though you can't beat him. Don't worry about it, I can't beat him either. Molly was relieved, she thought, that Harry could use a calm diversion from such serious conversation, and she was right in thinking that Arthur would be just the person to provide him with it. He had always had a way of helping his children cope with difficulties without overwhelming them with conversation, and she hoped the same would be true for Harry. Think of it as similar to building a fortress or a castle, Dumbledore coac. Head as Harry sat in a straight-backed chair brought up from the kitchen, his eyes closed tightly. Sirius's bedroom was lit only by 3 candles on the dresser because Professor Dumbledore wanted Why to start his training with as few distractions as possible. They would work up to a point at which Harry would be able to close his mind in any environment. Concentrate on the walls to your fortress brick by brick, making certain there are no cracks. Can you see your wall? Harry nodded almost imperceptibly. Think about the door to your fortress. It should be a strong door, not easily penetrated by enemies. The door to Hogwarts, Harry mumbled, visualizing the huge doors which made the school seem at once welcoming and secure. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Yes, that is good, Harry. Now, if you have your fortress built, see yourself walking up to the door. Set a password in your mind. Only you may enter and none other. Dumbledore saw Harry's lips move silently. He is truly a remarkable boy, Dumbledore thought. The old headmaster had rarely seen anyone take so easily to meditation on their first try. He knew that Harry wanted very badly to succeed, and that was half the battle. When you have gone through the door, walk through your fortress. Notice how strong the walls are, impenetrable to attack. Follow the hallways to the deepest, most secure room. Leave your thoughts there, under lock and key. If you have succeeded, no one will be able to access your thoughts but you. Dumbledore knew that his explanation of the mental defenses had been simple, but he did not want to overwhelm Harry on their first day. Once Harry had the basic idea, they could strengthen his defenses further. Are you ready to try it? Harry nodded, his eyes still shut tight. A few moments later, to his great surprise, he felt Dumbledore's presence in his mind, gently probing, nothing like the violent jolt he had felt last year when Snape had practiced on him. Harry's surprise was so great that he did not even try to resist. A voice spoke in his head, the memory of Voldemort's attack on the previous evening. The werewolf will be the next to die. No, Harry shouted, and the voice stopped abruptly as Dumbledore left his mind. Harry had not forced him out, but the headmaster wanted to start slowly. When Harry became upset, he lifted the spell voluntarily. Also, Dumbledore had been so somewhat shaken by the voice in Harry's memory. He had known that Harry's mind was being attacked, but hearing it for himself was a different story. How did you do that? Harry asked blankly, looking at Dumbledore, who was gazing at him through his half-moon glasses with an inscrutable expression on his face. You never even said the incantation. I wasn't ready. He had not wanted the headmaster to hear what Voldemort had said. He didn't want anyone to have to hear that. Professor Snape is an extremely accomplished occlumens, Harry, but his legilimency skills are minor compared to those of Voldemort or even myself. A skilled legilimens can enter your mind without an incantation, even without your knowledge. With your very unusual situation, Harry, you must always be on your guard. You must, in effect, practice occlumency constantly. Harry felt tired just thinking about it. Professor, he said softly. I don't know if I can. You can, Harry, because you must. One of the things I have always admired about you is that you always find a way to accomplish what you need to do. This will not be an exception. It is not an easy task, but in time you will be able to accomplish it automatically. How am I going to be able to concentrate on occlumency all the time? Harry asked. It takes my whole mind just to imagine my fortress, much less try to keep Voldemort out. How will I do other things at the same time? You will not be able to at first, Harry. At first, you will live your life as you normally do, but as soon as you feel Voldemort enter your mind, go back to your fortress of thoughts and slam the door closed. You will become better at this as we practice. And Harry, please remember that Voldemort is baiting you with the things he says. He is trying to trick you into coming to him and making the job easier. You must not give in, Harry. As you grow stronger at occlumency, you will be able to push him from your mind, and you must not let your pain and your fear stop you from doing so. Harry's eyes, which had strayed downward as he thought of what he would have to do, snapped up to the headmaster. He did not know what to say to the look of sadness which crossed the old man's face. It is natural to fear losing those we love, Harry, especially in times like these. It is nothing to be ashamed of. But it's not just losing them, sir. My friends are in danger just because they are close to me. Your love and concern for your friends is one of your greatest attributes, Harry, but their loyalty to you is unwavering. Pushing them away will not make a difference to the amount of danger they might find themselves in, because they will continue to care for you, just as you will for them. Keep them close, Dumbledore advised gently. He knew his young student was tempted to withdraw from his friends to try and keep them safe. What Harry didn't realize was that if he did so, it would only increase the danger, for guilt and heartache were a gateway to dark magic. Harry did not want to talk about his friends, for at the thought of the danger they were in sadness welled up in him and he knew that he would lose control. Sir, I think I'm ready to try again, he said. Very well, Harry. Prepare yourself. Harry closed his eyes again and felt Dumbledore's gentle presence almost immediately. He concentrated with all his might on closing the doors to his thoughts and denying entrance to his mind. He could feel himself start to sweat as he pushed against the invasion. A few moments later, the pressure lifted, and Harry opened his eyes to find Dumbledore looking at him again. A mixture of pride and satisfaction on his face. "That was excellent, Harry. We have made a good beginning," he praised. "Now, what I would like for you to do is to take a few mom's several times each day to shore up your mind, to make it stronger. This is especially important right before you fall asleep, for that is when you are most vulnerable to attack." Harry nodded. It was not so different from what Snape had told him to do when they had practiced occlumency during 5th year, although Snape had not told him how to do it. "Now, Harry, before I return to Hogwarts, is there anything you would like to discuss? Anything you need to ask?" Harry was startled. It was very rare that Professor Dumbledore gave him that kind of invitation, especially since he had spent most of the previous year avoiding Harry's eyes and refusing to speak with him at all. However rare it might have been, though, Harry had no desire to confide in the headmaster. "No, sir," he answered. Dumbledore sighed. He knew that the rapport he had once shared with Harry had all but shattered during the previous school year. He was glad Harry still trusted him enough to learn occlumency from him. Trust between teacher and student was essential in this branch of magic, but he wished the boy would confide in him. He wanted nothing more than to help Harry with the immense burden on his young shoulders, and he would help him. But it would be much easier to do so if Harry would let him back into his heart. 2 days later, Harry was finally free to walk about the house. He was still somewhat weak. But Madame Pomfrey had visited and decided that Harry was well enough to move, and that some exercise would actually speed his recovery. Harry was glad. He was tired of his bedroom and the gloom-miness that seemed to settle over everyone when they came and saw him trapped in bed. Ginny had spent more time with him than anyone else, owing mostly to her resolve that she would be there to help him. They passed most of their time playing exploding snap or gobstones, and she was one of the few members of the household who did not pressure him to talk about his feelings. She simply sat with him and tried to keep his mind off things, hurrying to get him anything he needed. Harry was surprised to find that he liked spending so much time with her. She was easy to be with. His occlumency lessons with the headmaster had continued each morning, and after only 3 lessons, Dumbledore had complimented Harry on his progress. He was now able to push the old wizard out of his mind completely, but he still had to have time to prepare his defenses before he was able to block intrusions. He practiced each day, but it had not been enough to stop the next attack on his mind. He had felt the searing pain in his scar only half a second before hearing the voice that haunted his dreams. "Do you like the little girl, Potter? Are you starting to care for her? You cannot protect her from Lord Voldemort. She was mine once before. And she will be mine again." Ginny had been sitting with him when it happened, and as soon as she saw the telltale signs of the attack she ran to the door and screamed for her mother. Molly had her own way of dealing with the attack, and it was not in any way similar to Lupin's shaking and shouting. She had sat down on the bed with Harry and pulled his stiff body into one of her bone-crushing hugs, whispering soothingly in his ear that he was safe with her and everything was going to be all right, and she had rocked slightly back and forth as she rubbed his back. Ginny was not sure if the motherly milksop helped. It had not seemed to stop the attack any sooner than Lupin's shouting had, but she didn't question it. So far, nothing had seemed to help. After the attack, Harry had lay still on his bed for nearly 2 hours before Molly left the room quietly to get his dinner and force him to choke some down. She could see that Harry's body was getting stronger. And she was not about to stop until he looked the way that a 15-year-old boy should look. After the food and his normal round of potions, Harry had seemed better and had had a chess match with Ron as if nothing had happened. When Harry and Ron had finally walked into the cellar kitchen, nearly a week after he had arrived at headquarters, he was greeted by the smiles of the Weasleys, Tonks, and Moody. Bill jumped from the table to help Harry into a chair, and he sat down gratefully. When had it become such a long walk between the bedrooms and the kitchen? "Harry, mate, good to see you." Fred greeted him as soon as he was seated. After the biting teacup incident, Fred and George had only been allowed in Harry's room when either Mr. or Mrs. Weasley was present to make sure they did not prank him. As a result, the twins had mostly stayed away, only popping in for a few moments each day to say hello. Have some butterbeer. He handed Harry a goblet, and Harry looked at it suspiciously. No pranks this time, Harry. Mum would do her nut. Mrs. Weasley glared at Fred while the rest of the table chuckled appreciatively. Molly's temper was legendary among the inhabitants of number 12, Grimmauld Place. But they all took it in stride. They knew that even when she was shouting, she loved them all dearly. Molly's face relaxed after a moment, and she smiled fondly at Harry. It is good to see you up and around, dear. Dinner will be on the table in a minute, and Remus should be joining us soon. Harry took a sip of butterbeer and felt the usual sensation of his insides warming pleasantly as it went down his throat. It felt good to be drinking something besides water. Because of his dehydrated state when he had arrived, Madame Pomfrey had allowed nothing else, not even pumpkin juice. Moony joined everyone at the table a few minutes later, looking as tired and haggard as he always did after the full moon, but happy to see Harry out of bed and looking better. He took the hair next to Harry and clapped him softly on the shoulder. "All right, Harry?" he asked. "All right, Moony," Harry grinned. It felt wonderful to be sitting here among his friends after the confines of Sirius's bedroom. And in spite of his fatigue, Harry felt rather happy and content. The worries of the world seemed far away as Molly and Tonks, who only spilled a little of the gravy, set a huge supper of roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and vegetables on the long table. Molly noticed with some satisfaction that although Harry did not consume as much as Ron had, he did almost clear his plate of chicken and potatoes. And when the pudding had come out, he had taken a bit of it and seemed to enjoy it. Soon after the pudding, however, Harry's face started to grow pale and he swayed slightly in high seat as Fred and George were describing their day in the shop at Diagon Alley. Remus noticed this at the same time as Molly, and the two exchanged a glance, reaching an unspoken agreement that Remus would take Harry upstairs and sit with him tonight. "All right, everyone, say good night to Harry. He still needs his rest," and Madame Pomfrey said to take it slowly at first, Molly proclaimed. Harry was grateful that he had not had to leave on his own. He felt it would have been rude, when everyone had come to see him and Mrs. Weasley had cooked such a good dinner. There was no denying that he felt very tired. He had not really believed Madame Pomfrey's predictions that even an hour spent sitting at table would wear him out, but now he understood how little strength he really had. "Night, mate," said Fred and George together. "Good night, Harry," said Ginny, smiling at him. "I still want that exploding snap rematch tomorrow." "Night, Ari," said Ron, whose mouth was full of his fourth helping of pudding. Bill and Charlie both shook his hand briefly, and Arthur clapped his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Sleep well, Harry." Molly was the last to say goodnight. She gave him a gentle hug as he was walking out the door, whispering, "If you need anything, dear, all you have to do is ask." "Night, everyone," Harry said as Remus supported him slightly, one hand around Harry's waist. "Thanks for dinner, Mrs. Weasley. It was delicious." Upon reaching Sirius's bedroom, Harry took his potions, changed back into pajamas, and settled into bed comfortably, glad to see Moony take his seat in the old armchair once again. "So, how have you been these last few days, Harry?" "I've been okay," Harry answered, and then, seeing the suspicious look on Moony's face, added, "Really, Moony, I have. I'm feeling a lot better now than I was." "I'm glad to hear that, kiddo." Harry was startled. No one besides Sirius had ever called him, kiddo. Remus noticed the look on Harry's face. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing," Harry mumbled. "It's just that Sirius called me, kiddo. It was weird hearing it from someone else, that's all." Remus sighed. "I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't realize." "It's okay," Harry said quickly. He didn't want to talk to Moony about Sirius tonight. He just didn't feel like he was ready to do that yet, and he could not bear to see his sadness mirrored in his guardian's eyes. "Do you want to talk about?" "No," Harry interrupted. "Not tonight, Moony. Please." For a moment it looked as though the older man was about to argue, but he just couldn't bring himself to force anything out of Harry at the moment. "All right, Harry," he conceded. "But when you are ready, I am here." "Thanks," Harry answered. For a few moments, they sat in uncomfortable silence, Harry looking down at his hands. Remus staring into the fire he had lit in the grate. Remus finally broke the silence. "How have your occlumency lessons been going?" Harry was glad to talk about something that did not involve Sirius. Not bad. I think I've learned more from Professor Dumbledore in 3 days than I did all last year with Snape. Lupin smiled slightly. Harry sounded so much like James had when he talked about Snape. You really should call him Professor Snape, Harry. You know that, right? I don't like him much either, but he is on our side, and he is your teacher. Are you sure he's on our side? Harry asked. That was something that had been bothering him since 4th year, when he had found out that Snape was a Death Eater who had changed sides in the First War. I am certain of it, Remus answered definitely. Why? That's another story for another time, Harry, but suffice it to say that no matter what my personal feelings are towards him, he is working for the Order at great risk to himself. Harry frowned. With their new openness, he had been hoping to get some information out of Moony, but one look at his guardian's face told him that this particular subject was closed. Not Anting to stray into dangerous waters tonight, Harry told Remus all about his lessons with Dumbledore, even bragging a little that he could manage to get the headmaster out of his mind within seconds now. That's quite an accomplishment. You know, Remus said. Professor Dumbledore is probably the most advanced legilimens in the wizarding world. To be able to push him out of your mind is quite a feat. Harry smiled at the praise. But clarified, well, I can't do it all of a sudden yet. I have to know that it is coming so I can prepare. That is how you learn, Remus assured him. If you keep progressing at this rate, by the end of summer, occlumency will come as naturally to you as flying a broomstick. He carefully avoided mentioning to Harry that he knew Harry had not been able to stop Voldemort's attack the previous day. In his wolf form, Remus was able to hear unusually well, and had heard Ginny's calls for her mother when it had happened. How are you sleeping, Harry? Moony asked this next question cautiously. He knew Harry had not woken up screaming, but he could still see hints of the black bags under the young wizard's eyes. Okay, Harry answered. Is that the truth, Harry? Remus asked him firmly. Harry looked at his hands. Well, I haven't had any visions or anything. But I keep having the same nightmare, the one about Sirius falling through the veil. It was the answer Remus had been expecting. I know, Harry. I know, he said heavily. He briefly considered telling Harry that he had experienced similar nightmares at the beginning of the summer but decided it was just as well to leave the subject closed. No one else knows, Harry said anxiously. There is always someone in here with me, but usually when I wake up, they're asleep and don't hear me. I haven't been screaming like I did at the Dursleys. Harry unconsciously touched the side of his face. The bruise was completely healed, but it would be a long time before Harry forgot the hatred in Uncle Vernon's eyes that night. Harry, you have my word that what you say to me will remain with me and me only, Remus promised him. If, for some reason, I feel it necessary to tell someone else anything you have said, I promise I will let you know before I do. All right, Harry nodded, feeling very grateful to Lupin at that moment. No one had ever made that promise to him, not even Ron and Hermione. Thanks, he mumbled, and Remus noticed that his eyes were beginning to droop. I think it's time you got some sleep, Harry, Remus told him. I'll be here all night, so if you need me for anything. Feeling safer and more content than he had in weeks, Harry turned on his side, pulled his blankets up over his body, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Remus Lupin, unlike Harry's other minders, did not sleep, but simply sat with Harry, watching him. A few hours later, when the boy began mumbling and broke out into the sweat that always accompanied his nightmares, Moony was there, smoothing his hair back from his face and mopping his brow with a cool cloth. Harry did not wake, but he seemed to sleep more calmly afterwards. For that, Remus Lupin was grateful. Relative to the first 3 weeks of summer, the final week before Harry's 16th birthday passed fairly uneventfully. Under Mrs. Weasley and Remus Lupin's watchful care, the Weasley children's moral support, and Professor Dumbledore's tutelage, Harry's physical and emotional well-being improved dramatically. Only once had Voldemort attacked Harry's mind, and because of the headmaster's occlumency training Harry had been able to force him out within a few seconds. The effort involved had sent him back to bed for the rest of the day, but Harry had been encouraged and even proud of himself for managing the feat. Due to Mrs. Weasley's wonderful cooking and insistence that Harry eat 3 square meals each day, Harry had gained enough weight that he lost the gaunt, unhealthy look he had when he had arrived the day before Harry's birthday. Madame Pomfrey had pronounced herself satisfied that he was healthy once again, and had allowed Harry to stop taking the potions she had prescribed. She did, however, discreetly leave a few vials each of headache potion and dreamless sleep potion in Lupin's care, after he had told her quietly that Harry still had considerable trouble sleeping. The dreams had not stopped, but they rarely morphed into visions. They were simply nightmares, and while they were plenty bad enough for a normal teenager, Harry actually felt a bit of relief that Voldemort seemed to have given up trying to invade his mind. It also helped that whenever Harry woke up, he would find either Mrs. Weasley or Lupin dozing in the armchair by his bed, ready to help him if he needed it. Although he was starting to find being constantly watched a bit irritating, he had to admit to himself that when he woke in the night, he was glad they were there. Ginny and Ron were nearly always at Harry's side during the day, and he found that he did not mind their company. It felt more like they were just spending time with him like they would at Hogwarts than watching him, even though he knew that Mrs. Weasley still insisted that Harry never be alone in case of another attack. They played games, talked about school and Quidditch, wondered about OWL results that would be coming for Ron and Harry soon, and even did chores around the house. Harry, of course, was not required by Mrs. Weasley to help with the chores, but he found that the mindless tasks were a welcome distraction from his troubles, so he often helped Ron and Ginny clean out dusty old cupboards, sweep floors, and even scrub the toilets. All in all, Harry was feeling happier than he had since before the end of term. As he drifted off to sleep on the eve of his 16th birthday, he finally felt as though things were not quite as bleak as they had seemed before. 9 a.m. on the last day of July found Arabella Figg strolling down Wisteria Walk on her way home from buying cabbage from the local grocer, her carpet slippers slapping the pavement in a shuffling cadence. Her mind was not on the walk, which she made every morning, but on one of her cats who had fallen ill. Imagine her surprise when she found, standing on her front stoop and trying to look as inconspicuous as possible, Petunia Dursley, dressed in her suburban swife best and sporting her usual pursed lips. Mrs. Figg stopped in her tracks and stared. What in Merlin's name was Petunia Dursley doing on her front stoop? Mrs. Dursley, she inquired, trying to sound polite, but not able to completely mask her surprise. I want to know how he is, Petunia snapped with no preamble. I know you are one of those freaks he hangs around with. I have known it for years. The sooner we get this over with, the better. Mrs. Figg was completely taken aback by this statement. Petunia Dursley had never shown any sign before of caring about Harry's welfare. Was she actually concerned about him? Or was something else going on? Of course, won't you come inside for a bit? Quite hot already, isn't it? She babbled in her confusion. I will not be staying more than a few minutes, Petunia said bluntly as she followed the batty old lady into the house. Her pointed nose wrinkled as she smelled the combination of cabbage and cats that permeated Arabella Figg's home. And she scanned the cluttered decor with obvious distaste. I only want to know if the boy is alive or dead. I have a right to know. Of course you do, Mrs. Figg answered. The problem is, I don't rightly know. I'm afraid that I haven't talked to anyone since a few days after they took him away through my fire. In her fluster, she didn't even think to offer her neighbor a cup of tea. He was alive then. Yes, and they expected him to make a full recovery, the squib answered, confused even further when she saw no sign of emotion, relief or otherwise, cross Petunia's face. I'm afraid they don't often remember to keep me informed, you see. My job is to watch out for Harry, and when he is not here. Petunia nodded curtly. I want to speak with them. I know you can make that happen. Well, Mrs. Figg wondered if Petunia Dursley, a muggle, was permitted to use the Flow network, or if she was even able to. That old man, the one with the revolting eye, Petunia began. I want to speak with him or with that other man who came and took Potter. You don't want to speak with Harry? Mrs. Figg asked tentatively. Of course I don't want to speak to him. Why would I want to speak to him? He's the reason my family has been tossed into the middle of this mess. Petunia was growing extremely impatient. Dudley would be awake soon, and she needed to be back at number 4 before he realized she was gone. She would have come earlier, but she had to wait until Vernon had left for his office. Mrs. Fig was startled. No, she was more than startled. She was completely shocked. Mrs. Fig. Petunia began haughtily, no more respecting the woman in front of her than she respected the people who cleaned the toilets at the market. I want to speak to someone, and I do not have all day to wait. If you want that boy to return to my home next summer, you will contact one of the men I wish to speak to. Mrs. Fig simply stared at her, slightly offended and completely befuddled. She knew the boy had to return to Privet Drive next summer, and she could not see any way to avoid fulfilling this rude woman's request. Right, she muttered. We'll just have to use the flow. Fine, Petunia snapped, not knowing or caring what the ridiculous word, flow, referred to. Quickly, then, Mrs. Fig moved to her fireplace. Petunia watched, completely unimpressed, as the old woman grabbed a handful of glittering powder from a flower pot on her mantel, tossed it into the grate, and muttered something unintelligible as she got down on her knees and stuck her head right into the emerald green flames. Because Dumbledore himself had never told Petunia Dursley the location of headquarters, she could not understand the woman's words, but she honestly did not care. She watched as Mrs. Fig kept her head in the fire for a moment and then nodded curtly when the old woman leaned back out, shaking soot from her hair and rubbing her forehead, announcing, "Someone will be here in a moment." Remus Lupin and Molly Weasley sat in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, planning the small gathering that would be held that evening in honor of Harry's 16th birthday. Molly had sent Ron, Ginny, and Harry upstairs not 5 minutes before, telling them that their task for the morning was to clean Buckbeak's room and keep the hippogriff company for a while. The animal had not had proper company since Sirius's death, and it had been a good excuse to make sure Harry stayed out of the kitchen and occupied while the preparation was going on. I don't think it would be wise at this point to startle Harry, Remus advised. No, of course you're right, Molly answered. It will only be a small, quiet dinner with all of us. I will bake a cake of course, and he'll have his presents. Remus nodded. Maybe Fred and George could bring in a few jokes from their shop. I believe Harry would enjoy that diversion, as long as they agree not to do anything that would startle him too much. Molly was saved having to reply to this request by the flash of emerald green flame in the kitchen grate and a loud yelp when Mrs. Fig's head collided violently with the copper teakettle on the trivet. Arabella, Remus asked, jumping to remove the teakettle from the fireplace. Is something wrong? Do you need to talk to Albus? No, no, the old lady answered, and I can't stay in here long. This is murder on my knees. What is it? Molly asked anxiously. She was suddenly afraid for Harry, even though she knew he was safe upstairs and that Ron or Ginny would have gotten her straight away if anything had happened to him. Well, I can't rightly explain it, but I've got Harry's aunt here and she insists on speaking to one of you. Says she wants to know how Harry is, but she doesn't want to talk to him. She was quite adamant about that, actually. Petunia Dursley wants to speak to one of us. Remus asked in bewilderment. Whatever for? He did not believe for a mo. Meant that the woman was concerned about her only nephew, something else was going on. Even as he tried to remain calm, he could feel the pent-up anger he had felt towards the Dursleys all summer simmering dangerously close to the surface. I don't rightly know, Mrs. Fig answered. She said that if we want Harry to go to her home next summer, she insists on speaking to one of you now. Oh, I will speak with her, Molly snarled, her voice dangerously low. Molly, stay calm, warned Remus, although he was clenching his fist so tightly that his knuckles were white. Can one of you come here, then? Mrs. Fig pressed. She won't leave until you do, and I've a sick cat to mind. Right, Arabella, said Remus. You may tell her one of us will be along shortly. Mrs. Fig nodded and her head disappeared from the flames. Molly and Remus simply stared at each other for a moment before Molly whispered in barely contained rage, I'll go, Remus. I've a few things I want to say to that woman. Quote, that is precisely the reason why you will not go, Molly. We cannot risk anything negating the blood protection, Remus answered with a forced, steely calmness in his steady voice. I will go. We'll both go. Don't be silly. You know that one of us has to stay here, Remus reminded her gently. I will go, and I will tell you everything that is said as soon as I return. Besides, the children will find it far less suspicious if I leave than if you do. Molly knew that was true. Since Harry had recovered, Remus often left headquarters to speak to Albus or to perform some duty for the Order, while she usually stayed at the house, taking care of everybody and helping to manage the constant stream of messages between Order members. She hesitated and then nodded. "But you tell her, Remus, you tell her." Molly could hardly get the words out, she was still so furious with the Dursleys. "All right, Molly," Remus said in the same calm voice. He was just as furious as she was, but both of them knew that he was much more likely to keep his temper than she. "Let's just see how this goes." He took a handful of flow powder and threw it into the flames, saying clearly, "Arabella Figs," and stepped into the fire. Showing the first sign of apprehension, Petunia Dursley took several steps back as the flames in Mrs. Fig's fireplace burned green again a few moments later, and the thin, hard-looking man she had seen with her nephew stepped out of the fire. He did not even look at her at first, making rather a show of brusquely brushing soot off of his faded brown robes and greeting Mrs. Fig. Finally, he turned to her. "You wished to speak to someone about Harry," he stated quietly. "Yes," Petunia answered, and then quickly recovered her usual haughty, snappish attitude. "You dropped the boy on my doorstep. Leave him in our care, and then take him away at your own whim, without even the courtesy of letting us know if he is alive or dead. You seem to forget that it has been my family, not your kind, who has taken care of him all of his miserable life." Remus closed his eyes and took a deep breath, willing himself not to lose his temper with Harry's aunt. He pointedly ignored her claims of having cared for Harry in any way, and answered in a low voice, "Harry is alive, Mrs. Dursley, and is expected to make a full recovery. Now, if that is all you wanted to know, I'll just be." "That is certainly not all I want to know," Petunia almost screeched. "I want to know what caused him to get that way, or who caused him to get that way. I want to know if it had anything to do with that man. That man who killed my sister." Her voice lowered by the end of the sentence, and Lupin thought that he might have detected a note of emotion when she said the word, sister, but he could not be sure. Remus hesitated. He had to tread very carefully here. If he said the wrong thing, she was sure to forbid Harry to come back to Privet Drive, and that would make Harry an open target to Voldemort with the remaining blood protection negated. He decided that for the time being a half-truth would have to do. "Mrs. Dursley," he said, his voice clipped. "About a week before he came back to Little Whinging, Harry went through a horrible ordeal with Voldemort." He shot a warning glance at Mrs. Fig, who had gasped when he said the name. He also had to watch as his godfather, the closest thing he can ever remember to a caring parent, was murdered. Quite understandably, Harry has been having a rough time of it. "I know about the nightmares," Petunia informed him coolly. "The boy told me about them." Remus almost lost his temper. "Was that before or after your husband hit Harry around the head so hard that it caused his face to bruise, Mrs. Dursley?" Petunia looked away from him and did not answer the question. "Harry also had vivid flashbacks during his waking hours," Remus continued, willing himself to calm down and telling her something that, if not quite the truth of Harry's condition, might explain it sufficiently enough to satisfy her. "These flashbacks left him physically and mentally weak, and the food you gave him made him sick." "The food I gave him was perfectly good," Petunia snapped, assuming that Remus was making a slur on her cooking. "That is not the point," Remus answered. "You asked how Harry came to be in the condition we found him in while under your care, and I have answered. Will that be all?" "No," Petunia said softly. Lupin could detect, for the first time, some fear in her voice. "I want to know if that man Voldemort," Remus prompted, causing Mrs. Fig to gasp once again. "I want to know if having that boy stay with us is going to cause that man to come after my family." "Mrs. Dursley," Remus began, "while Voldemort is still alive and at large, there is no family in the world, magical or non-magical, that is safe. You may not understand it, but Harry is our greatest hope in defeating him once and for all, and by keeping him safe. You are helping to ensure not only the safety of your own family, but the safety of countless other families as well." Petunia had not been looking for that answer. All she wanted to know was that Vernon and Dudley were going to stay safe if she allowed Harry houseroom for one more year. This thing, she could not bring herself to say the word magic. "This protection you say the boy has. Will it keep us safe as well? You will be as safe as Harry is while he is with you, Lupin answered quietly. Blood magic is a powerful magic, and as I am sure Headmaster Dumbledore explained to you. When your sister Lily gave her life to protect Harry, he remains safe while he can still call home the place where her blood resides. Petunia nodded, and with a curt glance at her thin gold wristwatch, she turned and hurried from the room without another word. Dudley usually woke around mid-morning, hungry for breakfast, and it was already nearly 10. Remus watched her go and swore softly, biting back the barrage of words he wanted to throw at her back. He could not fault her for her concern for Vernon and Dudley, but he was immeasurably angry that not a modicum of that concern extended to her nephew. He sighed, told Mrs. Fig goodbye and that they would contact her again in a few days, and flowed back to headquarters. Harry, Ron, Ginny. Come down for dinner now. Molly called up the stairs. Harry grinned at his two friends, knowing that he was actually heading down to his first ever birthday party, and the three trooped downstairs. Now, Harry, warned Ginny. You'd better act surprised, or else they'll all think I told you. Well, you did, Ron commented, and then, imitating Ginny's voice, said, Oh, no, Harry, nothing's going on. Well, almost nothing. Well, it's supposed to be a surprise, you know. Harry chuckled at this. Ginny, despite all of her experience dealing with her older brothers, was still useless when it came to keeping secrets under pressure, and he had to admit to himself that he had enjoyed teasing her until she told him why they hadn't been allowed in the kitchen all day. He had no idea about the conversation Remus had with Aunt Petunia that morning. Molly and Remus had decided that they did not want to spoil his birthday party, and would talk to him about it at another time if they needed to talk to him about it at all. Ginny didn't really tell me anything, Ron. He teased. Only that it was a surprise, and it was going to be in the kitchen, and that it had something to do with my birthday. Ginny blushed, and then blushed even more when she realized how much Harry had been making her blush during the past week as his normal personality had begun to return to him. When they reached the kitchen, Ron and Ginny let Harry go through the door first. He looked around and saw the Weasleys, Tonks, Moody, Lupin, Dumbledore, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Professor McGonagall, and Hermione. No one shouted, surprise, or made any sudden movements. They all just stood grinning behind the table, which was loaded down with food, a huge birthday cake, and the biggest pile of presents Harry had ever seen. Hermione. Harry heard Ron exclaim as he came in behind him. Mum didn't tell us you were going to be here. Harry noted with some amusement that Ron's voice had gone all high-pitched at the sight of their friend. Hermione rushed around the table. But before she greeted Ron and Ginny, she threw her arms around Harry's neck in a tight hug. Oh, Harry, I've been so worried. Are you all right? How are you feeling? Harry staggered a bit under the force of the hug, but hugged her back all the same. I'm fine now, Hermione. Really? He assured her. She finally broke away from him, gave Ginny a quick hug, and then turned to hug Ron. Harry and the rest of the people in the room couldn't help but notice that her hug lasted a little longer than was strictly necessary. All right, you four, Mrs. Weasley said. No reason to stand around in the doorway. Come on in, and let's get this celebration going. The food, as usual, was fantastic, and Harry thought he had never done anything so much fun as blowing out the candles on his beer. Day cake in one huge huff that made him gasp. The only cake he had ever been given on his birthday had been the small cake that Hagrid had brought 5 years before when Harry had turned 11 and found out he was a wizard. After everyone had been served cake, Harry opened his presents. He was amazed at the sheer number of them. So this is why Dudley gets so excited about his birthday, he thought. In truth, though, as excited as he was about the presents, just the fact that all of these people had come to celebrate his birthday was the most wonderful feeling in the world. Fred and George, of course, gave Harry a huge box full of merchandise from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, compliments of the owners. Bill and Charlie gave him a sleek silver carrying case for his firebolt which had anti-theft detection. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny gave him an old-looking box with a large gold key to keep any special possessions safe and hidden, and Ron gave him the usual box of Honeydukes chocolates and candies. Hermione, Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley, and Professor McGonagall presented him with an assortment of books on defense, as well as a copy of Advanced Transfiguration. You will need that this term, Potter, McGonagall told him, smiling at him with something of a proud glint in her eyes. I will. Harry asked. OWL results had not come yet, and he knew he had to receive at least, exceeds expectations, on his Transfiguration exam to make Professor McGonagall's NEWT class. McGonagall nodded, but would not say anything else on the matter even when Hermione mutely pled with her from across the table. Harry's last gift was an oddly shaped, squashy package from Professor Dumbledore. Harry couldn't think what it might be. The last package he had gotten from Dumbledore had been his father's invisibility cloak. He opened the wrapping and laughed when 4 pairs of heavy woolen socks, in an assortment of colors, fell into his lap. He looked up at his headmaster and saw the familiar twinkle in his eyes. A man can never have too many warm socks, Harry, Dumbledore said. I'm particularly fond of the red ones, he added. Harry felt a well of emotion as he looked at his friends, no, his family. From Bill with his long red hair tied back in a ponytail, to Hermione, who had tears sparkling in her eyes. Thank you, he choked. Just, thank you. You're quite well, Mrs. Weasley started, but was interrupted by Lupin, who exclaimed, Harry. Harry suddenly let out a loud yell and fallen to his knees, clutching his forehead. His face paled to a deadly white, and he swayed. Charlie, who had been standing nearest to him, caught him right before he hit the ground. For the first few moments of the attack on his mind, Harry tried to concentrate through the blinding pain in his forehead. Tried to close the doors to the fortress he had mentally constructed, tried to keep Voldemort out. But this time, the pressure was unlike anything Harry had ever felt before. It felt like a battering ram aimed directly at his soul. Happy birthday, Potter. It has been far too long. As he heard the dreaded voice echo in his mind, Harry felt the pressure increase tenfold. He knew the Dark Lord was delving deep into his thoughts. Looking for something. He pushed back with all his strength, but his defenses dropped completely when he heard another voice, a cold, drawling voice that he hated almost as much as the high, hissing one. Yes, yes. Happy birthday, Potter. It would not do to dispense with the niceties. The pain was staggering, and Harry could only vaguely hear the shouts of the people in the kitchen of headquarters as he fought to hold on to the last shred of his defenses, that locked room deep in his mind in which his most private thoughts were held under metaphorical lock and key. Lucius Malfoy's voice drawled on as Harry felt the seeping, insidious entrance of the Dark Lord into his most private thoughts, and he knew he could not win against this new, double attack. Not so easy to fight when there are 2 of us, is it? To think that your fool of a professor actually believes you to be a match for the Dark Lord. Harry could almost see Malfoy shaking his head, in mocking disbelief as his words slithered through the mind link. Somewhere else in his mind, a scene played from a long time ago. Dudley and Harry, only 5 years old, had gotten into a row over the remote control to the telly. Uncle Vernon had beaten Harry after giving the remote to his cousin, and had locked him into his cupboard. Young Harry cried at the injustice of it as much as from the pain of the beating. And he begged his uncle to let him out. Oh, dear, what a naughty little boy, Lucius Malfoy continued to drawl. Ginny Weasley, looking pale and almost dead, lay motionless on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets while Tom Riddle used Harry's wand to spell out, I am Lord Voldemort, in the air above her. That almost worked, Potter, but you managed to save the little girl. She will not be so fortunate next time. Voldemort's voice broke in smoothly. We will have her, Potter, as well as the rest of the blood traitors, Malfoy added. A tall, hooded figure with death rattle breath closed in on him. He felt cold, and he heard his mother's screams as all happiness was pulled away from him. Do you fear the Dementors, Potter? I will have to remember that. As Harry grappled aimlessly against the intrusion into the memories that had scarred him most deeply, he heard the ghostly voice of Professor Trelawney, weird and frightening as she revolved slowly atop the swirling liquid gas of Dumbledore's pensieve. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Harry heard Voldemort's triumphant hiss as Trelawney's voice faded into silence. The Dark Lord had gotten what he wanted most. The memories faded, all went black, and Harry knew no more. Albus Dumbledore pushed past the group surrounding Harry just as Charlie lowered the shaking teenager gently to the floor. Everyone in the room was horrified at what was happening to Harry. Besides Molly, Lupin, and Ginny, no one had ever seen it before, even if they had heard about it. Hermione and Ginny stood, holding each other's hands tightly, tears streaming down their faces as they silently sobbed. The 5 Weasley brothers and their father stood close together, staring at Harry, the freckles standing out on their pale faces. McGonagall stood stock still, her hand clapped over her mouth in horror, her eyes wide. Tonks, Kingsley, and Mad Eye stood on the other side of the table, unable to tear their gazes from Harry, although Moody's magical eye was searching the room wildly. Molly and Remus pulled Harry's stiff body into a sitting position, and Lupin shouted desperately for Harry to fight to keep his occlumency shield in place. Molly said nothing but held the boy to her, alarmed at his trembling and the sweat running down his neck. Dumbledore was the single person in the room that seemed calm. He knelt down next to Harry, put a gentle hand on his shoulder, and said softly, "Harry, remember, no one can get in if you don't want them there. You can fight this." His voice abruptly stopped as Harry's body seized, and Lupin and Molly were nearly knocked over with the force of it. "No!" Harry yelled, but his body suddenly fell slack into Molly's arms. He began to moan in a small voice almost unrecognizable as his own. "No, Uncle Vernon, don't hurt me. I'm sorry. Let me out, please, let me out." Molly's eyes filled with tears. She could easily guess that Harry was being forced to relive some of his childhood memories as Voldemort probed his mind. At that moment, she hated Vernon Dursley more completely than she had ever hated anyone in her life. Dumbledore's voice became more insistent, an almost fearful quality radiating out of him as he spoke. "Harry, you must fight him. Push back, Harry. Push him out of your mind. He must not stay. Harry." Harry did not respond in any way. His eyes fluttered as he said in a voice barely above a whisper, "Ginny, oh Ginny. Please don't be dead." Remus glanced at Molly, whose face had gone white with these words. The Weasley men turned as one to look at Ginny, now being supported by Hermione and looking as though she might fall if left to stand on her own. Arthur quickly went to them and took Ginny in his arms and held her close, kissing the top of her head. "Harry, you're giving him exactly what he wants." Remus shouted. "Fight it, Harry. You can do this. You must push him out of your mind, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was quiet again, but it held an edge of panic. Besides Remus, no one else in the room knew that Harry held the words of Sybil Trelawney's prophecy in his memory, and only Dumbledore guessed it was that which Voldemort was after. Remus was too concerned about Harry to think of it. "Mum," Harry moaned. "Mum, no." Remus gripped Harry's shoulder hard enough that it would have been painful had Harry been able to feel it over the pain in his forehead. "Harry, please," he whispered, terrified at what was happening to his charge. "You have to fight this. You just have to. Harry James Potter." Dumbledore thundered. Everyone in the room jumped at his sudden change in tone and volume. An aura of power surrounded the old man, who was determined to break this attack any way he had to. "Listen to me. You will fight this. You can push him out of your mind. Fight him, Harry. Fight." Harry, once again, made no response. His energy seemed completely spent as he mumbled, "The one with the power." He gave a great gasp as if struggling for air and fell, once again completely lifeless, back into Molly's arms. "It is over," Dumbledore said quietly, bending to examine Harry closely. He brushed Harry's fringe off his forehead, tracing the lightning bolt scar with his long fingers. Knowing that it was likely that Voldemort now knew the full contents of the prophecy. Why had not Harry been able to successfully keep his shield in place? He had done it once before. And Dumbledore could guess no sufficient reason for Harry's helplessness in this instance. He should have been able to push Voldemort out quickly, like he had last time. What was the difference? "He needs to be in his bed," Molly said softly, her arms shaking with the effort of holding his dead weight. "Bill, Charlie, get him upstairs and stay with him. He won't wake for some time yet. Ron, Ginny, Hermione. You go up with him too. I want him to see your faces when he does wake up. Fred and George, go to Hogwarts and find Madame Pomfrey. I am afraid Harry's going to need her again." Bill and Charlie supported Harry's weight between them and left the kitchen, followed by Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Ron and Hermione were holding hands now, and Ginny had her arms wrapped around Ursula. As tears continued to stream down her face. Mrs. Weasley knew that Ginny needed comfort, but she also knew that Bill and Ginny were very close, and Bill would be able to calm her down while the other adults talked. Fred and George, their identical faces more solemn than anyone had ever seen, threw flow powder into the fireplace, said, "Hogwarts," and stepped into the flames. Remus Lupin stood up and made to follow the group out of the kitchen, but Dumbledore said quietly, "Remus, you need to stay here for the moment. Harry will be asleep for some time. I promise that you will be there when he wakes. Everyone, please sit." Professor McGonagall, Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Mad-Eye Moody, Arthur, and Molly all found chairs at the kitchen table, which was still strewn with the remainder of the night's party. The presents and the cake looked out of place now, and the mood in the room was extremely heavy as they all looked to Albus Dumbledore. "I do not know," he began, "how Voldemort has been getting past the wards. I can only guess that the connection between himself and Harry has grown strong enough that he no longer needs to be near the boy, or even to know his location, in order to practice legilimency on him." "But the occlumency lessons," Professor McGonagall broke in. "Albus, you said the boy was doing well. He has been learning remarkably quickly. Just the other day, he was able to stop an attack by Voldemort within seconds of the onset, and he is able to force me out of his mind almost every lesson now. Then why couldn't he today?" Remus asked, his voice once again sounding tired and defeated. "I do not know, Remus," Dumbledore answered. "I do not know what was different about this attack. That is something only Harry will be able to tell us." "Will he remember?" Tonks asked. "Yes," Molly answered. "He is always able to remember, though it would be best if he could forget." "No," Moody growled. "It is best that he remembers, or he will never learn to push the intrusions from his mind." Molly turned to Mad-Eye angrily, about to retort, but Arthur put a calming hand on her arm. She hated that Harry had to go through all of this, and it made her blood boil. That they were discussing him as if he were nothing more than a pawn in this war, a weapon. Remus suddenly thought of the prophecy. He looked at Dumbledore. "Do you think?" His voice trailed off at Dumbledore's warning look. But his heart was gripped in fear when the old man gave him an almost imperceptible nod. So Dumbledore thought that Voldemort knew the prophecy, and Remus knew that meant he had the Dark Lord would stop at nothing to find Harry and to destroy him. Not, Remus reflected sadly, that there has ever been a time since Harry's reentrance to the wizarding world that Voldemort had not sought him. He was simply afraid that now Voldemort knew the real stakes he would redouble his efforts, and it would become almost impossible to keep Harry safe. "Kingsley, Tonks," Dumbledore began. "Until Harry returns to Hogwarts, we are going to need an increased guard around this house and around Harry if he leaves it. Can you organize some appropriate people to help us with this?" Tonks and Kingsley both nodded and got up to flow back to Auror headquarters. Professor McGonagall asked, "But school, Albus? What about when Harry is at Hogwarts? We can hardly expect him to travel the halls with a contingent of Aurors." Dumbledore answered heavily, "I have increased the wards around the school as much as I am able, and it would take much to breach them. In the meantime, we will all keep close watch on the situation for Harry's sake as well as that of the school itself." "Is there anything else, Albus?" Remus asked. "I really should be getting upstairs." "No, for now, this is all we can do. Everyone, be on your guard. Harry's situation has never been more dangerous." Although no one in the room but Remus knew exactly what the prophecy said, Harry's danger was evident. They all nodded. And after securing promises from Molly that she would tell them how Harry was when he woke up, Professor McGonagall and Mad-Eye Moody left the kitchen to go home. Molly turned to Dumbledore, who had also been preparing to leave. "Albus," she asked quietly, "what are you not telling us?" Dumbledore sighed. "Molly, I'm afraid I can say nothing more at present. When Harry is ready to talk about it, he will. And I know he will be ready soon. For now, though, I leave Harry in your excellent care. I must return to Hogwarts." Dumbledore turned softly to leave the room, and Remus followed him, intending to go up to Harry's bedroom immediately. Molly began cleaning up feverishly, continuing until Arthur put a hand on her shoulder and drew her into a tight hug. "Oh, Arthur," Molly said softly, the slightest catch in her voice. "How much more is he going to have to take?" Arthur had no answer. Ginny silently followed her brothers up the stairs to Harry's room, numb with shock. This attack, Kay, had been infinitely worse than the one she had witnessed the week before, and the pleading she had heard in Harry's voice when he had spoken of his memory of the chamber had rocked her to her very core. How dare anyone threaten Harry the way that Voldemort had? Even through her shock, Ginny started to feel anger unlike she had ever felt, a cold, simmering anger at Vernon Dursley, Voldemort, and anyone else who had ever tried to hurt Harry. He was just a teenage boy, like her brother Ron. Why did he have to go through all of this? Bill and Charlie lay Harry gently on his bed, and even in his stupor. Harry immediately turned on his side and curled into a fetal ball, trying to protect himself even in sleep. Charlie sat heavily in the armchair next to the bed, staring at Harry in shocked disbelief at what he had seen the kid go through. Bill, however, immediately turned to Ginny and pulled her into his strong arms. The affection from her brother was all Ginny needed to find release. She immediately broke into great, racking sobs against her brother's chest. Bill whispered to her, "Shish, little sis, it is going to be all right. Harry's okay now, he's only sleeping." Ron watched the scene as though he were miles away. He did not know how to help Ginny or Harry or anyone. He was grateful when he felt Hermione's cool hand slip gently into his own, and he looked into her frightened eyes, knowing that his mirrored what she was feeling. They had been through so much with Harry, but they had never seen him as broken as he had been downstairs. It brought a whole new dimension to Harry's existence. And any jealousy Ron had ever felt about Harry's fame melted into pity for his friend. "We have to help him, Ron," Hermione whispered. "I don't know what to do, but we have to help him somehow." Ron nodded dumbly, knowing that even Hermione's millions of books were unlikely to help Harry now. Ginny's sobs gradually faded into a soft weeping as Bill continued to hug her, wanting desperately to comfort the young sister he had grown up trying to protect. It was hard for him to do, though, because even his sharp mind was having trouble wrapping around what had happened tonight, and Bill sensed that Ginny's feelings for Harry had moved beyond friendship, beyond a crush, into a deeper love and a fierce determination to protect him. He knew it, even if she didn't. He knew this had to be hell for her. 2 weeks passed before Harry was able to get out of bed again. This time, Madame Pomfrey had said that it was not his body that was exhausted, but his mind and his heart. He spent most of his time in his room. Always with someone but still always alone, thinking about what had happened and about what he had to do. Voldemort, having gotten what he wanted, had not attacked Harry again. Harry supposed, as did Remus and Dumbledore, that he was busy planning and plotting on how best to ensure that the prophecy would be fulfilled in his favor. Harry was not afraid, however. He just wanted this to end, one way or another, so that he could try his hand at living a normal life. It was with this thought in mind that Harry finally got out of bed and started spending time with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny once more. Hermione had appealed to her parents to let her stay for the last few weeks of the summer, and they had reluctantly agreed. 2 nights after his confinement had ended, Dee and Harry had begun wandering the house. Remus marveled at how, although Harry always needed time to recover from his ordeals, he was always able to bounce back. Dumbledore had questioned Harry Leslie when he had awoken the day after his birthday. They had found out that Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy had staged a tandem attack on Harry's mind, although how that had been done was still a mystery. Lucius Malfoy was still in Azkaban when Dumbledore had checked with the Ministry of Magic. There was no way anyone knew of that he could have been with Voldemort that night. Dumbledore suspected that the Dementors had indeed revolted, just as Voldemort had claimed during the attack on Harry. Cornelius Fudge, however, continued to insist that the Dementors remained Azkaban in the Ministry's employ. He was still trying to politically recover from the disaster that had been you-know-who's public return in June, and would not admit that it was possible that anything else had gone wrong. Most likely, Dumbledore knew that meant that the Dementors were serving Voldemort in secret, and that was how Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy had managed to break into Harry's mind together. This was a completely unheard of use of legilimency. And Dumbledore had dedicated much of the past 2 weeks in research of different ways to achieve it. The fact that both Malfoy and Voldemort had broken into Harry's mind at the same time was not wholly unheard of, though it was unusual. It was the fact that, from what Harry had recalled, the two had been able to work together, to see the same thoughts. In effect, they had been able to work as one. For Harry, the effect had been disastrous. Two powerful wizards breaking into the mind at once would have been hard for even the most skilled occlumens to fight, and Harry had only been effectively studying occlumency for a few weeks. The worst part was that Dumbledore had yet to find out how they had done it, which meant that he did not yet know how to counter the attack. The headmaster continued to visit headquarters daily and to work with Harry on his occlumency each morning. Like Lupin, he had been worried when the boy had stayed in his room for so long. And then heartened when Harry had begun enjoying his time with his friends again. Dumbledore liked to remind himself how resilient the young mind could be, but in his darker moments he worried about the long-term effects this was going to have on Harry. So the last part of the summer wore on. Between the love of his friends, the help from his headmaster and his guardian, and the healing of time, Harry was becoming well once again. The first day of the last week of summer was brilliantly bright and hot. Not that Harry really noticed, he had not been outside of number 12, Grimmauld Place since his arrival a month before. Up until that day, he had not really minded. He had Ron, Hermione, and Ginny to keep him occupied, Moony to talk to, his occlumency lessons, and the interest of trying to listen in on several order meetings. Eavesdropping on the order had become even more difficult because Fred and George were now full members. With their newfound sense of responsibility, they had refused to lend the others a set of extendable ears and would not tell them what happened in the meetings. Surprisingly, the business-savvy twins had even declined Harry's offer to buy sets of them for himself, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. "Sorry, mate," George had insisted. "Order rules, you know. We're not even selling them in the shop. Imagine if Draco Malfoy got hold of a set." Harry was in a rather bad mood that morning. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Molly were all going to Diagon Alley to buy their new school things. Despite his persistent nagging and offers to go under his invisibility cloak, Remus and Dumbledore had denied Harry's request that he be allowed to go with the others. All of his friends had offered to stay, but he told them that there was no reason they should be cooped up just because he had to be. Strangely, Ginny had seemed almost disappointed. "Harry, hold still, dear," Molly said distractedly as she supervised a tape measure that was taking Harry's measurements for some new school robes. "It would be much easier if you would just let me go," Harry began. Remus broke in, "Harry, I'm sorry, but we've been through this and the answer is final. It is just not safe for you at the moment. And it would be less safe for everyone if you went." He felt bad about appealing to Harry's need to protect his friends, but he was afraid that Harry would do something rash. As Harry's guardian, he felt the weight of his responsibility and was rather apt to be stricter regarding safety than Sirius had been wont to be. "Besides, you won't be alone. I'll be staying here, and we can have a nice time on our own for a change. I've wanted to show you some of the defense books in the library here and to talk with you about your plans for the DA this year." Lupin had said the magic words when he had mentioned Harry's friends, and although Harry was not happy about it, he stood still while Mrs. Weasley finished measuring him, only muttering a bit under his breath, words that sounded remarkably like unfair and not a child. Molly and Remus exchanged amused smiles behind Harry's back. Even though they felt bad that he could not go with the rest of the teenagers, his be-born arguments and mutterings were just more proof that Harry was indeed returning to normal, or as normal as he ever was in any case. Just as Molly put away her tape measure, Hermione came rushing into the room, followed closely by Ron and Ginny. "Harry, they're here. The OWL results are finally here." She handed Harry a large parchment envelope addressed in Professor McGonagall's distinctive L.Y. spiky handwriting and signature green ink. "It's about time, too," Molly commented, smiling at the looks of nervous anticipation on Ron, Hermione, and Harry's faces as they held their letters, hardly daring to open them. "Minerva promised me they would be here this morning before we left for Diagon Alley. They've taken longer this year because so many of the professors are working for the Order, I suppose." Ron and Hermione cast sympathetic looks at Harry at the mention of the day's outing, but Ginny did not even seem to notice her mother's words. She was examining her envelope. Even though hers would not contain OWL results. Of course, she felt a strange sense of anticipation, and she couldn't put her finger on why the letter was making her so nervous. "All right, you three, what are you waiting for? Ronald, I certainly hope you have done better than your brothers. Mrs. Weasley was almost as nervous as the 6th years. She always wanted her children to do well, and she also hoped that this would be one more accomplishment that Harry could be proud of. Ron, Harry, and Hermione ripped open their envelopes in unison, and for a few moments, there was silence but for the crinkling of parchment as they read their results. Well, Molly prompted. Slowly, Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked up. She looked into their faces. Hermione, of course, looked ecstatic. They had all expected her to do very well, of course. Ron had a smile on his face, too, but Harry looked befuddled. Ron gave his mother his results, and it seemed for a moment as if she were going to jump up and down in delight. "Oh, Ronnie, how wonderful. 8 OWLs. Oh, I'm so proud of you." It was immediately evident that Mrs. Weasley had been rather worried that Ron would not perform well on his OWLs. Harry looked down at his parchment again, convinced that something would have changed since a moment before. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you of the results of your OWL examinations taken in June at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please remember the scoring standard as you read your results. O, outstanding. E, exceeds expectations. Acceptable. P, poor. D, dreadful. Scores of O, E, and a constitute a pass on each exam. Scores for Harry James Potter, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, are as follows. Transfiguration. E. Defense against the dark arts. O. Herbology. E. Care of magical creatures. O. Potions. O. Astronomy. A. Charms. O. Divination. P. History of magic. A. Congratulations on your achievement of 8 OWLs, Mr. Potter, with an overall score of exceeds expectations. Sincerely, Griselda Marchbanks. Also enclosed was Harry's annual school letter and book list. Surprisingly enough, however, the book list was completely blank. The reason for this was revealed as he read his letter from Professor McGonagall. Dear Mr. Potter, enclosed please find the results of your OWL examinations. Please select which 6 NEWT level classes you wish to take in your 6th term at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and indicate them on the checklist of classes available to you below. As always, the Hogwarts Express will be leaving King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4, at precisely 11 a.m. on the 1st of September. I trust the remainder of your holiday has gone well, and look forward to seeing you at the start of term feast. Sincerely, Professor M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Which classes are you going to take, mate? Asked Ron. I can only drop one. I scored an E on potions, so that class isn't listed on my checklist. Did you make it? Harry nodded, not quite sure how he had achieved an O on his potions exam. Had Dumbledore had anything to do with these scores? He checked the list again, sure he had read it incorrectly. Harry remembered how much easier it had been to perform well on his potions exam without Snape hovering over him, insulting him, criticizing his every move, and he reckoned that must have made the difference. What are you going to drop, then? He asked Ron. Well, I didn't pass divination. Me either, Harry interrupted, the smallest trace of a grin on his face. So that's out. So I reckon I'll drop history of magic. Pretty useless class, anyway, Ron finished, and Harry nodded his agreement. I'll drop Bins as well, he decided. Only, I have to drop one more. What do you think, Hermione? Hermione was staring at her checklist. 6, she exclaimed incredulously. Only 6. I got 12 OWLs. How in the world am I supposed to choose only 6? I'll need to talk to Professor McGonagall, of course, she couldn't possibly expect. Hermione, Ron protested, you're barking mad if you're going to take more than 6. NEWT level classes are really difficult and they are all double periods. Remember what happened 3rd year? Hermione glared at him and did not answer. Just as Harry had decided that he was going to drop astronomy to make Sue read that he took all of the courses required to become an Auror, he heard another squeal from Mrs. Weasley. He quickly looked up from his book list, which had magically listed the required texts for his chosen classes as he had checked them off the list. Ginny, in addition to holding her school letter, was holding a red and gold prefect's badge in her right hand. She was smiling but looked flabbergasted all the same. She had forgotten about the prefect's badge in the face of the difficulties Harry had been having, but she supposed that was why she had felt nervous when she had gotten her letter. Being the youngest of 7 children, 4 of whom had already been made prefects, she felt a considerable amount of pressure to live up to her older brother's examples. She knew Fred and George would tease her mercilessly. But she was happy with her achievement all the same. Mrs. Weasley beamed so brightly that Harry thought she could possibly have lit the entire room. Look at all of you. Ron and Harry with 8 OWLs apiece. Hermione with 12, and Ginny a prefect. Oh, this is such wonderful news. We will have a celebration tonight after we get back. Remus grinned as he shook Ron's hand, congratulated Hermione and Ginny, and clapped Harry proudly on the shoulder. That's excellent, you 4. Oh, we have to get going. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed suddenly. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, if we're going to do all of our shopping and get back in time to plan a celebratory dinner, we need to leave now. I must send Errol with a message for Arthur. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny all looked sadly at Harry, whose smile faded as quickly as it had come. Listen, mate, Ron began. Mum can do our shopping, she has before. How about we all just stay here and have some chess? Harry could tell Ron was trying to help, but he could see that the prospect of staying at headquarters for the day was not one that Ron enjoyed. No, it's all right, he muttered, looking up and trying to smile at them. Would I fully expect you to tell me all about Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes and bring me back some ice cream from Florine Fortescue's, and tell me if there's a new broomstick out at Quality Quidditch Supplies, he trailed off. He wanted to make his friends feel better about going, so he had made his voice as casual as possible, but listing all of the things he would miss made him wish all the more that he could go. Harry, Ginny started. No, really, he said, smiling a smile he didn't feel. Go on. You've been cooped up here with me long enough. I think I can manage for one day, and besides, Moony will be here with me. Because of course I can't ever be alone, he thought bitterly. His bad mood, which had lifted when he got the OWL results, had quite returned. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny all followed Mrs. Weasley out the door and down to the kitchen to head to Diagon Alley. After the sound of their footsteps on the stairs had died down, he left the drawing room to return to his bedroom. Suddenly he didn't feel like doing anything but lying in bed and staring at the ceiling. After waiting a few more moments, Moony quietly followed him down the hall, but he did not go into Harry's bedroom. Sensing correctly that Harry would resent his presence right then but unwilling to leave him completely alone, Remus sat on the floor outside the bedroom door, pulled a small leather-bound book from his pocket and began to read, keeping his ears open for anything amiss in the room behind him. Harry closed the bedroom door, hoping that Moony would take the hint and not follow him in, and flopped onto his back on the bed. It felt very strange to be alone. He'd had constant company since his arrival at headquarters. Strange as it was, though, Harry was glad to have some time to think. Part of him wished he had held the others to their offers to stay here with him, but he didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. Besides, they were safer without him. For the first time in a while, Harry found himself going over the prophecy once again. For neither can live while the other survives. Harry knew that it was highly unlikely that he would survive a real battle with Voldemort, a duel that was prophesied to end in one of their deaths. Voldemort was so much more powerful than he, Harry, could ever be. He had been a wizard for more than half a century, and Harry had only 5 short years of training. Harry chuckled, but it was not a mirthful sound. It was hard and bitter, and very unlike him. How could anyone think that he would be able to take down the Dark Lord? All I'm good for, Harry thought, is putting the people I care for in danger. That's it. There's just nothing else for it. Thoughts of Sirius filled his head as he looked at the ceiling of his godfather's old bedroom. This is where Sirius grew up, he thought. He knew that Sirius's childhood had been, in its own way, as miserable as his own. And because of Harry, Sirius had lost his best friend, the only family he had, and then had lost his own life. Harry blinked furiously. After the attack on his 16th birthday, he had shown very little real emotion. He was just too drained to feel, sometimes. Keeping himself distracted had been fairly easy. But alone for the first time in weeks, the despair that he had felt while on Privet Drive returned to him. "It's you, Harry. It's always been you. I died because of it. I died because of you. No matter what Moony and Mrs. Weasley said, Harry still felt crushing guilt when he thought of his godfather. Now that he knew about the prophecy, he knew that the people around him would constantly be in danger. They always had been, but now, knowing that he was a marked man, Harry finally understood the reality of the situation. This was war, and he was right in the center of it. Your godfather won't be the last to die. Visions of Sirius falling through the veil and flashes of the dead faces of his friends overwhelmed him once again. Voldemort was not doing this to him. This was Harry's mind, Harry's fear, Harry's guilt. Not all negative emotions came from he who must not be named. Harry and the others had been concentrating so hard on keeping Voldemort out of his mind that they had all but forgotten that Harry had issues of his own to deal with as well. How am I going to do it? Harry thought desperately. I couldn't even perform the Cruciatus curse on Bellatrix Lestrange right after Sirius died. How am I going to perform a killing curse? He felt as though the weight of the entire world was on his shoulders. For the first time since his birthday, Harry felt his emotions well to the surface. He wished they would all just leave him alone, stay out of his life, because to be near him was to be marked for death, or worse. Remus sat outside the room, his reading forgotten, wondering what Harry was thinking about or if he had simply gone to sleep. Remus knew that the day without the other teenagers would to be hard for Harry. They had been the only ONES who could distract him from his troubles and make him smile. Harry and Moony had become closer in the past few weeks than they had ever been, but Remus was not a teenager and he knew that Harry needed their jokes, their teasing, and their antics to make him feel normal, even happy. Remus sat for a few more minutes, and had just decided to run downstairs to get a cup of tea and the chess set for himself and for Harry when he heard the quiet sobs coming from inside the bedroom. He knew Harry was not being attacked, these were not the violent sounds that accompanied that. Should he go to him or let him have this time to himself? Which was clearly what he wanted. No, Remus thought decisively. Harry may think he wants to be alone, but he should not be alone right now. He needs to talk this out, or it is going to eat away at him until there is nothing left. He stood up, brushed the dust off his robes, and quietly knocked on the door. "Harry," he called. "It's me, it's Moony. May I come in? Just leave me alone, Moony." Harry answered roughly, his voice broken by sobs. Of course, asking permission to come in had only been a formality, and Remus opened the door softly. "Sorry, Harry, I won't do that." Harry sat up on the bed and glared at Moony through the tears that were still streaming down his face. "Lupin," he said, his voice hoarse but fierce. "I don't want you here. I want to be left alone. Can't you people give me 5 minutes of peace?" The older man noticed that Harry had called him Lupin, and not Moony, as he had become accustomed to, and he was slightly stung. He understood immediately what Harry was trying to do. "Is this peace, Harry?" he asked. "Are you really feeling peaceful right now?" He moved towards the bed and made to touch Harry's shoulder, but Harry jerked away, refusing to look at his guardian. "Harry," Remus sighed, sitting down in the familiar armchair next to the bed. "I think you need to talk." Harry interrupted rudely. "You always think I need to talk. Harry, this is going to eat away at you if you don't talk about it. And what, exactly, do you think you know about it?" Harry's response was hard and unfeeling, and his tears had quite stopped as his desperation had turned to anger. Remus closed his eyes for a moment, unable to look at the unmasked pain on Harry's face. He had hoped that Harry would tell him about the prophecy, and that he would not have to reveal that he already knew. He hadn't wanted Harry to feel that Dumbledore had betrayed his trust, but now, clearly, Harry needed to know that there was someone he could talk to about it. That there was someone else who knew. "Harry, I know," Remus said softly, his voice full of implied meaning. Harry's eyes widened slightly behind his glasses, which had fogged slightly from his tears. "You know." Surely, Moony was not referring to the prophecy. He probably meant that he knew what Harry was feeling about Sirius. As if reading his mind, Lupin placed his hand on Harry's forearm, this time. Harry did not pull away. "Yes, Harry, I know about the prophecy. Dumbledore told me after I was made your guardian and you were brought back here to stay with us. His words were gentle, almost whispered, as he searched Harry's face for his reaction. Instead of the anger he had expected, Harry's eyes became sad once again. Then you know why it is so dangerous to be my friend, Moony. You know what I have to do. Yes, Harry, I know what you have to do. Then why are you still here? You should be as far away from me as you can be, Moony. I won't let anything happen to you. I won't lose anyone else. It's me, it's always been me, and there is nothing you can do about it, so stop putting yourself in danger trying to protect me. Voldemort is going to kill me, it's the only way this can end. Can't you see that? Harry's voice rose in pitch as he finally put words to the thoughts that had been in the back of his mind since the beginning of summer. Harry, Remus spoke urgently. Very alarmed at the thoughts that had been running through Harry's head all this time. He had suspected that this was how Harry had been feeling, but to hear Harry, himself, say that he was going to die at Voldemort's hand was more than Remus could bear. You say you can't lose anyone else, Harry. Well, neither can I. You are all I have left, and you can be damn sure to. I am going to do everything in my power to protect you. You are not alone. I will be there with you every step of the way. Moony's words came out in a torrent as he tried desperately to make Harry realize that he would not be pushed away. But Moony, Harry said, his voice growing quieter once again, it's me. You heard the prophecy. I have to do it alone. It's always been me. Sirius said, his voice trailed off. Sirius said what? Harry. He said that he died because of it, that my parents died because of it. They all died because of me. I won't let that happen to you, Moony. Or to Ron, or Hermione, or Ginny, or anyone else. Quote. Remus knew, of course, that Harry could not have talked to Sirius since he had died. He must be referring to the nightmares he had been having all summer. Harry, Sirius didn't say that. That was your mind putting words into Sirius's mouth. It's how dreams work. You know that. Harry nodded. I must sound so stupid, he thought, talking about a dream as if it were real. Harry, listen to me. Please, Remus began, searching desperately for the right words. It may well be your destiny to be the one who defeats Voldemort, but that doesn't mean that we won't be right next to you. Fighting with you. You don't have to bear this alone. You can't bear it alone. No one could, not even Dumbledore. Harry didn't say anything. He wanted to believe Moony. He wanted to know that he wasn't alone in this. But his need to protect the people he loved was too strong for him to allow himself to hope for help from his friends. I know what you are thinking, Harry, Remus said softly. And, as I have told you before, you are not going to be able to stop us fighting for you, and fighting with you. We will succeed, Harry. You will succeed. You are one of the most powerful wizards I have ever known. Harry laughed hoarsely. Me? He asked incredulously. Voldemort would have killed me in the Department of Mysteries if Dumbledore hadn't gotten involved. I'm no match for him. That's what you don't understand, Remus replied. If you are going to accept the part of the prophecy that says that either you or Voldemort will have to die at the hands of the other, then you have to accept the rest of it. The part that says you do have the power to vanquish him. Harry had never considered it from this angle before. He had to admit that it made some sense, but he still could not think of what power he had that made him the one who could kill Voldemort. But I don't know how, he whispered. That is what we are here for, Harry. Not only will we fight alongside you, but we are going to prepare you for your fight as well. The power within you, once harnessed, will be more than enough to do what you have to do. I've seen your power, Harry, and even before I knew the prophecy. I knew just how strong a wizard you were. And we will not let you fight that fight until you are ready. I don't want anyone else to die, Harry said brokenly, voicing his final and most important concern. Harry, I can't promise you that no one else is going to die. This is a war, and in a war there are casualties. But none of us will go quietly. All of us will fight. That is the best that I can say. And for all of us, it has to be enough. Despite himself, Harry was starting to feel, if not better, then at least calmer about his fate. He searched his guardian's eyes, and saw in them only love, and concern. And pride. No pity showed itself on Lupin's face, and it was that, if nothing else, that convinced Harry to try his hardest to learn what he needed to know. He started to feel some of the crushing weight come off his shoulders. Lupin smiled at the determination that came over Harry's face. The boy sat up a bit straighter, and even managed a small smile. "Thank you, Moony," Harry said. "Don't thank me, Harry. Just know that if you need me for anything, all you have to do is ask," Remus replied, hoping upon hope that this charge would finally allow himself to trust him, to rely on him. Harry needed someone, an adult, who he could confide in and who he could trust. Sirius had been that for him, and Moony thought that Harry might finally be ready to let someone else come in. Not to take Sirius's place, but to pick up where he had left off. Harry surprised Moony greatly by doing something he had never done before, not even with Sirius. He turned and opened his arms to his guardian, hugging the man the way he imagined that he would have hugged his father, the way he had seen the Weasley boys hug theirs. Moony's eyes misted a bit as he returned the hug, but he allowed them to dry before he broke away and looked at Harry. "Now, what do you say we go on downstairs and have lunch? I'm not much on cooking, but maybe some sandwiches and butterbeer would suffice." Harry grinned. For the first time in a long time, he felt hungry. He got out of bed and followed Moony out of the room, but he could not possibly have prepared himself for what his guardian would say as they were tromping down the stairs. "So, Harry," Moony said with the faintest trace of amusement in his voice. "About Ginny." The last week of summer sped by for Harry and the rest of the inhabitants of number 12. Grimmauld Place. His heart lightened considerably by his talks with Moony and the easy camaraderie of his best friends. Harry began sleeping more peacefully than he had in over a year, and as a result, by the time September 1st came, he was feeling more normal and his grins came more often and were more sincere. Mrs. Weasley woke everyone at 7 on the morning of their journey north to Hogwarts. And after a rather hurried breakfast, the house rang out with the usual din of 4 disorganized students and as many harried adults. "Mum," Ron called less than 10 minutes before they were set to leave. "I can't find my prefect's badge." "Ron," Hermione exclaimed in an exasperated voice. "Of all the things to lose." "Check with Fred and George," Harry suggested, remembering how the twins had stolen Percy's head boy badge the summer before and transfigured it to read, "Big Head Boy." "Fred, George." Mrs. Weasley shouted up the stairs. "If you have Ron's badge, I want you to return it immediately." Fred and George, who had asked Lee Jordan to run the shop for the day so they could be part of Harry's guard to King's Cross, shouted back indignantly that they had not touched Ron's badge. "Never mind," Ron said as he sheepishly emerged from searching his messily packed trunk, holding the badge. "I found it." Hermione sighed even as she smiled fondly at Ron. "Honestly, if you would only pack properly." Ronald. Over the past week, ever since they had spent the day at Diagon Alley, Ron and Hermione's relationship had solidified and come out into the open. Several times, Harry had come upon them in various stages of closeness around the house, always when they had thought they wouldn't be seen. Harry had been worried about feeling like an outsider if his 2 best friends began to date. But he found that he was so happy for them that he did not even notice a difference. He had, however, begun to spend more time with Ginny as Ron and Hermione began to spend more time on their own. While he didn't quite know how he felt about Ginny Weasley just yet, he was grateful for their friendship. She had a way of knowing exactly what he needed, whether it was a joke, an open ear, or even a telling off. And he found that talking to her was just as easy for him as talking to Ron or Hermione. "All right, you 4, Molly called. I want your trunks downstairs now. So Moody can get them ready for the journey." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny lugged their trunks and their various animal cages down the stairs to the entrance hall, stumbling into one another. As a reward for becoming a prefect, Ginny's parents had given her an owl of her own. Errol had finally become too old to make the long journeys to and from Hogwarts, so Ron's owl Pigwidgeon and Ginny's new barn owl, Sammy, were to handle all correspondence this year. They reached the front hall, and Harry immediately noticed something he had not been aware of the entire time he had been in the house. The wall near the front door was blank. There were no moth-eaten curtains, and more importantly, no screaming portrait of Mrs. Black. Harry stared at the spot where the painting had been, wondering how they had done it. Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, and the rest of them had not been able to take the portrait down the year before no matter how hard they had tried. Moony followed Harry's gaze and answered the unasked question. The permanent sticking charm was negated as soon as the house changed owners. Changed owners? Harry asked. Who owns it now? I do, Remus replied quietly. It is part of what Sirius left for me. You see, after my parents died, I often found myself with nowhere to go. Being a werewolf means, as you know, that finding a job is often difficult, and finding a flat can be as well, so Sirius left me this place. Harry smiled. That's brilliant, Moony. I'm really glad you're going to be staying here. It was the first time that the mention of Sirius had not rendered him immediately sad. And Moony supposed that had to be a good sign. He was glad Harry was starting to remember Sirius with gladness. It was what his old friend would have wanted. Harry's expression darkened, as he was reminded of another inhabitant of number 12, Grimmauld Place, one who he had blocked from his mind until this moment. He looked around in confusion for a moment and then asked, Moony, what happened to Creature? Remus grinned bitterly. He did not like to be reminded of the house elf's treachery. I sent Creature from the house as soon as I got here. I believe he has gone to Narcissa Malfoy. Harry gasped. Narcissa Malfoy. But, Moony, what about all the stuff he knows about the Order? That will not be a problem. Dumbledore had to place several very strong charms on Creature in order to make him reveal what his part had been in Voldemort's plot. Much like a strong memory charm, these measures rendered Creature quite incapable of reasonable speech or even thought. It was not intentional on Dumbledore's part. It was simply a side effect. I doubt Narcissa will find Creature useful in any way. In fact, I would be surprised if she has not killed him. Harry did not reply. His anger at Creature was great enough that he hoped the Malfoys had killed him. That sick creature deserved nothing less. Before Harry had a chance to ask any more questions, Molly came up to them. Harry, did you keep your invisibility cloak out of your trunk like I told you to? Yes, Mrs. Weasley. The request had not surprised Harry. He supposed that he would be walking to King's Cross under the cloak. And knew it was probably for the best. Good, Molly replied. You will wear it until you are safely on the train, and then you will hand it out to one of us. Remus will wear it for the remainder of the journey. Harry stared at her. The remainder of the journey? He asked. I will be accompanying you on the journey to Hogwarts, Harry, Remus told him. I plan to stay under the cloak, however. We do not want the other students to know you are traveling with a guard, do we? I guess not, Harry replied. He was glad Remus would be traveling with him because he was not anxious to say goodbye, but at the same time, he felt a stab of annoyance that he was not even trusted to ride the train to school by himself. Do you really think I'm going to be attacked on the train? Haven't you learned anything yet, boy? Growled Mad Eye, who had come up behind them. You can never be too careful. Constant vigilance. He turned to Molly. I've got the luggage ready. We need to be going. Right, Mrs. Weasley said, relieved that Harry had not argued about Remus accompanying him on the journey. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, it's time to go now. Harry pulled on the invisibility cloak and followed the others out the front door. The walk to King's Cross was more than a bit nerve-wracking for him. It was, after all, the first time he had been out of doors all summer, and Harry kept looking over his shoulder to make sure they weren't being followed. At several points on the long walk he saw people he was sure were witches and wizards, even though they were dressed in Muggle clothing. For one thing, most of them seemed to pay more attention than was strictly necessary to the group of students and parents walking toward the station. For another, most of them had their hands tucked discreetly into their pockets or suit jackets, and Harry knew they were gripping their wands but unwilling to show them unless it was necessary. He figured they were either Aurors or members of the Order. And his suspicions were confirmed when he saw Daedalus Diggle, dressed as a businessman in a very old-fashioned brown suit and purple necktie, standing on a street corner in London, pretending to wait for the light to change. No one talked to Harry on the way. It was part of the plan to ensure that his presence remained undetected, although he knew Moody's magical eye had remained on him constantly. He was glad when they finally reached King's Cross, took it in turns to pass discreetly through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and found a compartment on the rapidly filling train. Aft, he had closed the door to his compartment. Harry took off the invisibility cloak and handed it to Mad Eye Moody, who was returning their trunks to normal size and stowing them in the protesting pets, who had traveled in their cages under disillusionment and Confundus charms, in the luggage racks. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny only stopped off for a moment before rushing to the prefect's compartment at the front of the train, promising to return as soon as they could. Harry sat alone in the compartment for a few minutes, enjoying watching the other students as they bid goodbye to their families, and gossiped with one another about the upcoming year. He marveled at how few cares most of them seemed to have. They knew now, without a doubt, that Voldemort had returned, but as it had not yet affected them directly, they found it easy to push the thought from their minds. Molly and Arthur Weasley entered Harry's compartment just as he was contemplating going to find some DA members to talk to. Knowing that Mad Eye could tell Moony which compartment was theirs, Molly immediately went to Harry and wrapped him in a tight hug. "Harry, dear, I want you to make sure you have a good lunch. Do you have your money bag with you? I see that your trunk is already here, and Hedwig. Now, I don't want you to worry about anything, just enjoy the journey." Harry smiled. This was Mrs. Weasley as he had known her for years, making sure that her children had everything they needed and wanting them to enjoy themselves. He broke away from the hug, assuring her that he indeed had everything he needed and that he would buy a good lunch when the trolley came around. Even though his appetite was quite back to normal, Molly had never stopped encouraging him to eat. She had still not forgotten the way he had looked at the beginning of summer. He shook hands with Mr. Weasley, and as they opened the door to leave the compartment he felt a slight jostle as someone he could not see brushed against him. "Moony?" he asked softly, wanting to make sure he knew who was in the compartment with him. "Yes, Harry, I'm here," Moony answered from under the cloak, and Harry heard the slight squeak of springs as his invisible guardian settled onto the bench seat. Harry was about to ask him if he needed anything when the compartment door opened once again, and a very flustered-looking Neville flopped onto the seat across from Remus, his trunk dropping onto Moony's invisible foot. Harry covered Remus's groan with a loud cough. Luckily, Neville didn't seem to notice as his trunk shifted slightly when Remus pulled his foot out from under it. "Glad I found you, Harry," he gasped. "Thought I'd never get away from Gran. She's put out with me because I forgot my Transfiguration book." "You made Transfiguration, then? Way to go, mate." "Well, I got an A, but Gran talked McGonagall into letting me take the class on a trial basis. She reckons all I need is more confidence, and now that I have a wand of my own." "You got a new wand, then?" Harry asked, not really wanting to talk about the Department of Mysteries, where Neville had broken his father's wand at the end of term last year, but not knowing what else to say. "Yeah." Neville brightened considerably as he pulled a brand new wand out of his pocket. 10 inches, mahogany, unicorn tail hair core. "Neat, right? I've never had my own wand before. Do you reckon it'll help?" Harry remembered what Mr. Ollivander had told him before his first year about wizards never getting such good results with other people's wands. "Yeah, Neville, I bet it will." Harry had been impressed with Neville's determination and skill in the DA last year, and he wondered how much having his father's wand had held him back. With a lurch and a whistle, the train finally started. After Neville had finished putting his things in the overhead bins, he asked Harry how his OWLs had gone. It seemed that Neville also wanted to avoid any subjects that might be painful. "I got 8, Harry answered. "How about you?" "Well," Neville hesitated. "I got 6. "Excellent, Neville. Which 6 did you get?" "I got an O in defense against the dark arts, thanks to you," Neville began, and continued before Harry could protest, "and an O in herbology, and A's in transfiguration, astronomy, history of magic, and potions." "Potions?" Harry asked incredulously. "Wow. Yeah," Neville said, looking rather pleased with himself. "It's much easier without Professor Snape hanging over my shoulder, isn't it? Of course, I can't take any EWT. Potions with only an A, but I wouldn't have wanted to anyway." Neville shuddered slightly. He was still terrified of Snape. "I bet your Gran was really pleased," Harry said. "She was. It was kind of strange, seeing her proud of me for a change. I don't think she expected me to get any OWLs." "Of course she did, Neville," said Harry severely. "You know most of your problem is lack of confidence, not lack of ability." Neville blushed, and then, wanting to get the conversation off of himself, asked, "So, are we going to continue with the DA this year, Harry?" Harry frowned. He and Moony had talked about it. Moony thought it Was a good idea because even though they would undoubtedly have a better defense against the dark arts teacher this term than Umbridge had been, he thought it wise for the students to have as much practice as possible in dueling and defense. Harry wasn't sure if anyone would want to be in the DA anymore, though, if they had a decent teacher. I dunno, he answered. If we have a good defense professor, we may not need to. Harry. Neville said, suddenly serious. My grand said the war is going to start any day now, that you know who is just biding his time. Don't you think we need all the practice we can get? Harry thought he felt a slight kick from the seemingly empty seat next to him as Neville echoed Moony's advice almost word for word. I might call a meeting a couple of weeks after term starts to see what everyone thinks about it, Harry said, resigned to the fact that the members of the DA would likely want to continue, but not really knowing what else he had to teach them. So, how about a game of exploding snap? He asked, changing the subject. He got Ginny's well-worn deck of cards from his pocket. Knowing that he might need a diversion while she was at the prefect's meeting, she had lent them to him. For the next hour or so, Neville and Harry played increasingly competitive games while the train sped northward, and Moony watched them with satisfaction. Draco Malfoy was the first to emerge from the prefect's meeting in the front compartment. The others, the Weasels and the Mudblood included, had stayed behind for a few moments to catch up with friends they had not seen all summer. And to ask the new head boy and girl questions about their upcoming duties. Draco had no desire to talk to the idiots from the other houses, and Pansy Parkinson, the other Slytherin sixth-year prefect, was quite put out with him after he had refused to date her over the summer. Draco headed down the narrow corridor, keeping himself balanced even as the train lurched slightly over the old wooden tracks. He had another reason for leaving the meeting as soon as it had ended. He wanted to find Potter before his friends had a chance to get back to him. He had a score to settle. Halfway down the third car, he glanced through a compartment window to see Potter and Longbottom playing Exploding Snap. He stared for a moment, silently fuming, but composed himself quickly and opened the door. Smiling sardonically as Harry and Neville looked up, expecting to see Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. "Hello, Potter," Draco drawled, lazily pulling his wand out of his pocket and aiming it at Harry, quite ignoring Neville. "Malfoy," Harry snarled, quickly drawing out his own wand and standing up, causing the exploding snap cards in his lap to emit several loud pops as they hit the floor. He felt an invisible hand on his shoulder as Moony stood up behind him. "I'm only going to tell you to leave once." "Why should I leave, Potter?" Draco asked, looking around at the empty seats. "Seems you have plenty of room in here. Maybe I'll just stay a while." Several more loud pops sounded in the compartment as Neville stood up beside Harry, his own hand of exploding snap cards hitting the floor as well. "Get out, Malfoy," he said, his voice quite lower and more threatening than anyone had ever heard it before. "Stay out of it, Longbottom, if you know what's good for you," Malfoy responded, never taking his eyes off Harry. "So, Potter, been having any good dreams lately?" Harry felt Moony's hand tighten on his shoulder. How did Malfoy know what had happened over the summer? His father was still in Azkaban. Even if Voldemort had been able to get to him there had been no reports that Lucius Malfoy had actually left the fortress at any time. Harry was not going to have this conversation with Draco Malfoy. On sudden inspiration, he replied smugly, "Why, yes, Malfoy. Thanks for asking. I had several pleasant dreams this summer, most of them involving a bouncing white ferret." Neville snorted, and Malfoy raised his wand, preparing to attack. Before he could say an incantation, however, Lupin, still under the invisibility cloak, pushed past Harry and knocked Draco's wand from his hand. "Dropped your wand, did you, Malfoy?" Harry laughed at the astonished and fearful look on the pale, pointed face. Draco recovered quickly. "I should have known you wouldn't be traveling alone, Potter." "Who is it? One of the blood traitors? Or is it the werewolf?" "Watch yourself, Malfoy," Harry's voice lowered dangerously. "In case you didn't notice, I have a wand, and you do not. Now, I'm going to tell you one last time. Sod off." Malfoy assessed the situation. He did not know where the invisible person had gone, his wand was still on the floor, and Longbottom and Potter both had their wands trained upon him. "This isn't over, Potter," he snarled, and, picking up his wand before anyone could stop him, turned and left the compartment. Neville lowered his wand and looked around the compartment. Harry, he asked tentatively. Who else is here? Harry had been told not to reveal Moony's presence to anyone, but before he could think of an answer, Moony's voice came out from behind the cloak. Remus Lupin. Neville. I'm traveling with Harry today, under his invisibility cloak. Oh, said Neville, looking towards the corner of the compartment, where Lupin had once again retreated. Professor Lupin, why are you here? Oh, I just thought I would come along in case anything like this had happened. Although, I must say, you and Harry handled yourselves quite well enough without me. I was just trying to save Mr. Malfoy some embarrassment. Harry laughed, and Neville asked, can't you come out from under that cloak, Professor? It's weird, not being able to see you. Sorry, Neville, Moony answered. I don't really want to make my presence known on the train. I'm here to help Harry, not to cause any trouble. Neville nodded, and all three had just sat back down when the others arrived. Followed closely by the witch pushing the lunch trolley. Anything off the trolley, my dears? She asked. Harry, feeling surprisingly chipper after the argument with Malfoy, bought the largest lot of food he ever had. And the rest of the train ride passed pleasantly as they swapped food, talked about OWLs, new classes, and the other students Hermione, Ron, and Ginny had say. And as they walked through the train on patrol. Since everyone in the compartment now knew he was there, Moony even joined the conversation, regaling them with some of his old stories from the Marauder days at Hogwarts. Stopping only when other students came into the compartment to say hello, the former DA members all asking when the first meeting would be. Night fell around the train, and boys and girls took it in turns to stare out the window as their counterparts changed into their school robes. They disembarked from the train at Hogsmeade Station and smiled as they heard the familiar voice call, "Furs years, over here." Harry, knowing that Lupin needed a private place to remove the cloak, walked behind the last carriage, going carefully between the teams of Thestrals pulling the carts. After looking around to check that they were alone, Moony pulled off the cloak and handed it to Harry, saying, "All right, Harry, this is where I leave you. You are going to be fine, and if you need anything, anything at all, you send Hedwig to me." Agreed. Harry nodded, suddenly feeling a bit sad to be leaving his guardian, even as excited as he was to return to the school that felt like home. Moony pulled him gruffly into a one-armed hug, squeezed his shoulder, and disapparated with a soft pop. As Draco Malfoy left Harry Potter's carriage, seething and humiliated, he silently rebuked himself for seeking a fight so early in the term. It was not that he was afraid of Potter or anything stupid like that, but his father had given him a very clear warning the day before he had gotten on the train to go back to Hogwarts. "Be wary of Harry Potter, son," his father had warned him as they sat in the parlor of Malfoy Manor discussing plans for the upcoming year. "His time has not yet come. And the Dark Lord has his reasons for leaving him quite alone for the present." "I'm not afraid of Potter, father," Draco had answered, feeling insulted. "Don't be obtuse, Draco," Lucius Malfoy had snapped. "Your feelings toward him are irrelevant. You are a servant of Lord Voldemort now, and you must not let your personal vendettas interfere with your mission." "But father, it was because of him that you got landed in Azkaban," Draco had countered petulantly. "I thought you were one of the Dark Lord's closest followers. Doesn't that mean anything to him?" "Of course," Lucius had drawled. "I wasn't there for long, was I?" Wormtail. That worthless, sniveling excuse for a Death Eater, was made to take my place, was he not? The Dark Lord has his uses for everyone. You will get your chance, my son. And our family will rise to the very top of the new regime when the war has been won. You must keep your patience until you receive more instructions." Draco had wisely held his tongue at that point, remembering the ceremony that had, only days before, made him irrevocably one of the followers of the Dark Lord. Patience had never been his strong suit, but he had felt firsthand what happened when his new lord was displeased. 4 days earlier, Draco's father woke him early one morning, 1 week before the new term was to start. Had it been his mother who had woken him at such an hour during the holidays, he would have complained. But Draco had learned long ago that countering his father was decidedly unwise. He rose without complaint, and hastily complied with his father's orders that he change into his black robes immediately and prepare to leave. He had only allowed himself to ask one question. "Where are we going, father?" He had wondered. He and his mother had gone into Diagon A. The week before to get his school things, and his father was generally far too busy to take his son on outings, especially as most of the wizarding world still believed him to be in Azkaban. That is not for you to know at present. Draco, Lucius answered. Do as I bid you and meet me downstairs in 5 minutes. Draco did not utter another word, but dressed quickly in his nicest set of black robes and hurried to meet his father downstairs. He wondered what this was about, and he felt more than a slight tinge of trepidation. Since his escape from Azkaban, his father had taken to staring at him in the oddest sort of way, with an almost calculating look on his pale, pointed face. When Draco had asked rudely what Lucius meant by it, he had been sternly rebuked and sent from the room, so his curiosity over his father's attitude had gone unsatisfied. When he arrived downstairs, he found his father dressed in his Death Eater regalia, but holding the accompanying mask loosely in his hands. Come here, Draco, Lucius ordered. And Draco began to feel apprehensive. Was this what it seemed to be? Draco had not expected this to happen until after he was out of school, but what else could it be? As he approached his father, Lucius withdrew a length of black fabric and tied it over Draco's eyes. Through it all, the young Malfoy remained silent, his heart beating a rapid cadence in his chest. Satisfied that his son could see nothing through the blindfold, Lucius finally put his mask over his face, and gripped his son's shoulder as he led him to the fireplace. Draco heard the unmistakable whoosh of green flame as his father threw flow powder into the grate and muttered something that he could not understand. When his father's voice had changed into babble as he said the words, Draco's heart stopped. He now knew, without a doubt, where he was going. The Dark Lord was the secret keeper for the location of his headquarters, and that was the only reason Draco could think of for why he could not understand Lucius's words. Lucius pushed Draco into the flames, and Draco felt the familiar spinning sensation as he crashed through the flow network, landing hard on the stone floor of the stronghold of the most evil wizard in history. He had barely managed not to fall, and he stepped forward, his shoulder colliding painfully with the rough stone on the side of the fireplace. Just as he was about to put his hands to his face and remove the blindfold, he heard the whoosh of the flames behind him once again, and his father grabbed his arm roughly. Not yet, he hissed, as Lucius kept a firm hand on his shoulder. Guiding him around many twists and turns, Draco tried to guess where, exactly, they were. The air around them was damp, like a dungeon, but warm, quite unlike the chilly underground passages at Hogwarts. Draco also thought he detected a briny, salty smell. Seawater, he thought. We are somewhere near an ocean, but which one? In the magical world, travel time was n.o.t. the indicator that it was in the Muggle world. Draco knew it was possible, probable, even, that he had traveled hundreds of miles in his short journey through the flow network. Lucius' grip suddenly tightened as the pair stopped. Draco felt his father slowly untie the blindfold, and Draco blinked at the light of 2 torches flanking a solid oak door with dark iron fittings. He suddenly felt very nervous. But with the typical Malfoy pride, he kept his head up and did not allow his pale eyes to betray his fear. This was what he had been waiting for since the Dark Lord's return, after all. Bring in the initiate, said a cold, high-pitched voice, quite unlike any voice Draco had ever heard. The door in front of them opened slowly with a loud creak, and Draco's cunning eyes quickly absorbed the rather intimidating scene in front of him. He was looking into a large, square room filled with many black cloaked figures, all of whom were staring at him through masks identical to the one his father wore. The group was divided down the middle, creating a long aisle in the gray stone floor. Draco's eyes followed the aisle to a center of the room, to a raised platform on which stood a large, stone throne. When Draco saw the figure on the throne, his pride almost crumbled and he had to stifle a gasp of fear. The figure in front of him hardly looked human. The Dark Lord's face was deadly white, with red, snake-like eyes. It had no nose, only narrow slits where the nose should have been, and the mouth was curled into a grin that resembled a sneer more than a genuine smile. "Ah, young Mr. Malfoy," greeted the same high-pitched, hissing voice Draco had heard in the hall. "I have been expecting you." Lucius Malfoy gave his son a slight push forward, and Draco walked slowly up the aisle. With his eyes straight ahead and his head held high, ignoring the masked faces that followed his progress. He wondered if his own mother, Narcissa, was among them. although she was not in the Dark Lord's inner circle like his father was. Draco knew she was also a Death Eater. When he reached the foot of the raised stone platform, he looked unflinchingly into the red eyes of his new master, Haydn. His nervousness as he had been taught to do his entire life. A Malfoy never allowed his emotions to show plainly on his face. "Do you know why you have been brought here, Draco?" asked the Dark Lord. "Yes," Draco answered. In his anticipation, his answer came out rather more boldly than he had planned. It sounded almost like a challenge. "You were right, Lucius," Voldemort said to the masked man, who had just taken his place on the right side of the dais. "He has much to learn about humility. Perhaps it would be wise, early on, to teach the boy his place." Lucius nodded, his eyes cold and eye tying under his mask as he stared directly at his son. He knew the boy was afraid, but he felt no compassion towards him. He knew that it was best if Draco learned early on what happened to followers with whom the Dark Lord was not pleased. "Crucio." Voldemort said the incantation almost lazily as he pointed his wand at his young new follower. It was pain unlike anything Draco had ever experienced in his entire, pampered life. He felt as though his nerves were about to burst out of his skin, and he screamed like he had never screamed before. Voldemort did not hold the curse for long, however. He lifted his wand after only a moment had passed, sneering as Draco quickly tried to recover, wincing with every move. "I demand unquestioning obedience and humility in my presence, young Malfoy," he sneered. "Do you understand that now?" Quote. Draco no longer met the Dark Lord's eyes. "Yes, I understand," he whispered, the pain only just starting to recede to a tolerable level. "You will address the Dark Lord respectfully, Draco," Lucius ordered. "Yes, I understand, my lord," Draco corrected, still not raising his eyes. "He learns quickly, Lucius. I believe he will be perfect for the task I need him to perform." The Dark Lord turned back to the young blonde man in front of him. He was very pleased with his new strategy as he told him, "I usually do not accept children into my circle, Draco, but in your case I will make an exception. Your father tells me you are quite sure where your loyalties lie and can be depended on. Is that correct? Look at me as you answer, boy. The Dark Lord will know if you are lying." Draco obediently looked back up into the red eyes of the Dark Lord. "I am ready, Master," he answered clearly, knowing that any hesitation on his part would have painful consequences. The Dark Lord was pleased. He saw no conflicting thoughts, no lies, in the boy's mind. "Very well, young Mr. Malfoy. Kneel before your new master." Draco knelt, his eyes on the stone floor. Feel the stares of everyone in the room. "Hold out your left arm," Voldemort instructed, and Draco immediately complied. He felt a searing pain as Voldemort touched the tip of his wand to Draco's exposed forearm and said the incantation, Proteus Velieris Insignia. The burning subsided quickly as Voldemort lifted his wand and commanded Draco to stand. A short, thin Death Eater approached the right side of the dais and handed Lucius Malfoy a folded pile of robes with a mask laid neatly on top. Malfoy stepped forward and finally spoke to his son. "Draco Malfoy, pureblood descendant of the ancient house of your fathers. You are hereby initiated into this, the most elite circle of wizards in the modern world. Death Eater, step forward and receive your vestments." Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny managed to claim one of the last carriages to themselves as Neville went off in search of Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, the other inhabitants of the Gryffindor sixth-year boys' dormitory. R.O.N. leaned back on the wooden carriage seat and sighed dramatically. "Oh, I'm not ready for sixth year to start." "Why don't you just wake me when we graduate, Hermione?" Hermione slapped Ron playfully on the arm. "If you're not ready for sixth year to start, then why has all you've been able to talk about for the past 2 weeks been the house Quidditch team? That doesn't happen on holiday, does it?" "Well, no," Ron said, straightening up, his eyes brightening at the introduction of his favorite topic, Quidditch. "Harry, you going to be back on the team this year, mate?" "Well," said Harry, "if I'm allowed. I got a lifetime ban last year, and last time I checked, I'm still alive." "Don't be stupid, Harry," Ginny snapped, not liking to remember how close he had come to not being alive. "That ban will be lifted, I'm sure. Now that Umbridge woman is gone. Of course you're going to play, and I'm going to try out for Chaser." Who do you suppose the new captain is going to be? Ron asked the carriage at large. Katie Bell. Harry answered immediately. She's the most senior member on the team. Yeah, Ron said, looking a bit disappointed. She'll be good. At least she won't be yelling all the time like Angelina. Hermione remarked, remembering the former captain's tirades at Harry when he had missed practice due to detentions with Professor Umbridge. I've always thought Katie was very nice. Yeah, she's nice enough. Ron answered. But will that really make her a good captain? I'm sure she'll be a fine captain, Ron, Ginny told him. Besides, with the three of us on the team, how can Gryffindor lose? The conversation about the house Quidditch team continued until the carriages had halted in front of the impressive front entrance to the castle, the same doors Harry imagined in his mental fortress, which had grown stronger and more complete each day he had worked with Dumbledore. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, of safety, radiating off the stone walls of the castle. And the feeling only intensified as he walked with his closest friends through the door and into his second-to-last year of school. As prefects, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny had to sit near the front of the table, where the first years would sit once they got sorted, and Harry took a seat beside Ginny and grinned at Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, who were waving at them from about halfway down the table. He had to admit that it was nice not to have half the students in the Great Hall pointing at him and whispering, believing the Daily Prophet's insinuations that he was a lunatic and a liar. Most of the glances he got tonight were friendly, not counting the usual sneers coming from the Slytherin table. I hope the sorting is quick this year, Ron said, just as he did at the beginning of every start of term feast. I'm starving. Honestly, Ginny sighed. You would think we hadn't all eaten 5 galleons worth of pumpkin pasties and chocolate frogs on the train this afternoon. In tea you ever think about anything but food? Not at the feasts, Ron grinned at her. There was a soft tapping of a knife on a goblet from the teacher's table, and all heads turned towards the front of the hall. Harry looked at the head table with interest. There was Hagrid, dwarfing all the other professors from his usual seat, and Professor Sinistra, Sprout, and Flitwick all looking attentively at the headmaster in the center. Next to Professor Dumbledore stood Professor McGonagall's empty seat. She was waiting to lead the first years into the hall for the sorting. Professor Snape kept sneaking sideways glances at Tonks, who sat cheerfully next to him and looked quite sedate, sporting long, dark hair and a completely normal face with fair, creamy skin. Tonks, Harry whispered incredulously. He had wondered why she hadn't been part of his guard. Could she be the new defense against the dark arts teacher? Tonks noticed Harry and the others staring at her and gave a small wink, chaw. Nging her nose subtly as they watched her, trying not to laugh. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore greeted his students with twinkling eyes and a small smile. I am certain we have many things to say to one another. And some new faces to introduce, but first, let the sorting begin. The door to the Great Hall opened and Professor McGonagall led the usual line of frightened looking first years between the long tables and to the front of the hall. She held the frayed and patched sorting hat in her arms, and after she had placed it on its small stool, the rip near the brim opened, and the sorting hat began to sing. A very long, long time ago, when I was just a hat, sitting atop a young man's head. If you'd have told me that, I'd be sitting in this proud hall, perched upon a stool, ready to sort into houses, the students of this school. I'd never have believed you. For then, no brains had I. Before the founders of the school, in their wisdom high, granted me discernment, and cast into me their thoughts, of who should be in their houses, and who, they thought, should not. Rowena Ravenclaw, the brightest witch, wanted those who had most wit. So students with the sharpest minds, into her house I sit. Godric Gryffindor, the brave and strong, wanted those of stoutest heart. So I place the most courageous, into his house from the start. Helga Hufflepuff, the kindest soul, above all valued friendship. So I place the loyal and the true, into her house's kinship. Salazar Slytherin, most cunning one of all, wanted those with most ambition. So I place into his house those who will work their dreams into fruition. Ah, yes, I'll sort you, but I'm afraid that once again I'm wrong. For more than ever, unity should be the meaning of my song. War has come, make no mistake. And of those who enter here, not all will return to their homes. Such are the times, I fear. So band together, don't break apart. And a victory we'll win. I hope you'll heed my warning, and let the sorting now begin. The hat fell silent, and not even the slightest smattering of applause broke the unearthly quiet of the great hall. The students were all completely flabbergasted. The sorting hat had warned them of danger the year before, but it had never said that there were those among them who would not be returning home. What could that possibly mean? Surely the war wouldn't come to Hogwarts. She took a moment to compose herself. Professor McGonagall began, as usual, reading from her long list of first years. Adams, Rebecca. A haughty-looking girl strode up to the hat, not looking a bit fearful. Harry and the others were not in the least surprised when the sorting hat took only a few seconds to cry out, Slytherin. The first Gryffindor to be sorted was a very small, timid-looking girl with brown braided pigtails and rosy cheeks. When Professor McGonagall had called out, Davies, Sylvia, she had walked slowly up to the hat and put it on, as Harry was reminded of his own trip to the front of the hall to be sorted. He sympathized with her. The hat did not take long to proclaim, Gryffindor, and the girl took the hat off and scampered gratefully to sit next to Hermione, who smiled warmly at her. Not long after that, Ron had started to stare longingly at his golden plate, wishing it would fill so he could quiet the rumbling of his stomach. Finally, young Alexander W. as sorted into Ravenclaw, and Dumbledore stood up to beam at his students from behind the teacher's table. Welcome, first years and returning students. I am happy to see you all looking so well tonight. I know you are hungry. So I will go through our start of term notices as quickly as possible. His eyes flicked over to Ron for just the slightest moment, as if he could hear Ron's stomach grumbling. First, I would like to inform all first years, as well as some returning students who seem not to have heard my previous warnings, that the forest on the edge of the grounds is forbidden. This year, you will find that strict security measures have been placed on the forest boundaries, and no one will enter or leave the forest undetected. Harry knew that this had been done more to stop people coming in than people going out. But he did not so much as exchange a glance with the others. Secondly, I am pleased to introduce our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Nymphadora Tonks. Professor Tonks is an Auror, and so is highly qualified for the position. We are fortunate that she has taken time away from her duties at the ministry to serve in this post. The Great Hall erupted with vigorous applause. Most of the students had no idea who Professor Tonks was, but everyone was extremely grateful to have a teacher other than Professor Umbridge and thought that taking class from an Auror would be the absolute height of cool. No one, however, clapped more loudly than Ron, Ginny, Harry, and Hermione. Dumbledore continued, our caretaker Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that the use of magic in the corridors between classes is strictly prohibited, and that he has expanded his list of forbidden items to include portable swamps, skiving snack boxes, and generally anything else that can be purchased at Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes or Zonko's Joke Shop. The full list is, as always, posted on the door to his office. Ron sniggered, but Harry wondered how Dumbledore had found out about the skiving snack boxes. For the most part, they had not been put into use until after the headmaster had been temporarily replaced by Dolores Umbridge. Perhaps the twins had told him. Having said that, however, the headmaster said, smiling gently at all of them, I want you all to have a good year, and by that I do not mean simply to study hard, although that is very important as well. I want you all to have fun this year, to play games and make jokes. By allowing our enemies to alter our lives, we have already given them a victory. Enjoy your time in school, for believe me when I say you will miss it when it is gone. And, now, I believe I have only one thing more to say, he added, and when he spoke again, Ron also said the words, considerably more quietly, tuck in. The plates and goblets filled immediately with the usual assortment of delicious-looking food. Harry heard Sylvia Davies' sharp intake of breath when the mountains of food materialized in front of her. While the other first years at the table, though impressed, did not seem as surprised. He wondered if she, like he, had been brought up having no idea about the magical community, but he never chanced to ask her as Ron began piling huge amounts of steak and kidney pie, mashed potatoes, bread and vegetables onto Harry's plate. Mum's orders, Ron said in answer to Harry's incredulous look. Now shoveling large amounts of food onto his own plate. She said to make sure you ate enough. But she didn't tell you to choose what Harry ate, Ron. Ginny broke in. I'd have to be Goyle's size to eat all of this, anyway. Harry laughed. Ron had served him enough food for 3 people. Hey, Ron protested, looking down at his own plate, which contained even more food than Harry's. Everyone laughed and began to eat. Despite his protests, Harry was quite hungry. Ron, who had, after all, been taking 3 meals a day with Harry for 5 years, had selected the dishes that Harry liked best. And everyone was silent for a few minutes while they all concentrated on their dinners. Just as the puddings appeared and Harry was about to serve himself a large piece of treacle tart, a shadow fell over them. Harry turned quickly, instantly on alert, but relaxed when he saw Tonks, grinning fit to burst. Tonks! Hermione cried, earning several curious looks from nearby students who wondered why. She had greeted this new professor so informally. She blushed and corrected herself. I mean, Professor Tonks. Hello, everyone, Tonks smiled, and then lowered her voice so only Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny could hear her. You lot can still call me Tonks as long as we're on our own, all right? Right, Professor, Harry said, grinning at her. He, too, lowered his voice. So, is this what you really look like? He was not sure if she would want the other students to know she was a metamorphagus. Right-o, Harry, she answered softly but cheerfully. This is me as I am naturally. However, it might be best if we kept my special abilities to ourselves, okay? All 4 of them nodded, and Harry was quite relieved that he had thought to lower his voice before he had asked about her looks. Now that he knew he had seen the real Tonks, he couldn't help but notice that she looked a bit like Sirius. Well, he thought, they are cousins, after all, so why am I so surprised? Ginny noticed the sad look on Harry's face as Tonks walked back up to the teacher's table, and she thought she knew why. In her true form, Ginny thought that Tonks really resembled Sirius, with her black, wavy hair and pale complexion. She wanted to take Harry's hand, to say something comforting, but before she could summon the nerve to do either, Professor McGonagall had come up to the table. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, she said crisply. I would like to have a word with each of you in my office. Miss Weasley, I trust that you and Mr. Creevey can escort the first years to Gryffindor Tower. Ginny nodded and went to find Colin, who had forgotten that he was supposed to sit at the top of the table and was having a lively discussion with his brother Dennis near the other end. Harry had Barrel. Why registered that Colin Creevey had been made a prefect before his mind kicked into high gear and he frantically tried to think what he could have done to warrant a meeting with McGonagall on the first day of term. Noticing that Ron's expression was quite as worried as his own must have been, Harry followed McGonagall out of the Great Hall. When they reached McGonagall's office, she asked Ron and Harry to remain outside while she spoke to Hermione alone. They obeyed. Of course, you did not argue with Professor McGonagall unless the issue was worth a severe telling off. Shooting a curious glance at her friends, Hermione followed the professor into her office, and the door closed magically behind them. What do you reckon that's about? Ron asked Harry with a worried glance at the closed door. Dunno, Harry answered, quite as mystified as Ron. Have we done something to set her off? If it was just you and me, mate, I'd be worried about that, Ron said, but Hermione. She never does anything wrong. Right, said Harry. And Ron suddenly looked at him with an expression of dawning realization. What? Harry asked him. I bet it's about you, Harry, Ron replied, looking away from him. He knew this would annoy his best friend, but he could not guess why else McGonagall would have wanted to talk to them. Come off it, Ron, Harry grumbled, but even as he said the words, he wondered if Ron was right. The adults in his life had certainly not trusted him to be on his own so far, and why should it be any different now he was at school? He supposed McGonagall was probably asking Hermione to take it in shifts with Ron to make sure someone was always with him, and the thought irritated him to no end. Before he had time to think any further on it, the door opened, and Hermione strode out quickly, furious tears streaking her cheeks. She wants you now, Harry, she said shortly as she hurried past them and down the hall, ignoring Ron as he called anxiously, Hermione, what's the matter? After seeing Hermione in such a state but not being able to follow her and find out what had happened, Harry had worked himself up into an almost panicked mindset as he went through Professor McGonagall's office door and heard it magically shut behind him. Harry was panicked and irritated enough that he started speaking before Professor McGonagall even had a chance to tell him why she had called him in. "Professor, I know you've asked Hermione to watch me, and I'll have you know that she already does. I hardly ever get time to be on my own as it is, and now I never will. Hogwarts is safe, isn't it? Why can't I just be left alone?" McGonagall glared at him sternly, reminding him with her eyes that he was being incredibly rude. "Sorry, Professor," Harry mumbled, not really meaning it. "Potter, I have not called you in here to discuss whether or not you will be watched while you are at school, and I did not feel the need to instruct Miss Granger to do any such thing because I am confident that your friends will be near you most of the time. I had another matter to discuss with Miss Granger." Harry was surprised. If that was not the reason they had been called in, what did McGonagall want to talk to him about? He looked up at her, the anger in his face replaced by nervousness. He must have done something wrong, although he could not think what, unless it had been the argument with Malfoy on the train. But Harry felt as though, far from being reprimanded, he was to be commended on his restraint at not cursing Malfoy into 1,000 tiny pieces. "I wanted to discuss your timetable with you," she continued, smiling to herself at Potter's obvious unease. She would have to ask Remus Lupin if anything had happened on the train to give the boy a guilty conscience, because she knew that nothing had happened from the time he had reached school. "My timetable?" Harry asked blankly. "Yes, your timetable," she continued impatiently. "I see you have registered for 6 NEWT level classes. And I am afraid I am going to have to ask you to drop one of them. But I need all those classes to become an Auror." Harry protested, not even thinking to ask why she was requesting this of him. "You need 5 of them to become an Auror. Care of magical creatures is not required," she corrected. Harry stared at her. Drop care of magical creatures. He would never get to see Hagrid. Why did she want him to do this? It seemed so out of character. He looked at her questioningly, not daring to protest. "Professor Dumbledore wishes you to have a free period in which to continue with your occlumency training. As well as some other special training he has in mind." "Oh," was all Harry said. He had known that he would continue his training with Professor Dumbledore, but he had thought he would do it in the evenings, as he had with Snape. And what other training was she referring to? "You will have to speak to Professor Dumbledore about his specific plans for you," Professor McGonagall continued. "I will remove care of magical creatures from your timetable. Are there any other questions you wish to ask?" Harry knew that any further questions would really have to be posed to Dumbledore himself, as they all were about the special training Harry was to have. He shook his head wonderingly. "Very well, then, you may go back to your dormitories. Please tell Mr. Weasley to come in." Professor McGonagall dismissed him with a slight nod, and he rose to leave. "Oh, and Potter," she called after him. He turned. "I am sure it is unnecessary to tell you that your Quidditch ban is no longer in effect, now that there has been a change of staffing at the school. I expect to see you as Gryffindor's seeker once again." She smiled slightly at his surprised look, and then gestured once again towards her door, which opened automatically for him. "What was that all about, mate?" Ron asked him nervously as soon as he was back out in the corridor. "Nothing much," Harry replied. "We're not in for it, or anything. She just wanted to talk to me about my timetable." "What about your timetable?" Ron asked in confusion. "I have to drop care of magical creatures so I can keep working with Dumbledore on occlumency," Harry replied. "Dunno what she wants to see you about. She said it wasn't about me." Ron still looked worried as Professor McGonagall called sharply, "I have not got all night, Mr. Weasley. You may talk to Potter later." With one last look of deepest trepidation, Ron walked slowly into the office, and the door, once again, closed of its own accord. Harry briefly considered going on to the common room, not knowing how long Professor McGonagall's meeting with Ron would take, but then he decided that he would rather wait on his friend. If Hermione was going to be in the same state she had been in when she left McGonagall's office, he thought it would be best if he and Ron were together when they faced her and found out what was wrong. Besides, Ginny would already be in the common room. She could stay with Hermione for a few more minutes. Harry paced restlessly back and forth along a short space of corridor in front of the office door. He was very curious about this special training he was to receive from Professor Dumbledore. He would be working on dueling in defense against the dark arts, he was sure, and Dumbledore was already teaching him a clue. NCY, what else did the old wizard have up his sleeves? Harry knew that his time to fight Voldemort was not far into the future. He doubted he would have even left school before it happened, and he knew that he was going to have to find a way to defeat the Dark Lord. Once again, Harry wondered what power that he could have against this experienced and deadly wizard. He stopped in his tracks as a disturbing thought occurred to him. Dumbledore was going to work with him on the Unforgivables, most specifically, the Killing Curse. At this thought, Harry's pace became quicker and more agitated. According to the prophecy, either he or Voldemort would have to die in before the war could end, it was the only way. For either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry felt sick as he heard the words of the prophecy replay in his mind. He did not want to learn the Killing Curse, and he doubted that even with Professor Dumbledore's instruction, that he would ever be able to perform it. Even on Voldemort. Bellatrix Lestrange's evil cackle popped into his head, quite unbidden and definitely unwanted. Never used an unforgivable curse before, have you, boy? You need to mean them. Potter. You need to really want to cause pain, to enjoy it, righteous anger won't hurt me for long. Asterisk. As much as he hated to give heed to anything that evil woman had said. He wondered if she had not been right. After Sirius's death, Harry had been nearly blinded by rage, by the need to avenge his godfather, and yet, he had not been able to effectively wield the Cruciatus curse on Sirius is murderous. If he had not been able to do it then, why would anyone think he would ever be able to do it? Harry stopped his pacing suddenly and sat down heavily on the floor outside of McGonagall's office. Running his hands through his hair in his disturbance. There had to be some other way to achieve Voldemort's defeat. If the Killing Curse was the only possibility, Harry did not know what chance he had. The door to McGonagall's office opened, and Harry stood quickly, anxious to find out what the professor had wanted with Ron. Quite unlike Hermione, Ron emerged from the office with a huge grin on his face, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Ron, Harry asked in amazement. What's up, Harry? Ron suddenly seemed to notice his friend standing beside him as he began the long walk to Gryffindor Tower. You won't believe it. I don't believe it. What, Ron? I've been made Quidditch captain. Ron exclaimed rapturously, and Harry quite forgot his earlier consternation as he stopped in his tracks and grinned broadly at his friend. Wow, mate. Harry congratulated him. That's brilliant, that is. You'll make a great captain. Harry noticed that he felt none of the hard feelings he had felt when Ron had made prefect last year. He knew that he would not have time for the captaincy. Besides, even if he, Harry, was a good seeker, Ron knew much more about Quidditch. Thanks, Ron said, his grin growing even wider. There was a condition though. Harry was curious. A condition? That didn't sound like McGonagall. Yeah, just one condition, Ron continued. I have to officially make you seeker again. Well, are you, then? You prat, Ron exclaimed, punching Harry in the arm. Who else was I going to have as seeker? Neville Longbottom. The two boys grinned yet again as they each remembered Neville's first flying lesson 5 years ago, in which his broom had gone out of control and he had wound up falling off and breaking his wrist. As they reached the common room, both boys were still grinning hard, sure that the Quidditch Cup would be theirs again this year. A fair distance behind the two Gryffindors, a solitary figure with blonde hair and a pale, pointed face waited until they had gone through the 7th floor portrait hole into Gryffindor Tower, and then stepped out from behind the statue of Horatio the Hapless and turned to go to the dungeons. He had been observing them ever since McGonagall had called them from the Great Hall, and he was anxious to give his report. Draco had been told that Harry Potter was learning a clue. NCY to try and defend himself from Voldemort's mental attacks, but he found it interesting that their idiot of a headmaster had required Potter to put aside an entire class period for it. Was occlumency all they would be working on? He sneered. Any skill Potter could possess in occlumency would be no match for Draco's father and no match for the Dark Lord. Still, he knew the Dark Lord would find it significant that Potter was to continue his training with Dumbledore. As he stepped down the many staircases back into the entrance hall, he couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh at the thought of Weasley's excitement over being made Quidditch captain. That muggle-loving fool, he thought. Gryffindor will be pushovers this year with that idiot as their captain. He had also not missed the obvious affection between Weasley and the mudblood, Granger. He snorted. Leave it to a Weasley to fall for someone like her. He pushed these thoughts from his head as he reached his destination in the dungeons, not the Slytherin common room, but another room, one that only he knew existed. He stared at a blank space of stone wall, glanced around to ensure he was alone, and tapped it with his wand. The stones opened into a gap into darkness. As Draco entered, the wall closed behind him, and he knelt. "I am here, my lord." When Harry and Ron entered the Gryffindor common room, they found that most of the students had already gone up to their dormitories to unpack their trunks and settle in for another term. Ginny was sitting near the fire in Harry's favorite chair talking earnestly to Hermione, who still looked furious. Harry's and Ron's grins faded slightly as they went over to her. Whatever had happened in McGonagall's office, Hermione was clearly still very unhappy about it. "She just doesn't understand, does she?" Hermione was saying to Ginny as the boys came into earshot. "Understand what, Hermione?" Ron asked as he sat down beside her on the sofa and put an arm about her shoulder. "You didn't get a telling off for something, did you?" Hermione shrugged his arm from her shoulders and replied scathingly, "Of course I didn't get told off, Ron, I haven't done anything wrong." "Then what's the matter?" Ron looked affronted that she had refused to let him touch her. "Professor McGonagall is only letting her take 6 classes, Ginny explained. She's had to drop care of magical creatures, astronomy, divination, history of magic, and Muggle studies." "Divination," Harry interjected. "But you dropped that 3rd year. What's that got to do with anything?" "It's not just divination, Harry," Hermione spoke furiously. "It's the other classes, too. And I'll have you know that I got an O in divination. I studied hard for it, and even if I don't have the inner eye, as Trelawney says, I have got the basics of the different forms." "You took the divination exam?" Ron asked. "But you haven't taken divination in years. Ronald, you are not limited by the classes you have actually taken. You're allowed to sit any exam that you like. Honestly, didn't you read the guide to magical testing procedures that McGonagall handed out last term?" "Hermione, I don't even remember getting anything like that," Ron replied. Shrugging. "I must have binned it." Hermione let out her breath in a loud hiss. It was obvious that anything anyone said right now would annoy her greatly. "I'm going to bed," she said shortly, and got up to leave without asking Harry and Ron what McGonagall had wanted to see them about. "Wait, Hermione," Ron exclaimed. "I have something I have to tell all of you." "What then, Ron?" Hermione said irritably. "I've been made Quidditch captain." There was a loud squeal as Ginny Weasley jumped out of her chair and threw her arms around her brother. "Ron, that's wonderful. Oh, it's going to be the best year ever. You'll put me in as chaser, won't you? Oh, I can't wait for the season to start." "Ginny, you'll have to try out with everyone else," Ron told her. But he was grinning so widely his face looked in danger of splitting in two. Ginny broke off the hug and socked him in the arm. "Ow. What did you want to go and do that for?" Ginny didn't answer, just grinned at her brother. She was excited for him, and she knew he would be a fantastic captain. She had never met anyone, even Bill and Charlie, who knew as much about Quidditch as Ron. Hermione had even found it in herself to smile. After Ginny had released Ron, she went over to him, wrapping her arms around his waist and standing on tiptoe to give him a kiss. "Congratulations, Ron," she said. Ron's face went red at having had his girlfriend kiss him right in front of his best friend and his sister, but he looked pleased nonetheless. Harry and Ginny grinned at each other. Aside from Hermione's frustration at only being able to take 6 NEWT classes, they thought there had never been a better start to a new term. After Harry put all of his things away in the chest next to his bed, changed into his pajamas and taken a drink of water from the jug, he took a small vial out of his trunk and considered it. Moony had given him the vial before they had left Grimmauld Place. It contained a dreamless sleep potion. "You don't have to take this, Harry, if you don't want to," Remus had told him seriously. "But here it is, if you want it. After this, if you feel you need some, all you have to do is ask Madame Pomfrey. I've spoken to her, and she will monitor your use of the potion." Harry thought about it. It made him feel weak to admit that he might need the potion on his first night back at school. After all, he thought, Nothing bad has happened since my birthday. Why would it now? He had almost decided to save the potion for another time when he looked furtively around at his roommates. Neville, Seamus, and Dean were already sleeping, the scarlet hangings drawn around their beds. Harry was not surprised. He, Ron, Ginny and Hermione had stayed up talking, and it was nearly midnight. Ron, having finished putting his things away, was yawning widely as he changed into his pajamas. Harry decided that he did not want to risk waking his roommates up on the first night of term. He bid goodnight to Ron, pulled the hangings around his bed, and drank the potion without another thought. He was soundly asleep in minutes. When Harry woke early the next morning, he was glad he had taken the potion. As his roommates stirred around him, Harry quickly pulled on his robes and stuck his wand in his pocket, foregoing his book bag until he knew what classes he would have today. He felt relaxed, well-rested, and ready for whatever the day would bring. He and Ron met Hermione and Ginny in the common room 10 minutes later, and the four headed down to the Great Hall. Ron and Hermione held hands in a sickeningly sweet sort of way, and Ginny and Harry walked behind them, rolling their eyes and snickering. When they reached the Great Hall and began serving themselves breakfast, Ron K.P.T. shooting furtive glances at Harry's plate, but did not try to serve him again. They discussed their classes. For the first time, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would not be together in all of their classes. And it was not without a slight bit of trepidation that they all received their timetables from Professor McGonagall. Ginny was a bit nervous as well. This was her OWL year, and she remembered only too well how stressful classes has been for her brother and his friends the year before. Harry took one look at his timetable and groaned. This was going to be a hard year, academically. All NEWT classes were double periods. And they were only allowed to take 6, which left 6th and 7th years more study time than their younger counterparts. Suddenly, Harry realized that it was not something to be envied. They would need every moment of it. Harry, Hermione said, looking sideways at his timetable. It says you have free periods on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. That can't be right. You passed enough OWLs to have a full schedule. Not having wanted to take any of the attention off of Ron and his captaincy, Harry had not mentioned his private lessons with Dumbledore to Hermione or Ginny the night before. So he lowered his voice and told them all about his conversation with McGonagall. He didn't mention the bit about the additional special training that Dumbledore was planning. He wanted to find out what it was before he told anyone. His friends didn't know about the prophecy yet, and he didn't know how he would explain why Dumbledore would want him to learn the unforgivables without telling them. Oh, of course, Hermione answered when he had told them about the additional occlumency lessons. Well, that's good, isn't it? Yeah, Harry replied, but the look on his face was so much more pensive than usual that they all immediately knew he was holding something back. Harry, what is it? Ginny asked tentatively, and he immediately tried to arrange his face into a more casual expression. Nothing, he lied. I'm just dreading potions this morning, that's all. I can't think of a worse way to start the week. Maybe Professor Snape won't be too bad now we've made the NEWT class. Hermione said unconvincingly. Don't count on it, Ron said darkly. I don't envy you too. Personally, I'm glad to be shut of the old. Ron, Hermione hissed. You are still a prefect. And the first years could easily overhear. I say, forewarned is forearmed, Ron grumbled, but much more softly. Harry and Ginny both nodded vigorously. Well, unless we want to be late and upset Professor Snape right off, we'd best be going, Hermione said, ending the conversation and giving Ron a quick kiss on the cheek before standing up. We've got to go to the dormitory. And get our books and then get back down to the dungeons, and we've only got 20 minutes. Come on, Harry. You two have fun. Ron called after them smugly, glad that he wouldn't have to deal with Snape this year. With Hermione's constant insistence that they hurry, she and Harry arrived in Snape's dungeon with a full 5 minutes to spare. Harry tried to catch his breath as he swung his book bag onto the table he was to share with Hermione, and he looked around as his classmates filed in. As he had fully expected, most of the class consisted of Slytherins, including, of course, Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson. They did not sit together. Instead, Pansy threw a disgusted look at Draco as she flounced dramatically across the room to sit with another Slytherin 6th year. To Harry's great surprise and consternation, Draco dropped his bag on the table right in front of the one he was sharing with Hermione. Although he shot a blatantly malevolent look at them, he did not say a word. Ry couldn't help but notice that away from his rather large cronies, Malfoy seemed smaller than usual. However, he carried himself even more arrogantly than he had in the past, and Harry wondered what the change could be. Malfoy just seemed different somehow. Because of Snape's requirement of an outstanding OWL to gain entrance, this class was unusually small. Besides the 11 Slytherins that Harry had counted, the only other students were Harry, Hermione, Parvati Patil and her Ravenclaw twin, Padma, Justin Finch Fletchley and Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, and Ernie Macmillan and 2 other Ravenclaws who Harry did not recognize. Hermione and Harry exchanged friendly greetings with the non-Slytherin students, most of whom were DA members, but before they had a chance to say anything besides the usual pleasantries, the door to Snape's office opened and the greasy-haired professor stalked into the room. Everyone fell silent. "Welcome to NEWT-level potions," Snape said, his voice anything but welcoming. "Although I expected many of you to make this class, I did have a few surprises when OWL results came back." He glared at Harry, and then moved his gaze to Justin and Susan. "Needless to say, now that you have proven what you are capable of, I will expect nothing less than the best from each of you, and from the beginning, I will mark all assignments to NEWT standard." Harry could feel Hermione straighten attentively as Snape continued, "It seems that there are those among us who have never performed to their potential in this class." Again, he glared at Harry. "That will no longer be tolerated." Harry bit his tongue as he willed his face to remain neutral. He wanted to shout at Snape that the reason many of them had done poorly in potions had nothing to do with their abilities on the subject matter, but everything to do with Snape's constant criticism and belittling of anyone who was not in his own house. Wisely, however, Harry decided to remain silent. "I do not have time to waste on revision if we are to cover everything necessary in this class," Snape sneered. "We will begin immediately on your NEWT work." He flicked his wand at the blackboard behind his desk, and many rows of his spiky handwriting appeared. Before even reading the instructions, Harry could tell simply by the long list of ingredients and procedures that Snape had, as usual, set them an extremely difficult potion for their first day in class. "These," Snape indicated the board, "are the instructions for the Wolfsbane potion." Harry was slightly startled. Why had Snape chosen to teach them this particular potion today? "This potion is a partial antidote for the werewolf transformation. Can anyone tell me why it is only partial?" Hermione raised her hand, and Harry immediately followed suit. Of course, they knew of the Wolfsbane potion from the time they had spent with Moony since 3rd year. No one else, however, raised their hands. Snape raised his eyebrows at the rest of the class. "Not at all what I would have expected," he commented. "NEWT-level potion students who can't even answer the simplest question for such a common potion. I see that none of you have seen fit to open a book this summer. How disappointing." Wolfsbane, as usual, he ignored Hermione and Harry as they kept their hands pointedly in the air. Just as Harry put his hand down, Hermione predictably spoke out, "Sir, the Wolfsbane potion is only considered a partial antidote to the werewolf transformation because, while it allows the taker to retain his or her normal human mind during the transformation, it does not prevent the physical changes during the full moon." "Miss Granger, I did not call on you," Snape began, and Harry just knew he was going to take points from Gryffindor. Harry was surprised when Snape continued, "But your answer is correct. However, if you wish to remain in this class, you will remember that you are not to speak until you are called upon." Hermione nodded, as surprised at Harry that Snape had not taken points. Calling out answers in class was one area in which Hermione had barely improved since her first year, and neither could remember a time in which Snape had let it go this easily. "Now, before Miss Know-It-All Granger interrupted, I was going to tell you that Wolfsbane must be taken daily for the entire week prior to each full moon. Just one missed dose and the transformation will go on as normal, with the victim transforming both in mind and in body." Harry shuddered at this. In his 3rd year, he had seen what had happened to Remus during a transformation after he had forgotten to take the Wolfsbane. He never wanted to see that again. "I think," Professor Snape said, looking at all of them scornfully, "that we will see W. Hat you can do without further instruction." You will find everything you need in the store cupboard, and your instructions are on the board. If brewed correctly, this potion will be opaque and murky b. Roan in color with a moderate amount of pale green steam. You have 1 hour and 20 minutes to complete today's work. Begin. Determined that this was one potion he would learn to make perfectly, Ari began reading the instructions on the board carefully, copying them down on a piece of parchment, while Hermione went to collect their ingredients from the student store cupboard. If he could learn to make this potion correctly, Remus would no longer have to depend upon Snape to provide him with it the week before the full moon, and Harry didn't like to think of Remus having to depend upon Snape for anything. Harry and Hermione did not talk while they worked as they usually did, except to check on one another's progress as the hour went on. It seemed that Hermione was just as determined as Harry to get the potion exactly right. But as she was always determined to get everything exactly right, he wasn't sure if this was actually anything new. Never before had Harry chopped his ingredients so carefully, watched the clock so diligently, and checked the flames on his cauldron as constantly as he did today. Even Professor Snape, who hovered over Harry even more than he did the rest of his students, found nothing to criticize. At the end of the period, Harry's efforts were rewarded by an opaque, murky brown potion giving off moderate amounts of steam. His was identical to Hermione's, and that was an accomplishment, seeing as how Harry had never attempted a more difficult potion than this one on his own. Feeling confident that he had done well, he poured a small amount of potion into a glass vial and took it up to Professor Snape's desk, muttering to Hermione as he went not to clean up his cauldron until he made sure Snape had received the sample for marking. As he placed S and Hermione's vials on the center of the teacher's table, Snape muttered without looking at him, "Potter, I want to see you after the others leave the room." Harry nodded, wondering what this was about. He went back to Hermione and they cleaned up their cauldrons quickly, feeling that potions, at least, had gotten off to a good start. She looked concerned when Harry told her that he had been asked to stay. But she left the room with the others after Snape had assigned a 2-foot essay on the significance of the ingredients of wolfsbane, promising to wait for Harry down the hall. Harry had gathered all of his things so that he would be able to leave the room quickly, and as soon as the last 6th year had left the classroom, he approached Snape's desk. "Professor, you wanted to see." Snape did not give him time to finish, but stood up quickly, raised his wand, and before Harry had time to react, cried, "Legilimens." Harry was completely unprepared, and as he felt the violent push that was Snape's intrusion on his mind, memories began to play in his head, memories he feared, memories he treasured. Only 3 or 4 seconds passed before Harry was able to throw up his defenses and begin pushing the intruder out of his mind. In his surprise and anger, Harry pushed back harder than he had ever done before. He panted from the exertion, sweat pouring from his brow. With one final, very intense push, Harry's mind cleared. He had succeeded. Professor Snape stumbled backwards into the blackboard from the force of Harry's defense, and Harry himself leaned on the front table as they glared at each other. "Whose side are you on, anyway?" Harry snapped, feeling the beginnings of a headache pounding in his temples. "Watch your tone, Potter," Snape warned him coldly. "As a member of the Order, it is my responsibility to see that you are keeping up your end of the bargain, learning occlumency the way you are supposed to." "No, sir," Harry replied, barely keeping his temper in check. "It was your responsibility last year, wasn't it? Since you didn't see fit to actually teach me anything, I reckon it's none of your concern anymore." Snape's eyes flashed dangerously, but Harry was beyond caring. "I won't deny that your skills have improved, Potter," he said coldly, "but your arrogance is going to do nothing but put you into more unnecessary danger, as well as your friends." Although he did not specifically mention the Department of Mysteries, the implication was clear, and Harry's temper finally boiled over. "Well, you didn't help much there, did you? I tried to tell you, to warn you. But you just left. Better to save your own sorry skin than to actually try and help us, wasn't it?" Harry shouted, his head pounding furiously. "Do not speak of things you do not understand, Potter." Snape replied just as furiously. "You should count yourself lucky that I was able to alert the Order in time to save your pitiful life." "It wasn't my life that needed saving," Harry screamed, totally out of control now that he had finally found an outlet for his fury. "You knew it was a trick. You could have stopped us going there. But you didn't care about Sirius, all because of some stupid trick he played on you back when you were in school. I think you did it on purpose. I think you wanted me to go to the Department of Mysteries. It was what your master wanted, wasn't it?" Snape raised his wand, his face white with rage, and hissed, "Get out, Potter. Get out, now." Without another word, Harry spun and ran, the pain in his head so blinding that he sped right past High's supplies on the table and out of the room, slamming the door shut behind him. As Harry ran down the dungeon corridor, he was too furious, too out of control, to notice Draco Malfoy slip out from the corner and head the opposite direction, deeper into the dungeons, his pale face set in a decided smirk. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed as her friend rounded the corner, his face white and sweaty, his mouth set in a furious line. "What happened?" Upon hearing her voice, Harry finally stopped running, but he did not look at her. Instead, still looking slightly crazed, he backed into the stone wall and slid down it, hiding his face in his hands. He was shaking badly, and Hermione was terrified that he'd had another attack. "Harry?" she asked softly, approaching him and kneeling next to him, putting her hand on his shoulder. "Harry, do you need someone? Should I go get Professor Dumbledore? Madame Pomfrey?" Harry shrugged her hand away and did not look up as he replied, "Just go away, Hermione. Leave me alone." Hermione didn't know what to do. Harry sounded extremely angry, but he seemed completely conscious and aware of his surroundings, very much unlike he had following the attack on his birthday. What had happened between Harry and Professor Snape to put Harry in such a state? He had seemed so much better lately, so much happier. What could have changed that so completely? "Come on, Harry," Hermione said gently. "We have study period next in the library, but no one will notice if we aren't there. Let's go back to the common room." "Hermione, didn't you hear me?" Harry asked furiously. "I want to be left alone. Just go on. I'll see you later." He tried to calm his voice down as he looked up into her concerned face, but the last thing he wanted was a long, drawn-out conversation with her. "Go on. I'll see you at lunch," he repeated, trying to make his voice sound more even. "Harry, I don't think." "Hermione, go. Just go away, all right." His voice was harsh again, and Hermione could feel the anger radiating from his body. She backed away, and finally began to walk up the corridor towards the stairs, deciding that she would find someone else to come down and talk to Harry. She knew Harry well enough to know that if she did not leave, he would only become more furious. However, she could not resist one last glance at him before she went up the stairs, and she was alarmed. Although not altogether surprised, to see his entire body still shaking with fury. Draco entered the special chamber in the dungeons only after making sure that no one else had seen him. He had been told that this chamber had been built during the First War, to allow his lord to communicate with his servants at Hogwarts undetected. By some powerfully invoked magic, the room was impervious to the wards surrounding the castle. Although no one could enter or leave Hogwarts through it, open and secret communication was possible. When he heard the stone wall slide shut behind him, and he was again in complete darkness, Draco knelt on the floor, his eyes down. "I am here, my lord," he said softly. The voice of the Dark Lord filled the small space, and Draco could hear him as clearly as he would have if they had been standing side by side. "Ah, yes, my young Death Eater," he hissed. "Do you have information for me?" "Yes, my lord," Draco answered meekly, never raising his eyes. He was not sure if Lord Voldemort could see him or not, and he took no chances of incurring his wrath. "Very well," hissed the voice once again. "Speak quickly. I have other matters requiring my attention." "Professor Snape kept Potter after class this morning," Draco began, speaking quickly but with more humility than anyone else who knew him would have believed possible. "I listened from around the corner. Snape tried to perform legilimency on Potter, but Potter was able to close him out." "Of course he was," the voice almost purred. "Continue." "Professor Snape accused Potter of being arrogant. And Potter asked him which side he was on. Potter thinks Snape purposefully ignored him when he tried to communicate what had happened at the Department of Mysteries. Potter is not as dull as many believe him to be. Snape was indeed part of my plan, as you now know, young Malfoy." "Yes, my lord." Draco was not as certain of Snape's loyalty, but he knew his master had ways of finding the truth. It would be dangerous to speak of it without proof. What about the girl, the little redhead? Voldemort hissed, a hint of cold amusement in his voice. They are always together, my lord, Draco answered. Besides when they are in classes, or she is on prefect patrol. Yes, Potter is starting to care for her. I have seen it in his mind. She, her brother, and the mudblood may well be useful tools. Keep watching, but make no move. I will, my lord, Draco answered, but there was the slightest hint of petulance in his voice now. You will have your chance, young Malfoy. Now, go before anyone notices your absence. I will await your next report. Draco could sense that Lord Voldemort had left him, and he stood, smoothing his robes carefully before exiting silently from the chamber. Weiss sat in the corridor for a full 5 minutes, trying to regain enough control to get up and leave the dungeons. He kept his head down, hidden from the second-year students that were now trickling past to go to their own potions lesson. The students were Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, and none of them recognized Harry, although several of them wondered why this older student was sitting alone in the hallway, his head buried in his knees. After he was certain all of the students had passed, Harry slowly rose, looked around, and walked up the stairs into the deserted entrance hall. He did not know where Hermione had gone. But knowing her as he did, he supposed she had gone to find an adult. Typical, he thought bitterly. I can't even be angry without someone raising the alarm. Harry did not want to talk to anyone. Least of all Professor Dumbledore, and he guessed correctly that Hermione had gone straight up to the headmaster's office to find him. He crossed the entrance hall furiously, wrenching open the large front door. And then stopped for a second in the courtyard, wondering where he should go. Finally deciding to take a walk around the lake in the cool, mid-morning air, he headed down and started walking. Going in the opposite direction than Hagrid's cabin lay. As he walked, his fury with Snape abated somewhat, and it was replaced by complete disgust with himself. He should have kept his temper with the potions master. His outburst was going to do nothing more than increase the man's irritation with him. But so what if it does? He thought, kicking a small rock out of his way. It's not like we got along to begin with, and the old bat had it coming to him. I should not have gone to the Department of Mysteries, but he was the one person who could have stopped me. If he had, Sirius would still be alive. My friends wouldn't have gotten hurt. His fury returned and he broke into a run, stopping only when a sharp pain down his left side doubled him over. He sat down heavily against a tree, staring out at the water. Fury, despair, and guilt fought for domination in his mind, and all the positive emotion from yesterday had evaporated completely. Hermione was not sure what she should do. She couldn't find Professor Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall was in class. Since Harry had not, as far as Hermione could tell, suffered another attack from Voldemort, she thought it unlikely that interrupting McGonagall's class was a very wise idea, and she did not actually think that Harry needed Madame Pomfrey. Hermione realized that leaving Harry in the dungeon corridor had probably not been the best idea. But since she already had, she decided that she would go and find Ron in the library and they would go down to find him together. She entered the library, which was full of 6th and 7th years already revising for their NEWT classes. She sighed. She really should start work on the Wolfsbane essay, but she knew she wouldn't be able to concentrate until she knew Harry was all right. She scanned the students at the study tables, and it didn't take her long to find the fiery red hair of her boyfriend, who was actually doing more staring off into space than revising. She walked quietly up to him, keeping her eyes open for Madame Pants, the librarian. Ron, she whispered, startling him out of his reverie. Oi, Hermione, why do you have to scare a guy like that? Ron asked, moving his book bag aside so she would have room to work in the seat next to him. How was Snape? Fine, Hermione whispered. But Ron, I need you to come down to the dungeons with me. Hermione, we're supposed to be studying. Ron whispered back with a wicked grin, thinking that she wanted to find a private cupboard for some alone time with him. Honestly, Ronald, just because. All you can think about is, Hermione began hotly, but at that moment, Madame Pants shot a loud, "Shish!" in their direction and brandished her feather duster at them. Anyway, Ron, we need to go back down there to talk to Harry. He's really upset about something. Ron looked alarmed but did not reply, as it appeared that Madame Pants was just barely restraining herself from coming at them with a heavy book. He silently gathered his books and followed her from the library. What's going on? he asked as soon as the library door shut firmly behind them. Hermione was walking very quickly towards the dungeons. Is Harry okay? I don't know, Hermione snapped. I tried to ask him, but he's really angry about something. Snape kept him after class on the first day. What did he do? Nothing, Ron. And his potion came out perfectly, so I couldn't guess what Professor Snape wanted from him. I told him I'd wait for him in the corridor. He wasn't in there long, but when he came out, he looked as angry as I've ever seen him look, and I swear he nearly killed me when I suggested that we go find someone to help. You don't think it was? You know who, do you? Ron asked worriedly as they continued to walk as quickly as possible. At first I was worried about that, but he didn't seem anything like the way he seemed after Voldemort attacked him. It frightened me, though, Ron. I don't think I've seen Harry look that way since, well, for a long time. They reached the dungeon corridor and found no sign of Harry or anyone else, as the 11 o'clock class period had begun a few minutes before. They turned to leave, shooting worried glances at one another, when a drawling, familiar voice sounded behind them. If it isn't Weasel and the Mudblood, Draco taunted from behind them. Ron's ears immediately turned red as he spun around to face Malfoy. Say that again, Malfoy, go on, Ron threatened, pulling his wand from his pocket, and ignoring Hermione, who had grabbed his other arm to hold him back. Of course, I wouldn't be caught dead with a Muggle born, Draco continued, looking quite unafraid, although he had also taken his wand out and was twirling it lazily in his fingers. But I suppose your family has had to lower their standards, haven't they, Weasel? There's not a pureblood in England who would marry a Weasley. Ron, ignore him. He's not worth it, Hermione said furiously, tugging on Ron's arm again. We need to go find Harry. Oh, lost Potty, have you? Draco drawled. Maybe he's gone off with your sister, Weasel, he's been dying too. Ron wrenched free from Hermione's grasp, launching himself at Malfoy, who was caught off guard that Ron hadn't thought to try and hex him. Ron managed to land one punch on Malfoy's pointed chin, when a door opened a short way down the corridor and Professor Snape quickly intervened. Well, he said silkily, grabbing the back of Ron's robes and pulling him back from Malfoy. It seems you haven't even been able to make it the first week of term without getting yourself into trouble, Mr. Weasley. Let's see. I think 20 points from Gryffindor would make a nice start to the year, wouldn't it? And I'll have an additional 10 from your house for finding 2 prefects so far away from where they should be. Hermione gripped Ron's shoulder in warning, and he held his temper and although he glared daggers at Professor Snape. We were looking for Harry, Professor, Hermione said before anyone else could speak. Have you seen him? Now, why would I have seen him, Miss Granger? Before you two decided to attack Mr. Malfoy right outside my classroom door, I was teaching a class. Malfoy smirked as Professor Snape glared at Ron and Hermione. Now, I believe all 3 of you have somewhere else you need to be. Go, before I decide to take more points. Ron looked like he was about to retort, but Hermione grabbed his arm fiercely and pulled him back up the stone staircase. When they were safely out of earshot, Ron tore his arm out of her grasp and snarled, "When I think of those 2 slimy little," he called them a name that caused Hermione to blush, "I just want to X them both into 1,000 pieces and get it done with." Well, I'm glad to see your common sense intervened, Ronald, Hermione said sarcastically. Your fist was a much better choice of weapon. Ron gaped at her. Like you're one to talk. I seem to remember a certain someone hitting Malfoy around the face 3rd year. Hermione blushed but smiled, and Ron could see that she wasn't really angry with him. Come on, Ron. Maybe Harry's gone up to the common room. Let's go find out what happened. Harry was not in the common room, nor was he in the boys' dormitory, the Ullery, the library, or even the room of requirement. By the time Hermione and Ron had finished searching all of those places, they were quite out of breath and getting increasingly worried. Hermione remained certain that Harry had not been attacked, but they had been told not to leave him on his own in case Voldemort made another attempt on his mind. Maybe we should get McGonagall or Dumbledore or someone, Hermione finally suggested. As students began pouring out of their classrooms and towards the Great Hall for lunch. Hermione, if you're sure Harry wasn't attacked, getting a teacher is the last thing we should do, Ron told her. You know Harry, He won't speak to us for days if we do that, so we need to make sure it's worth it. But we can't find him anywhere. Hermione exclaimed. What if he's in some kind of trouble? Let's go in and have some lunch. If Harry doesn't show up by the end of the hour, then we'll go get someone to help us, okay? Ron's suggestion was sensible, so Hermione nodded worriedly and followed Ron into the Great Hall. They met up with Ginny, who was grumbling to a complacent-looking Luna Lovegood about her Transfiguration homework. One look at Hermione's face, and she left Lou. Not to follow the two over to the Gryffindor table. As they all helped themselves to fried chicken, Ron and Hermione filled her in on what had happened. To Ron's great consternation, Ginny blushed when he got to the bit about Draco Malfoy making suggestions concerning her and Harry. You weren't, Ron stammered, and Hermione and Ginny both laughed at him. Of course not, Ron. Harry and Ginny are only friends, and besides, she was in class while we were looking for him, Hermione giggled, momentarily forgetting her worry. Ron looked immensely relieved. Harry did not show up during lunch, and after they had all eaten hurriedly. Hermione said, "We've got 30 minutes before classes start. I think we should go back up to the common room and look there again, and if he's not there, I'm going to get someone. Harry can be angry if he wants, but you heard what your mum said about not letting him be alone too much." Ron reluctantly agreed. Ginny told the two that she needed to stop off at the library before heading to Care of Magical Creatures, and to let her know if they found him. After they had gone, though, she left the Great Hall alone and headed for the front doors. She and Harry had talked quite a bit over the summer while Ron and Hermione had spent time together, and he had told her that he liked to get outside and walk when he was feeling troubled. She set off to the lake. Guessing that Harry would not have gone to Hagrid's, and knowing that he could not have gone into the forest. She felt slightly guilty about not telling Ron and Hermione where she thought he was, but she wanted to make sure she was correct first. The last thing any of them needed was Hermione to become worried that Harry had actually left the grounds. It only took her 5 minutes to reach Harry's spot by the lake. As he had not veered much from the normal path. He was sitting alone, his back up against the trunk of a tree, staring vacantly out into the water. "Harry," Ginny said, approaching him hesitantly. After what Hermione had said about his mood, she did not want to get too close. She had seen Harry's temper before, and while she knew he wouldn't hurt her, she thought it best not to crowd him. "What are you doing out here, Ginny?" he asked dispassionately, the anger in his voice gone. "What do you think I'm doing?" "Looking for you," Ginny answered with a hint of annoyance in her voice. "You've got everyone in a right state, Harry. What in the world made you come out here without telling anyone where you were going?" "I think I've got a right to take a walk if I want to, Ginny," Harry said. His temper flaring once again. "Oh, that's what you think, is it?" Ginny answered, matching Harry's temper easily. "You think you've got a right to have Ron and Hermione looking all over the damn castle for you. Worried sick that something's wrong. You think you've got a right to just stalk out when no one's looking, not bothering to tell anyone. Well, you listen to me, Harry Potter." "Save it, Ginny," Harry snapped. "There's nothing wrong with me. I just wanted some time to myself for once. I don't know why that seems to be so much to ask." "I'll tell you why, then," Ginny shouted, losing her temper completely. "Because last time you were left on your own you almost died. You were too stupid to ask for help when you needed it. Not to mention you know who trying to get into your head at every turn. So you're just going to have to get over it, because we are going to be spending time with you and worrying about you." "You think I asked for that?" Harry laughed bitterly. "And just for the record, it wasn't Voldemort trying to get into my head this time, it was Snape." In her tirade, Ginny missed Harry's comment about Snape completely. "Just because you didn't ask for it doesn't mean it's not happening. And we're not going to let you go through it alone. I can't believe how selfish you're being, by the way. You think you're the only one affected by all this. My mum barely slept all summer, worrying about you, and Hermione missed the rest of her holiday with her parents, and—" "All right, Ginny, I get the point," Harry interrupted, his anger draining away at last. "I'm sorry, okay." His guilt for what he was putting them all through peeked through his temper, and even though he still thought it was unfair that she was giving him a telling off just for wanting to be on his own, he could see her point. Ginny tried to calm herself, and when she spoke, it was in a more civil tone. It's a start, I guess. You just can't do this, Harry. I know it's unfair, but you just can't. Wait a minute. Ginny interrupted herself, Harry's comment finally piercing through her emotions and into her mind. Did you say Snape tried to break into your mind? Yeah, Harry answered. That's why he kept me after class. He didn't even give me a chance to react, he just dove right in. I got him out, but then we had quite a row, and he just made me so mad, I guess I wasn't thinking. Too right you weren't, Ginny muttered, but she was having a hard time staying angry, much as she thought Harry deserved it for his attitude. Why do you think he attacked you? I'm not sure, Harry said bitterly. He said it was his job as a member of the Order to make sure I was practicing my occlumency, but sometimes I still wonder, his lessons last year did nothing but make things worse. Do you think he's on our side, Harry? Ginny asked. Dumbledore thinks so, and Moony is certain of it, Harry answered. But I still don't know why they're so sure. Before they had any chance to discuss it further, they saw students walking towards Hagrid's cabin for care of magical creatures, and they knew that they had to go. Ginny walked Harry right up to the doors of the castle, as though she wanted to make sure he actually went back into the castle. She told him to hurry to class so Ron and Hermione would stop worrying, and then broke into a run down to Hagrid's cabin, shouting a quick goodbye at him over her shoulder. Harry had to hurry. As he was going into the castle, he suddenly remembered that he had left his book bag in Snape's dungeon. He ran down the stone steps, and slipped into the room silently. Very relieved that Snape was still in his office. He did not say a word in reply to the questioning stares from the fourth-year Slytherin and Gryffindor students in the room, but shouldered his bag and hurried up to the second-floor charms classroom. He reached Professor Flitwick's classroom only a minute before the bell rang. He was not surprised to see Ron and Hermione waiting anxiously outside of the classroom, but was rather surprised to see Tonks standing with them, peering up and down the halls watchfully. Harry, Hermione cried, where on earth have you been? I was so worried. We looked everywhere. We thought. I'm sorry, Hermione, Harry replied. I wasn't thinking straight. Sorry, mate, he added, looking at Ron. His irritation flared again even as he apologized. But he reminded himself that they were only worried about him. You all right, kid? Tonks asked, looking at him closely. Yeah, I'm all right. Thanks, Tonks, Harry told her, embarrassed at the commotion he had caused. I need to get to my class, then, but I want to talk to you after dinner. We'll go for a walk. Harry had a feeling he was going to find out what it was like to get a telling off from Tonks before he had even gone to her class, but, after what Ginny had said to him, he felt he probably deserved it. He nodded at Tonks, and she left quickly. Flitwick gave them a lecture at the beginning of class much like the one they had received at the beginning of their OWL year, but, as always, his lecture was not stern, but kind, his squeaky voice congratulating all of them on passing their OWLs successfully. He assigned them a relatively simple charm for the day, a review from the previous year, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione used the usual noisy cover of the class to discuss what had happened. So, where'd you go, Harry? Ron asked. We looked all over the castle for you, and no one had seen you. I went down to walk by the lake, Harry answered. Harry, you aren't supposed, Hermione began, but Harry interrupted her. I know, Hermione, and I'm sorry, okay. I already got a right telling off from Ginny, isn't that enough? I won't do it again. He sounded slightly bitter. From Ginny? Ron asked bewilderedly. When did you see Ginny? She came and found me by the lake. Why? Didn't she tell you she was going to look out there? Harry could tell by the confused expressions on his friends' faces that she hadn't, and he wondered why. She said she was going to the library, Ron said indignantly. If she knew where to find you, why didn't she tell us? Isn't it obvious? Hermione asked with an infuriatingly superior look on her face. No, Ron and Harry answered together, and Hermione smiled at their thickness. Her smile turned quickly into a frown, however, as she returned to the matter at hand. Harry, what made you so angry? She asked, needing to know the answer, but afraid he was going to get angry again. Snape, Harry said simply. Well, no offense mate. But I think we had that one figured out already. What happened? Ron asked. Harry told them all about Snape's attack on his mind and the ensuing row. When he got to the paw. Where he had blatantly accused Snape of being a Death Eater, Hermione gasped, Harry, you didn't. He's got a point, Hermione. Why else would he have done what he did if he's not reporting to you-know-who? Ron said. I'm sure he probably wanted to see how Harry's occlumency was going, Hermione countered. Remember, Dumbledore trusts him, and he's a member of the Order. I can't believe he surprised you like that, though, Harry. She said, slightly more sympathetically. Oh, I can't, Harry replied bitterly. I'm not sure what side he's on, but whatever side it is, there's no doubting that he hates me. Harry, he doesn't. Come off it, Hermione, Ron interrupted. Everyone knows Snape's had it in for Harry since day one. Hermione opened her mouth as though she were about to reply, but then closed it and nodded reluctantly. Snape's and Harry's mutual animosity had been well known since first year. Now that he had told his friends what had happened, Harry was more than ready for a change of subject. So he seized upon the one topic that was sure to take the conversation off him. So, Ron, he began. Now that Angelina and Alicia have graduated, who do you reckon will be on the house team this year? As usual, the diversion of Quidditch worked, and although Hermione looked as though she disapproved of the change of subject, she magnanimously allowed Ron and Harry to carry on with discussions of the Gryffindor team for the rest of the period. NEWT. Herbology did not prove to be much different than it had been in years past, and as they left Greenhouse 5 to wash the soil off of their hands before dinner, Harry's thoughts turned to his upcoming meeting with Tonks. He didn't know why, but he felt slightly nervous. He had never really spent much time alone with her. Unless you counted the few minutes they had spent last summer packing Harry's things on Privet Drive, and he didn't know what to expect from the conversation. She was usually so cheerful that it was hard to imagine her telling anybody off. But he had also seen her fight fiercely at the Department of Mysteries and knew that, as an Auror, there had to be a certain amount of toughness in her personality. He did not have long to wait. After he had eaten a large dinner, he looked up at the teacher's table. He noticed for the first time how much younger she seemed than the other teachers. Most of W. Home had been at Hogwarts for a decade or more, and she gave him a small nod, the expression on her face much more serious than usual. He bid goodbye to his classmates and headed towards the entrance hall. He had only waited a few moments before Tonks joined him. Let's just go out for a walk around the grounds, she asked him, leading the way out the front doors. It's a nice night, and this way W.E. will be able to talk without being overheard. Harry nodded. Once they had crossed the courtyard and gone onto the grounds, Harry noticed that Tonks' normal watchfulness increased into a state of heightened alert. She didn't seem nervous, just careful, and Harry supposed that being constantly on guard was probably an occupational hazard to being an Auror. Harry, I need you to listen to me for a bit, kid. Tonks started the conversation once she was sure they could not be overheard. She had led him to the same path he had taken earlier in the day, the one around the lake. I know you hate this. And I hate that you have to go through it, but you just can't go off on your own like you did today. If you had stayed in the castle, that would have been one thing, but coming out on the grounds on your own wasn't a good idea. I know, Tonks. I'm sorry I made everyone worry, Harry answered, finding it hard to be irritated with the young professor in the crisp fall air, the giant squid keeping pace with them lazily along the shallow edges of the lake. That's not what I mean, Harry, Tonks answered him gently. Anyone would have been angry after what happened this morning. We all understand that. And you already apologized to your friends. It's forgiven and forgotten. How do you know about this morning? Harry asked, confused. I had Ginny for defense against the dark arts this afternoon. I hope you don't mind that she told me. I asked her straight out, and I am a professor now, you know, Tonks said, sticking her nose in the air, pretending to be arrogant. Harry felt slightly put out as he reflected that everyone seemed to always know his business, but he pushed the feeling aside. Ginny had done nothing wrong in answering Tonks's questions. In fact, she probably didn't feel as though she had much of a choice. And he knew the Order would find out pretty much everything he did this year anyway. Listen, Harry, Tonks began again, her voice serious. I need you to take me seriously when I tell you that I don't want you to be on your own outside anymore. In fact, I would be more comfortable if you weren't on your own any more than is needed, but I know that everyone needs some time to himself every now and again. Tonks, is there something I need to know? Harry asked her directly. I don't want to be kept in the dark. Harry, as you know, Hogwarts is one of the safest places on the planet as long as Albus Dumbledore is headmaster. Having said that, however, this is a war, and for some reason, you seem to be a key player in that. She stopped, unsure for a moment how to continue. Because she wasn't sure exactly why Voldemort seemed so focused on Harry's defeat. Harry nodded glumly, and Tonks continued after a moment. Professor Dumbledore has not yet found a way to counter the kind of attack that happened at your party, the dual attack, and our biggest worry concerning you is that it will happen again, and you must not be alone when it does. That kind of powerful attack can have terrible consequences, for you and for the Order. If no one knows how to break it, though, what can they do? Harry asked. Besides teaching me occlumency, of course, I'm already going to be working with Professor Dumbledore on that 3 times a week. Harry, even if it cannot break the attack, having someone near you that cares for you will go a long way in helping you fight. And it is also important to have someone to take care of you after it ends. An attack of that nature leaves your physical and magical reserves very low, and that means you are extremely vulnerable to attack from the outside while you recover. Attack from the outside, Harry repeated. No one had mentioned that before, although it did make some sense. That was going to be my next point, Harry. Hogwarts has every ward around it imaginable, but one of Voldemort's greatest strengths lies in his cunning. We do not believe that he can come here personally just yet, but that is no to say that there are not those among his followers who could without any of us being the wiser. Many Death Eaters work as spies, and it is often impossible to tell who they are. Harry, enjoy your time with your friends. But know who you can trust and be careful around people, especially if they seem to take an unusual interest in you. Harry nodded again, feeling a little overwhelmed but also slightly stupid. He had not even stopped to consider the possibility that there could be Death Eaters at Hogwarts, for he could not truly believe that Snape was one, as much as he hated the man. Yet, only a little over a year before, a professor that Harry and Dumbledore had both trusted had turned out to be a Death Eater in disguise, and had tried to kill Harry before Dumbledore had intervened. Don't beat yourself up, kid. Tonks said gently. Just don't do a repeat of this morning, okay? All right. Now, Tonks said, her tone brightening back to normal. I only just arrived yesterday, and I haven't been here since I left school. What say you show me around the grounds? You've got a bit before curfew, haven't you? Harry laughed at her sudden return to exuberance, and took her down to the Quidditch pitch. Past Hagrid's cabin and the entrance to the Forbidden Forest, and around the herbology greenhouses as the night grew darker and she kept him entertained with stories from her own school days. Harry was surprised to find that she had gone to school with the 2 eldest Weasley brothers, Bill and Charlie, and he thought that Charlie sounded a lot like Ron. Tonks walked him all the way back up to Gryffindor Tower, giving the fat lady a fond wave as Harry said the password, Carpe Diem. When he had climbed through the portrait hole and arrived in the common room, he settled WN at the usual table with Ron and Hermione and began work on the day's homework, which had been considerable in all classes. Ron and Hermione were busy having an argument over whether or not history of magic had been a useless class. Those who don't know the past are doomed to repeat it, Ronald. They greeted Harry cheerfully, glad that he seemed to be in a better mood. Harry arrived at the headmaster's office 10 minutes early for their first occlumency lesson of the term. When he arrived, his bag already packed and heavy, he stared at the stone gargoyle, realizing he did not know the password yet. He jumped slightly when the calm voice of Professor Dumbledore sounded directly behind him. Good morning, Harry. Thank you for arriving so promptly. He turned to the stone gargoyle. Sugar Quill, he said clearly. His eyes twinkling. The gargoyle jumped aside and the familiar rotating staircase came into view. Harry followed the headmaster onto the staircase, and they ascended to the circular office in silence. Harry was not at all surprised that there was no evidence of his tantrum at the end of last term. In fact, he clearly remembered smashing several of the silver instruments which stood in perfect condition on the low tables. Dumbledore noticed Harry looking around and told him gently, "The damage to my possessions was easily repaired, Harry. I wish I could say the same for the damage that has been done to you." Harry looked sharply at Dumbledore, who continued, "Ah, yes, Harry. I've wanted to speak of this to you for some time, but the moment has not been right. Perhaps now, if you would care to sit." He gestured at the chairs in front of his desk, and Harry sat, placing his bag on the ground beside him. "Harry," Dumbledore began, "the passage from child to adult is a difficult process. And I have observed thousands of students on this journey in my time as a teacher and as headmaster of this school. From the beginning, Harry, you have been different than any other young man I have ever known. Your very first day as a student, you chose your friends with more wisdom than I could have hoped for. At 11 years of age, you turned down an offer of friendship that implied immediate power and status in favor of loyalty to a boy you had only just come to know." Harry was astounded. The choice between Draco Malfoy's outstretched hand and Ron's friendship had not been difficult. But how had Dumbledore known about it? "As I told you before, Harry, I have watched you more closely than you could have guessed," Dumbledore said quietly. "And you have never given me reason to be anything but proud of the man you were becoming. For Harry, even at the times when you have made questionable decisions, they have always been for the right reasons. With only one exception, that is," he added, the twinkle in his eyes returning for a moment. "The incident with the flying Fort Anglia was regrettable." His eyes held no condemnation as he said this. "Actually, old wizard appeared to be holding back a laugh." Harry remained mute throughout this rather surprising monologue, not sure what to make of it. How could Dumbledore seem so serious one moment, and almost jovial the next? Even as Harry watched, the amusement died, replaced once again by gravity, age, and a hint of sadness. "Youth is meant to be enjoyed, to be savored. I regret that you have had few opportunities in your life to do either, and what chance you did have was taken from you too abruptly that night at the Department of Mysteries, the night you witnessed your own godfather's death. Your childhood ended that night, Harry. I have seen it in your eyes all summer, and I mourn that loss. I watched you come back from the very brink of your own death, and I am proud of the man you have become. Proud of the fight you are waging. You have strength beyond anything I have ever seen, or could have ever expected, Harry. That is how I know that when your time comes, when it is time to fulfill that destiny which you have been handed, you will succeed." His speech complete, Dumbledore sat back in his chair and steepled his long fingers under his chin. He watched Harry's face closely, seeing for a reaction to all that he had said. Harry's mind was working furiously. Was this Dumbledore's idea of a pep talk? He did not know how Dumbledore could claim that he, Harry, had shown any kind of strength during the holidays. Harry had never felt weaker in his life. "Professor," he said hesitantly, "I lost my strength when Voldemort attacked my mind. I couldn't fight him, until you began teaching me occlumency. I didn't even try." "Quite the contrary, Harry," Dumbledore answered. "It is true that you were unable to stop the attacks, but that does not mean that you did not fight them, even if you were not aware of doing so. Why do you believe you became so ill?" "Because Voldemort attacked me, sir," Harry answered, feeling the beginnings of irritation. "He never let up." "No, Harry," Dumbledore corrected him, leaning forward intently. "Even Voldemort does not have the power to physically harm you by intruding upon your mind. It was the fight that drained your reserves, both magical and physical. You were not equipped to push him from your mind, but you did not make it easy for him." "Professor, I don't think," Harry began, but Dumbledore interrupted him. "Why do you belie? Voldemort went through so much trouble to break into your mind, Harry. He knew he could not kill you in that way, and it could not have been easy for him to get past the wards surrounding Privet Drive and Grimmauld Place." Harry did not know what to say. He had never stopped to consider why Voldemort did what he did. When he thought about it, however, there were only two instances he could remember in which Voldemort had entered his mind voluntarily. The first time Voldemort had attacked his mind had been when he planted the vision of Sirius being tortured in the Hall of Prophecy. The second had been when he had possessed Harry in a futile attempt to get Dumbledore to use a killing curse on him. Both of these times, Voldemort had clear purpose. But what had his purpose been over the summer? "He taunted me," Harry said, trying to reason through his thoughts. "He threatened the Weasleys and Moony. He tried to get me to give in to him. But what did he mean by, give in? Harry, it does not stand to reason that Voldemort would expect you to physically surrender yourself to him. He knows you would risk your own life to save your friends, as you always have, but he also knows that you must believe them to be in physical danger. He also knows that the Order would not let you go even if you were inclined to do so, and he would not be so foolish as to reveal his location to you. Can you think of anything else he might have wanted? Harry nodded, and sudden realization hit him. The prophecy. He must have known you would tell me the prophecy. Dumbledore looked grave as he inclined his head towards Harry. Yes, he said simply. But I couldn't keep it from him. Harry exclaimed. He knows now. And that was even after you had started to teach me occlumency. But Harry, in order to get that information from you, Voldemort had to use an unknown form of legilimency which allowed the dual attack that happened on your birthday. Even before you and I began work on your defenses, you had kept him out of the deepest parts of your mind, where your memories were located. He was looking for it all along, Harry, and he realized that he would have to launch a much more powerful attack in order to find it. Most wizards could not have kept Voldemort out of their minds at all, even had they been trying their hardest to block him. You were able, for a time, to keep from him that which he sought. What does it matter how long it took him? Harry muttered. He got what he wanted. What matters, Harry, is that every defeat you hand Voldemort gives him one less weapon to use against you. I'm sure he'll think of new ones, Harry replied. I might as well be walking around with a target on my back. Harry, when your time comes, you will not be defenseless. I promise you that. You have the power to fulfill your destiny, and all you must do is learn to wield it. When Harry nodded, Dumbledore continued, Now, Harry, are you ready to get to work? Only after their occlumen psi practice had ended and Harry had left Dumbledore's office did he realize that he had forgotten to ask about the additional training Professor McGonagall had mentioned. Harry was preoccupied with tea. He thinks Dumbledore had told him all through his study period, lunch, and NEWT. Transfiguration. Even though he tried to work on his potions essay in the library, Ron tried to talk to him about Quidditch tryouts during lunch. And Professor McGonagall reprimanded him sternly for letting his mind wander while he was supposed to be studying the theory of transfiguring inanimate objects into animals. He could not get the conversation out of his mind. You have the power to fulfill your destiny, and all you must do is learn to wield it. What power did Dumbledore believe he had? Harry tried to understand. He wanted to believe that he had the ability to complete his task, but he did not know how he would ever defeat Voldemort. It just didn't seem possible. Harry, Hermione asked as she, Ron, and Harry walked from Transfiguration to their first defense against the dark arts class with Tonks. Is something bothering you? You haven't been able to pay attention to anything all day. No, I'm fine, Harry answered semi-truthfully. I've just got some stuff on my mind. What kind of stuff? Hermione asked. Hermione, give it a rest, Ron told her, knowing that they would find out what was on Harry's mind sooner if they didn't badger him. I am only asking, Ron. Hermione said irritably. Look, I'm fine. I promise, all right. I only need some time to think, Harry said, trying to put a stop to the ensuing argument. For a few moments, they walked in silence. I wonder what classes with Tonks will be like, Hermione said with difficulty, and Harry shot a grateful smile at her. He knew how hard it was for her to let things go, and he appreciated it. Dunno, Ron answered. I bet she's good, though. Might give Lupin a run for his money, I mean, she is an Auror and all. Yeah, Harry answered. And she's a damn good dueler as well. He broke off suddenly, realizing that the only time he had seen her duel had been at the Department of Mysteries. Ron and Hermione looked slightly fearful, and then very relieved when Harry did not seem too disturbed by his reference to that night. A flicker of sadness had crossed his face, but he had recovered quickly as they reached the defense against the dark arts classroom and quickly took seats near the front. Harry was quite happy to see that the NEWT class was almost entirely comprised of DA members. After the intentionally poor instruction they had received from Professor Umbridge, it was hardly surprising, students who had not been in the DA had been at an extreme disadvantage in taking their defense against the dark arts OWLs. As Harry sat down next to Ron, he greeted Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas cheerfully and exchanged waves with some of the members from other houses. He frowned, however, when Malfoy, once again without Crabbe and Goyle, took a seat with two other Slytherins at the table right behind Harry, leaving Lavender, Parvati, and Padma looking distinctly disappointed as they took a seat near the back. As the bell sounded, Tonks strode to the front of the room confidently, not bothering to order her class into silence like many of the teachers did. She simply turned to face them, smiling pleasantly as their conversations died down and they waited to hear what she had to say. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to NEWT Level Defense Against the Dark Arts. As you learned at the start of Term Feast, my name is Professor Tonks, and it is my task this year to begin your preparation for your Defense Against the Dark Arts NEWT examinations at the end of your 7th year. Having said that, however, I must warn you that my focus is not to simply make sure you pass your examination, although you should have no problem if you are attentive in class and complete the assignments I set for you. My main purpose is to prepare you to defend yourselves should the need arise. To that end, this class will include very little bookwork. I understand that your previous professor focused entirely on theory. She paused as the class let out a unified groan at the memory of the hours of class time they had spent the previous year reading defensive magical theory in Umbridge's class. While theory is an important element in the learning of magic, I'm afraid you will not have time to consult the library should you find yourselves fighting for your lives. At this comment, Ron and Harry could not help grinning at Hermione, who was famous for resorting to books whenever she had a question on any topic. Tonks continued, much of the fall term will be devoted to learning and practicing shield charms as well as some of the more common jinxes and hexes and on physical training. The spring term will consist of countering some of the more serious dark spells. And we will end the year by combining all of what we have learned into a section on dueling. Lavender raised her hand. Yes, Miss Brown, Tonks asked, consulting her roll sheet. Professor, what exactly do you mean by physical training? She asked nervously. I'm glad you asked that question, Tonks said cheerfully. I am afraid that you will find that in true dueling, it is not enough to stand in one place and cast hexes and charms back and forth. You must also learn to be quick on your feet, to take advantage of multiple positions, and to be able to dodge spells that are cast your way. Your spellwork is your best weapon. But physical defense can save your life as well. The class spent the rest of the hour practicing the Protega shield charm, which causes a spell to bounce back upon the attacker. Tonks taught her class in much the same way as Harry had instructed the DA, walking between the pairs, who had been told to take it in turns to throw minor jinxes and try to defend themselves using the shield. Harry, of course, had not only mastered the spell long before, but had used it against Bellatrix Lestrange in the Department of Mysteries. He took a turn each with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, but left them to their own devices after he had successfully used the charm against each of them. He watched the other DA members critically as they practiced, noticing that while all of them could successfully cast the charm, most of them were not quick enough for it to do any good. Watch her, Harry, whispered Tonks, coming up behind him. Hi, Professor, Harry replied, smiling at her. Great lesson. Thanks, Tonks replied, still whispering. What do you think so far? Harry told her the truth. Most of them learned the spell in the DA last year, he said, but I think you were right about the physical training. None of them would stand a chance against a Death Eater. Tonks nodded and then stepped back to the front of the room. She raised her voice, calling for an end to the spellwork. And the class fell silent. I am impressed with the spellwork I see from most of you, she complimented them. However, your speed is far too slow. It will do you no good to be able to work the spell if your opponent's spell is able to hit you before you complete it. Harry distinctly heard a derisive snort from the Slytherins seated behind him, but he did not turn. All right, then, homework, she said decisively, smiling at the groans from her class. Practice your shield charm, and as a beginning to the physical component of your training, I would like all of you to start taking a daily run of no less than 20 minutes. You may have your own choice whether to complete it before breakfast or in the evening before curfew, but it is a requirement, and I will take an oath of anyone who is absent without excuse. You will not be alone, I am requiring this of my 7th year class as well. There were many grumbles as the class packed up their bags and headed to our dorms to stow their books before dinner, but the overall tone of the students' whispers was excitement. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all smiled at Tonks as they left the room, and she gave them a slight wink in return. but did not say anything else to indicate that she knew them better than the rest of the students. Draco Malfoy had spilled the contents of his book bag on the floor, and she did not want to risk revealing anything in front of any of the other students. "So, Harry," Ron said as they entered the Great Hall for dinner. "Quidditch tryouts on Saturday, okay mate." "Sure," Harry answered, looking forward to getting into the air again. "Let's see, all we need is a chaser, right?" "2 chasers," Ron corrected him. "But we've already got Katie Bell and Ginny," Harry said in confusion. "No, we've already got Katie. Ginny played Seeker last year. If she wants to change positions, she'll have to try out like everyone else." "You were serious when you said that?" Harry asked incredulously. "Serious when he said what?" Seamus interrupted. "Ginny's going to have to try out for the Quidditch team again," Harry told Seamus and Dean, who looked a bit surprised at the news. "She's already on the team, though," Dean commented. "As Seeker," Ron said, starting to get irritated. "But now that Harry's back as Seeker, she's going to have to try out if she wants to be a chaser. I can't just give it to her automatically because she's my sister." He stalked away from him and took his seat next to Hermione at the Gryffindor house table. Harry watched Ron walk away, and then turned to Seamus and Dean, who had rather amused expressions on their faces. "Well," Harry said, "that settles it, then. Angelina Johnson and Oliver Wood are possessing him." The other two snorted, and Harry left them to join Ron and Hermione. After he had eaten his way through a large plateful of ham and vegetables, Harry was considering going back up to the common room to finish the Wolfsbane essay for Professor Snape's class when he felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to find several DA members, including Cho Chang, standing behind him. "Hello," he greeted them, knowing already what they wanted, and getting straight to the point. "Listen, now we've got Professor Tonks. Harry, she's good, but we will only be in there 3 times a week," Neville said, pointing out the same thing that he'd said on the train. "We need more practice than that." "Neville's right," Cho added. "If we're going to have to defend ourselves, we need to know how to do it properly." "Harry," Hermione said quietly, "you're a really good teacher, you know. If you keep helping us along with Professor Tonks, we'll all be that much more ready when it's time for us to fight." Harry did not miss the fact that she had said, "when it is time for us to fight." Not, "if we have to fight," and he realized that she was probably right. It would not be long before the war began in earnest, and no family in the world would be safe. After considering for another moment, Harry nodded slowly. "It might be a couple of weeks before we get started," he said. "It won't be a secret this year, and I'm going to have to talk to Professor Dumbledore and Professor Tonks about it. Do you all still have the fake galleons Hermione gave you last year?" They all nodded. "All right, then," he said. "I'll use mine to let you know when our first meeting will be." The DA members began to head back to their own tables, and Cho flashed an awkward smile at Harry, who grinned back at her. After everything that had happened, he had quite forgotten his anger with her, but neither did he feel the nervous butterflies in his stomach that seeing her had previously caused. "Still fancy her, mate?" Ron asked teasingly. "Nope," Harry answered simply. "There's nothing there now." Ginny, who had watched the exchange between Harry and Cho with interest, finally spoke up. "That's good," she said definitely, and Ron gaped at her. "I agree with Ginny," Hermione said, reaching over and pushing Ron's chin up to close his mouth. "Harry really needs someone a bit less emotional, I think." "When you've all finished discussing my love life," Harry said irritably. And the conversation abruptly ended, all 3 of his friends looking slightly offended. Harry got up from the table, ignoring the puddings that had just appeared. "I'm going up to the common room," he said shortly. He was not certain why he felt so annoyed, but he did know that discussing Cho in front of Ginny felt very awkward for some reason. "Harry," Ron called after him. "What about our run?" "I'll go in the morning," Harry answered, without looking back. "Here we go again," Ron said grumpily after Harry had left. "Why do we always shave to bear the brunt of his temper?" "Because there's no one else," Ginny replied simply. "Why not Malfoy?" Ron suggested. "Don't be stupid, Ronald," Hermione replied snappishly. "If Harry let his temper get the best of him with Malfoy, he'd hex him into oblivion. At least we don't have to worry about that." The throne room was empty but for 2 black cloaked figures, one seated on the throne, the other kneeling at the foot of the dais. Are the preparations in place, Lucius? Asked the cold voice of the Dark Lord. Yes, my lord, drawled the kneeling figure. We are prepared to strike upon your command. Good, replied the man upon the throne. You are certain our information is correct regarding the squib? I am certain, my lord. Then there is only one thing left to be done. I think it is high time we paid Potter a visit. No doubt he will enjoy tonight's festivities. It has been far too long, my lord, Lucius Malfoy answered maliciously, cold anticipation lacing his voice. Prepare yourself, Lucius, the Dark Lord commanded. And Malfoy obediently slid his mask over his face. I am ready, Lucius said, standing as the man on the throne rose to his full height. At the slightest of nods from Voldemort, the two men apparated noiselessly to a dark and rather bedraggled-looking front lawn, soggy from the September rain. Surrounding them were several other masked figures, all of whom bowed slightly in the presence of the Dark Lord. Awaiting his signal to begin the attack. It is time, Voldemort hissed. You will give Lucius and myself 30 seconds with the boy, and then you will bring the squib to me. He raised his wand, concentrating his considerable power on the mind of his young nemesis, and pointed it at the Death Eater standing to his right. Harry knew he was going to have a long night. He had to finish the Wolfsbane essay for Snape, and he also had another, shorter essay due in Charms. He had barely started Snape's essay in the library during their study period, and he already knew it was going to be incredibly difficult. Harry had yet to figure out why a trace amount of silver, a poisonous substance to werewolves, was crucial to Wolfsbane. His Charms essay would be much easier, but he had not even begun it. Harry felt slightly ashamed of himself for storming out of the Great Hall. He and his friends regularly gossiped and teased about one another's crushes and love interests. Why was this time any different? Against his own will, Harry's thoughts wandered to Ginny Weasley. If he was to be completely honest with himself, the reason the comments about Cho had bothered him so much was that Ginny had been there. She had said it was good that he no longer had feelings for Cho, but why had she said that? Harry had just made up his mind to ask Hermione about it when the scar on the forehead exploded in pain, and he yelled with all his might, remembering just as he fell to his knees what Tonks had said about being alone when he was attacked and afterwards. He cool. Did feel their presence before he could hear them, and he slammed the doors of his mind and pushed against Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy with all of his strength. Not now, he thought furiously. Get out. Harry strained, sweat running in rivulets down his face and back, using his every bit of defense against the attack, but the force of his resistance soon began to run out. Ah, Potter. You have been practicing, I see. Fool. You will never defeat me. Get out. With one last furious push, Harry used his remaining strength. The pain in his scar was such that he was certain his head would break in two. And the pressure in his head increased exponentially. Really, Potter. A little humility in the presence of your superiors, please. Ah, but humility has never been a strength of yours, has it? Lucius Malfoy drawled as he and the Dark Lord felt the release of Harry's defenses dropping. I have something I want you to see, Potter, Voldemort said in an evil hiss. The blackness in Harry's head receded to be replaced by dim evening light and the yellow glow of electric street lamps. In front of them was a small house with a bedraggled, soggy lawn. A gray tabby cat with the same flat face and bandy legs of Hermione's cat Crookshanks hissed at them from behind a tree, but fell where it stood as it was hit by a streak of green light from the wand of a masked figure standing to Voldemort's right. Harry's heart gave a jolt of fear and the pain in his forehead increased yet again. He knew exactly where they were. Bring out the squib, Voldemort ordered, and two Death Eaters emerged from the front door of the house. A terrified-looking Arabella Fig being held between them, her eyes wild and her housecoat hanging off her small body sloppily. What do you want, Mrs. Fig asked, trying to sound brave but unable to hide the tremors in her voice. You have nothing to offer us, Squib, said the contemptuous voice of Bellatrix Lestrange. You have been offered a chance to aid us once before, Voldemort said in a cold, unmerciful voice. But you failed to bring Harry Potter to us, a deed that I am sure you realized would not go unpunished. You have been helping them hide him from me, Squib. Mrs. Fig opened her mouth as though about to retort, but no sound came out. She looked up at the monstrous face of the most feared wizard in history with terror in her eyes but also some pride. She may have been a squib, But she had been proud to do her small part in protecting Harry Potter from the inhuman monster now standing before her. The fear left her eyes as she glared up at Voldemort, who spoke no more before uttering his curse. "Crucio!" he cried, pointing his wand at the old woman as the Death Eaters flanking her released their hold and she fell to the ground, screaming, tumbling off the step of her front stoop. Harry could feel the immense power of the spell as Voldemort unmercifully held his wand on Arabella Fig. What was more, he could feel the Dark Lord's pure pleasure. His enjoyment of what he was doing. Voldemort lifted the spell, leaving Mrs. Fig in an incoherent heap on the ground, bleeding from where her knees had hit the rough cement of the garden path. "Have you had a change of heart, Squib?" he sneered. Arabella Fig could not reply. She was a very old woman, and the curse had done more damage than her body could handle. She did not move, but raised her eyes to the Dark Lord in a final act of defiance. Harry felt another surge of horrifying pleasure as Voldemort uttered the most unforgivable of the unforgivable curses. A jet of green light flared from the tip of his wand. And Arabella Fig was no more. The last thing Harry saw was Bellatrix Lestrange's wand pointed into the dusky sky, and he heard the gleeful shout. Mors Mordra. Blackness engulfed Harry's vision once again, and grief for his batty old neighbor surged through his entire being, giving him the power to push against the Dark Lord and his servant once again. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he forced Voldemort and Malfoy back out of his mind, and the last thing he felt was the surprise in both of their minds as he finally broke the connection. Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas left the Great Hall a few minutes after Harry, having decided to take their run in the morning before breakfast when they were not feeling so full. Most of the Gryffindors were still enjoying their dessert, laughing and gossiping about mundane things, but Dean had purchased a large box of pranks from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Diagon Alley, and tea. He three were hoping to have the dormitory to themselves as they looked over the merchandise. None of the 3 sixth years were pranksters by nature, but what teenaged wizard could resist the lure of nose-biting teacups, fake wands, and skiving snack boxes? They had just emerged from the staircase into the 7th-floor corridor when they heard a loud shout from around the corner and the distinct thud of books and body hitting the stone ground. Neville glanced nervously at Seamus and Dean as they sped up, rounding the corner to find out what the commotion was about. To say they were shocked to see Harry on the ground in the hallway. His face white and soaked with perspirations, his expression contorted in pain, his body seizing, would have been an understatement. For several moments the three just stood there, staring at their friend, terror written clearly in their eyes. "Go get somebody, quick," Neville whispered, and made his way slowly to Harry, kneeling next to him but not touching him. Completely unsure of what he should do, Seamus broke into a run back to the stairwell and down to the Great Hall, where most of the teachers were still at dinner. Dean continued to stand still, staring in horror at Harry, who had stopped seizing and gone completely limp. Having shared a dormitory with Harry, all three of the boys had witnessed his nightmares the year before, but this was very different. Although they had no idea what was happening, something was clearly very wrong. As they waited for Seamus to return, Neville placed his hand on Harry's limp wrist, and was extremely relieved to feel Harry's pulse pounding furiously under the skin. For a moment he had been afraid someone had attacked Harry, who hardly looked alive. As Neville removed his hand from Harry's wrist, resolving to simply stay with him until help arrived, Harry's body jerked again and his face tensed as new beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and gleamed in the torchlight, illuminating his scar, which had turned an angry red. The seizure only lasted for a moment this time, and as Harry's body relaxed once again Neville was pushed rudely aside as Professor McGonagall bent over him. Neville watched as Professor Dumbledore joined McGonagall beside Harry, and he heard her say, "It has happened again, hasn't it?" "I am afraid so, Minerva," Dumbledore answered gravely, and he conjured a narrow stray tcher next to them and levitated Harry's body onto it. As he began to slowly walk towards the hospital wing, the stretcher floating magically in front of him, Professor McGonagall turned to Neville, Seamus, and Dean, who were watching the scene in astonishment. Neville wondered what McGonagall had meant when she had said it had happened again. "Boys," she began, and her voice sounded gentler than they were used to. "Did you see what happened?" "We were just heading back to the common room, Professor," Seamus began, "and we heard someone shouting." When we got here Harry was on the floor, and he was having some kind of a fit. Neville said to get someone. After that, he went still, Neville continued, shivering a bit at the memory. I didn't know what to do. Mr. Longbottom, there was little you could have done. McGonagall answered him, still in her unusually gentle voice. What happened, Professor? Dean finally spoke up, his voice still horror-struck. Mr. Potter will be fine, the professor responded, not answering their question, and her tone suggested that she would not be forthcoming with any more information. Professor Dumbledore has taken him to the hospital wing. Neville gulped slightly, but he asked, rather more bravely than he normally would have done, Professor, you said this has happened before. Yes, Mr. Longbottom, I am afraid it has, but I will tell you again that Mr. Potter will recover. The three boys all nodded at her. You three go back to your common room. You may see Mr. Potter tomorrow. Without another word, they all turned back towards the portrait of the fat lady, not daring to question the Transfiguration teacher further. As they filed into the common room, all thoughts of Weasley's wizard wheezes had left their minds. They ignored the other Gryffindors and trod silently up the stairs to the sixth-year dormitory to discuss what they had seen. Remus, Molly, Fred and George were sitting at one end of the long table in the kitchen of number 12. Grimmauld Place finishing a dinner of chicken stew when the fire in the kitchen grate burned emerald green and the stately form of Minerva McGonagall stepped into the kitchen. None of them were overly concerned. It was common for Order members to flow into and out of headquarters on a regular basis, and the serious look on her face was, after all, not so different from the serious look she usually wore. Good evening, Minerva, Remus greeted her as she came over to the table. I assume you've already eaten? He inquired politely, knowing that she would have already had dinner in the Great Hall with the students. Professor McGonagall did not respond to his question but said quietly, you are needed at the school, Remus. Remus looked alarmed, but before he could answer Molly broke in, has something happened? It appears that Harry has suffered another attack, Professor McGonagall answered calmly, but as they peered at her, they could see the concern in her eyes. He was on the 7th floor corridor when it happened, and he was found almost immediately by 3 other students. How is he now? Remus asked quickly, standing up from the table and pulling his cloak from a hook on the kitchen wall. Is he awake? He is in the hospital wing, of course, McGonagall answered, but he does not seem to be in any danger at present. He is not yet awake. The headmaster asked me to come for you, Remus. His ragged cloak fastened somewhat haphazardly, Remus headed towards the grate, Molly close on his heels. McGonagall put a hand on Molly's arm and told her, the headmaster feels it would be best if Remus came alone tonight. You will, of course, be more than welcome in the morning. Her voice was kind, but quite firm. Harry needs, Molly began furiously, but Remus interrupted her. Molly, I'm sorry, but I think Dumbledore is right this time. Harry will feel smothered if he awakens to a crowd of people beside his bed. I will contact you as soon as I know anything. Lupin is right, Mum. George broke in, seeing that his mother was about to insist upon going to the castle. Harry won't like all the attention. Molly relented, but everyone in the room could see that she was fighting against every motherly instinct she had. You'll let me know how he is, Remus? She asked worriedly. Remus had been about to throw glittering flow powder into the grate, but he stopped and put his free hand on Molly's arm. Of course I will, he told her gently, and stepped into the grate, disappearing in a whirl of green flame. Minerva McGonagall bid the Weasleys goodbye and followed. Molly and her twin sons had just finished cleaning the kitchen after the small supper, working rather faster than usual due to their anxiety, when Arthur strode quickly into the room. Arthur! Molly exclaimed in surprise. We didn't expect you for hours. Remus is at Hogwarts, but she did not get a chance to finish. The dark mark has been spotted above Little Whinging, Arthur interrupted, slightly out of breath. I need to contact Dumbledore. Arabella Figg is dead. Molly clapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes filling with tears, and the twins wore identical expressions. Horror as all three realized that the attack on Harry had not been a coincidence. If Dumbledore does not know yet, he will soon, Molly whispered sadly. Harry was attacked again tonight. You'll need to get to Hogwarts and tell Dumbledore and Remus what has happened, and quickly. I'm afraid Harry will have seen the whole thing. Remus stepped out of the fire and into the headmaster's office, and was not surprised to find it empty. He headed straight for the door to the revolving staircase as he heard Professor McGonagall arrive behind him. He stopped for a moment as a thought occurred to him. Minerva. Someone needs to tell Ron and Ginny Weasley and Hermione Granger what has happened, before they hear it from another student, he told her. He knew Harry's friends would be extremely worried as soon as they had heard. And they would need reassurances that Harry was going to be all right. He, himself, was not willing to go to them, however. As Harry's guardian, his responsibility was to get to the hospital wing and to be there when Harry awoke. I will go wait for them in the common room, she replied, knowing that Lupin was right. Neville Longbottom really had no idea what had happened. And if Harry's friends heard from him first, they would likely panic. Remus nodded at her and then hurried to the hospital wing. He strode quickly to the bed in which Harry lay, and was relieved to find that Harry was the only occupant of the room at present. Dumbledore was speaking softly to Madame Pomfrey in the corner, and nodded to Remus as he pulled a straight-backed chair next to Harry's bedside. Moony studied his sleeping charge carefully. As he always did after an attack, Harry looked pale and drawn, and his hair was damp with perspiration. Remus sighed. He didn't know how much more of this Harry could take. They simply had to find out how Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy were staging their dual attacks, for he knew this had been another one. By now, Harry could have pushed Voldemort alone out of his mind with relative ease. He didn't know how long he had sat beside Harry's bedside when Albus Dumbledore finally joined him. He had seen the headmaster leave the room for a few minutes and return, looking, if it were possible, even graver than he had before. He signaled Remus to join him on the other side of the room. Arthur Weasley has brought some terrible news, Remus, he began sadly, sounding very old indeed. Arabella Figg has been killed. Kingsley Shacklebolt was on duty in Little Whinging and spoke to Arthur, who was to relieve him tonight after he left the ministry. The Death Eaters shot the Dark Mark into the sky, but they had all dissipated by the time he arrived at Arabella's home from Privet Drive. Remus bowed his head in grief. He had not known Mrs. Figg well, but he had liked the old woman quite a lot. He also knew that this was only Voldemort's first public move. There would be so many, many more. He only wished Kingsley could have gotten there in time. But his task had been to watch the Dursleys' house on Privet Drive, and the Death Eaters would not have conjured the Dark Mark until the deed was done. A sudden thought broke through his sadness. And Remus looked up into the eyes of the headmaster. Harry saw, didn't he? We will not know for certain until he wakes up, but yes, I believe that Harry saw, Dumbledore replied. Arabella Figg's death and the casting of the Dark Mark signals the beginning of the Second War. Voldemort would have wanted Harry to see it, would have wanted to flaunt his power. Remus nodded and sighed deeply. Now that Voldemort was aware of the full contents of the prophecy, he would stop at nothing to break Harry Potter in any way that he could. Across the room Harry stirred slightly, and Remus went to him immediately. The boy was not awake yet, but his eyes fluttered and he sighed in his sleep, curling into the fetal ball that Moony was all too familiar with. He sat back down in the straight-backed chair, knowing Harry would awaken soon. The door opened softly behind him, and Minerva McGonagall came in quietly with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny following her closely. She had tried to convince them and then order them to stay away for the night, but they had to see with their own eyes that Harry was going to be all right. They gathered at the end of his bed, staring at him sadly, thinking as Remus had that the scene was all too familiar. Everyone had known that it would happen again, but it didn't make it any easier for most of them to understand. Remus quietly greeted them and asked them kindly but firmly to return in the morning. You all know what Harry has had to go through tonight, he whispered to them. Madame Pomfrey has assured me that he will completely recover, and I know he will want to see you tomorrow. For now, however, Harry needs quiet. To Remus's surprise and relief, the three teenagers did not argue with him. They only nodded sadly in acceptance and told him that they would come in the morning before breakfast. Tell Harry for us, Ginny whispered, tell him we love him and we'll see him tomorrow, okay? Tell him we were here. I will, Ginny, Remus promised, and He watched Harry's friends walk slowly out the door, their shoulders hunched in worry. They had far too much on their shoulders for school-aged children, Remus knew, but Harry's burden was so much heavier. Harry stirred again. And this time his eyes fluttered open. He straightened, and his hand groped around his bed for his glasses, which Remus handed to him. Harry turned, startled, but relaxed and he saw the familiar face of his guardian smiling gently at him. "How do you feel, Harry?" Remus asked his standard question, and Harry knew better by now than to tell Moony that he was fine. "Mrs. Fig is dead," he stated quietly. "Yes," Remus answered. "He tortured her, used cruciatus, she fell off her stoop, and then he killed her," Harry said, his voice growing louder and angrier as he became more aware and the events of the attack rushed back into his consciousness. By now, Dumbledore had come to Harry's other side, listening intently as Harry recounted exactly what had happened. Harry looked up at Remus, tears filling his green eyes even as fury took over his expression. "She never did anything to him, Moony. She never fought him. The only thing she ever did was to have me over for tea, and he killed her for it." It was Dumbledore who answered Harry this time. "That is not the only thing she ever did," he stated quietly. Harry stared at him blankly. He had known that Mrs. Fig G had been watching him his entire life with the Dursleys, but she was not even capable of performing magic. What could she possibly have done to Voldemort to warrant her murder? The fact that she was a squib was enough reason in and of itself for Voldemort's attack. Had she not been involved with the Order, her attack most likely would have simply been another act of the Death Eaters and not Voldemort himself. They prey upon the weak. Harry, Muggles and squibs as well as unsuspecting members of the wizarding community who have never done anything more than try to live their own lives in peace, Dumbledore continued. "But why did Voldemort kill her himself? Why did he want me to see it?" Harry asked, and then he remembered something that the Dark Lord had said to Mrs. Fig. "Wait a minute. While he was attacking her, Voldemort said that she had been offered a chance to aid him before." Dumbledore nodded. "After your hearing at the Ministry, it became a well-known fact that there was an old squib near your home on Privet Drive, and, although she never said specifically that she was watching you, that fact was assumed by many, including Lucius Malfoy, who had been told the details of the hearing by none other than Cornelius Fudge himself." Harry swore softly and then looked up at the headmaster, who pretended he hadn't heard and continued. "Shortly after that, Lucius Malfoy went to the home of Arabella Fig and made her an offer. If she would reveal your whereabouts and lure you out of your home during the following holiday, Voldemort would grant her the magical power that she had always yearned for." "Can he do that?" Harry asked. "I do not believe that he can," Dumbledore said. "Magic is an ancient trait which must reside in the witch or wizard from the time that they are born. It cannot be forced into someone who does not have that gift." "Did Mrs. Fig know that?" Harry asked, trying to make sense of what he was hearing. "It does not matter," Dumbledore replied. "Arabella Fig would never have done anything to harm you, and I believe she made that quite clear to Mr. Malfoy during his visit. Surprisingly, he left without another word, and we have been afraid that something of this nature would happen." "Then why didn't you protect her?" Harry asked, beginning to feel angry again. "Why didn't you do something? Arabella's home has been surrounded by powerful wards ever since Lucius Malfoy's visit," Remus broke in, "and the guard watching your aunt and uncle's house was also assigned to watch her. We stationed 2 guards when it was possible, but it was not always something that we could manage." "How did he get past the wards?" Harry asked, and Dumbledore's frown deepened. "I do not know the answer to that question, Harry. It is something I would quite like to know myself," he said sadly, and turned to Lupin. "Remus, it is becoming clear to me that our source of information has been compromised in some way and also that it is quite possible that we have a spy in our midst. We must be very careful. I have to stop him," Harry said suddenly, his voice more fierce than either of the 2 older men had ever heard. "I have to stop him now, before more innocent people get killed." Remus looked at him sharply. "Harry, you are not ready for that fight. And I'm supposed to just sit back and watch other people die while I just continue on with my lessons, am I?" Harry retorted angrily. "If you fight before your time, Harry, the consequences will be grave. With your defeat, Voldemort will have broken through the only barrier to his immortality," Dumbledore said calmly. "I understand how you are feeling, but your time has not yet come." Harry knew this was true, but he could not help feeling that any more attacks would be his responsibility. If the prophecy was correct, And he was the only one with the power to vanquish Voldemort. More innocent people would certainly die for every day that Harry delayed. Then get me ready, he said quietly, with a hard edge to his determined voice. Tell me what I have to do. Dumbledore studied him carefully. There was a furious light in Harry's eyes now, one that he had not seen before. Harry was becoming proactive, no longer willing to wait for something to happen to him before he acted. The sudden change in his student was disturbing to the old headmaster, even if he knew it was necessary. Before we do anything else, Remus replied, you have to get some rest from this attack, Harry. You have to recover. Recover from what? Harry asked. I'm not sick, I'm not hurt. I used a lot of energy pushing them out, but… Harry. Dumbledore interrupted. Did you say, pushing them out? Harry nodded. I couldn't do it until the end though, until after she was dead. Remus leaned forward intently. Are you certain that you pushed them out and that the attack did not simply end after Arabella's death? Of course I am, Harry said indignantly. They were surprised that I could do it. They weren't ready to go yet. How do you know they were surprised, Harry? Dumbledore asked. I felt it, the same way I have always felt Voldemort's emotions, Harry answered. Why was this such a big deal? Harry. This is an incredible accomplishment, Dumbledore said. Remus nodded in agreement, pride gleaming in his eyes even through the sadness. What's so great about it? Harry asked bitterly. It didn't do anything to save Mrs. Fig. If I had been able to get them out earlier, Voldemort still would have killed Arabella Fig, Dumbledore interrupted him clearly. Harry, there was nothing you could have done. And the fact that you were able to push both Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy out of your mind at all is quite amazing, especially considering that we have not yet managed to find out how they are accomplishing this. After only a few weeks of occlumency training with Professor Dumbledore, you have mastered it to a higher level than most wizards ever do, Remus added. I still need to learn more. Harry told them firmly, and he finally remembered to ask Dumbledore about the special training McGonagall had mentioned. Sir, Professor McGonagall mentioned other training you wanted me to start on. Yes, Harry, I believe you are ready, Dumbledore told him gravely. The Unforgivables? Harry asked bluntly. No, Dumbledore replied. I do not believe you would ever be able to cast a killing curse, Harry. Understand that this is not a question of power, it is a question of feeling. Harry must have looked confused, because Remus explained, think about the amount of positive energy it takes to perform the Patronus charm. That is why it is so hard for many wizards to conjure. It takes an incredible strength of will to call upon such great positive power when faced with the most negative of beings. Creatures whose existence depends solely upon depriving others of happiness. Harry nodded. Although he had been proud of his ability to conjure a Patronus in his 3rd year, it was not something he thought much about anymore. The unforgivable curses work in much the same way, Dumbledore said, especially the killing curse. They take extreme power of will. But the emotion behind them is precisely the opposite of that which is required by the Patronus. To master the unforgivable curses, Harry, you must be able to harness hatred powerful enough that it can end another's life. You were unable to do this in the Department of Mysteries after Sirius was taken from you, and I must say that it is my hope that you will never possess the amount of hatred required for those spells. Then how will I do it? Harry asked directly, looking straight into the headmaster's eyes. If not the killing curse, then how? He wondered but did not dare to ask whether Dumbledore was able to cast them. He wasn't sure he wanted to know. There are many ways of destroying a man, Harry, Dumbledore said. I promise you that when your time comes, you will be ready. And what is the special training you are going to be giving me? Harry asked. We will still be working on your occlumency skills, Harry, although as Remus has said, you have mastered it beyond any expectations. We will also be progressing into Legilimency, and we will expand upon your defense and dueling training. Legilimency? Remus asked sharply. He had not heard this part of the plan, and he was not at all certain that he approved of it. You want me to spy on Voldemort? Harry asked. No, Harry, Dumbledore answered quickly, silencing Remus with a glance. To use Legilimency in such a way would be incredibly dangerous. And it is not a risk that we are willing to take. I do, however, believe that mastery of Legilimency will be one of your greatest assets when the time comes for you to battle Voldemort. If Harry uses Legilimency against Voldemort, he will be more vulnerable than he ever has been. Albus, Remus argued vehemently, almost forgetting that Harry was in the room. And I will repeat, Remus, that Harry will not use this skill until he is ready, Dumbledore insisted. But it is a necessary part of his training. Harry was annoyed that the two men were now discussing him as if he were not there. Moony, he said firmly, if that is what I have to do, then it is what I am going to do. His tone left no question to his determination. I will be happy to discuss this with you further, Remus, Dumbledore said, a note of finality in his voice, but this is not the time, nor the place. Almost as if Madame Pomfrey had been waiting for Dumbledore to say those words, she bustled out of her office. The headmaster had insisted that she allow them to talk to Potter when he woke up, but she felt as though they'd had quite enough time with her patient for the night. She walked past Dumbledore and bent over the side of the bed opposite Lupin and examined Harry closely. I'm fine, Madame Pomfrey, Harry said immediately. I'll be the one to say when you are fine, Mr. Potter, the nurse said firmly. Honestly, with the amount of time you have spent in my care, I would think you would know that by now. Dumbledore chuckled softly, and she rounded on him. Headmaster, I have given you the time you requested, and now I must insist that you both leave Potter to his rest. Dumbledore nodded at her, told Harry he would return the next day, and left the room to go back to his office. Remus, however, made no move to get up from the chair beside Harry's bed. You too, Lupin, Madame Pomfrey told him. No, Remus said firmly. I will allow Harry to have his rest, but I am his guardian. And I will be staying with him tonight. Moony, you don't have to, Harry began, once again feeling that strange mixture of annoyance with the protectiveness of his guardian and the desire to spend more time with him. Go back to Grimmauld Place. Sorry, Harry, Moony said, guessing correctly that no matter how annoyed Harry felt with the attention, he was happy to have someone near who cared about him. I'm staying here, at least until tomorrow. We'll talk about it more then. Madame Pomfrey huffed her displeasure, but because Lupin was Potter's guardian and held all the authority of a parent, she had no choice but to allow him to stay. She poured a large quantity of purple potion into a goblet for Harry and set it on his bedside table, warning him that if he was not asleep within 5 minutes she would insist that Remus leave. Harry obediently drank the potion. Within minutes, was in a peaceful, deep sleep, his magical and physical reserves replenishing themselves so that when he woke up, he felt quite normal once again. When Harry put his glasses on the next morning, sunlight was streaming into the hospital wing from the eastern windows, and he was not surprised to find that Mrs. Weasley, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny had joined Lupin by his bedside. He smiled sleepily at all of them as they turned their attention towards him. Harry, dear, how are you? Mrs. Weasley asked anxiously, bending to hug him. I've been so worried. Fine, Mrs. Weasley, Harry answered her, returning the hug. I feel fine. We should have gone after you, Hermione said worriedly. We should have been there. We should. Hermione, Harry said firmly. You can't be with me every moment, and you wouldn't have been able to change anything that happened anyway. As he said this, the memory of Mrs. Fig's horrible death resurfaced, and he turned his head away from them for a moment, willing himself to control his emotions. We know about Mrs. Fig, Harry, Ginny said quietly to the back of his head. She reached out and squeezed his shoulder. We're all so sorry. He turned back to them, some of the same determination he had shown the night before now evident on his face. He won't stop there, he said fiercely. We know, mate, Ron spoke up for the first time, but beyond that, he did not know what else to say. Harry had been about to say more, but he remembered that the Weasleys and Hermione did not yet know about the prophecy, and he was not quite ready to tell them. He cast about for a change of subject, and he noticed a large pile of candy and an odd package on his bedside table. What's all this? He asked, indicating the gifts. Fred and George sent it all, Ron replied. They thought you could do with some sweets, as it is a well-known fact that Madame Pomfrey doesn't serve pudding with the meals up here. I don't know what this is, he continued as he picked up the small, narrow package. There was a note attached to it. Dear Harry, don't open this in front of Mum. Cheers. Fred and George. Harry grinned slightly and slid the package underneath his covers discreetly, glad that Molly was distracted with filling his water jug at the moment. He showed the note to his friends. And they all grinned and made Harry promise that he would tell them what the twins had sent next time they visited. They talked for a few more minutes when Hermione suddenly looked at her watch and gasped. "We've missed breakfast," she exclaimed. "And we've only got 5 minutes to class. Harry, do you want me to turn in your potions essay for you?" Ron gaped at her. "Hermione, Harry's in hospital. Surely you don't expect him to have done homework last night." "Ron, I'm sure Harry already finished it," Hermione said, and then looked at Harry. "You have, haven't you?" Harry said, uncomfortably aware of Mrs. Weasley and Hermione looking at him sternly, and Ginny and Ron trying not to laugh. Hermione sighed but said reluctantly, "Well, I suppose that Harry has had quite a lot happen this week. But I hope you two aren't planning on leaving your homework so late all year." Harry suddenly grinned at her. It was so typical of Hermione to be worried about homework, even with everything else that was going on. "Ron, Ginny, Hermione, you had best be getting to class," Molly said, ushering them all to the door. They all waved back at Harry as they went their separate ways, walking very quickly to avoid being late. Molly followed them with the idea of getting Harry's breakfast. "Harry, how are you feeling this morning?" Lupin asked, speaking for the first time from the straight-back chair, where he had been dozing uncomfortably. "I feel fine, Moony. When can I leave?" He knew that word would have spread fast that he was in the hospital wing already this year. And he was not looking forward to the jeers Draco Malfoy was sure to send his way. Remus smiled slightly. "Madame Pomfrey wanted to keep you through the weekend." "No way," Harry interrupted. "I don't need to be here that long. I feel fine, honestly, better than I have ever felt after an attack." "That in and of itself proves how much stronger your occlumency shield has become, Harry," Remus replied. "Now, as I was saying, Madame Pomfrey wants you to stay here through the weekend, but I have convinced her to allow you to leave tomorrow morning if she is satisfied that you have recovered." "Are you sure that is not too soon, Remus?" Molly asked worriedly, handing Harry a plate of kippers from the Great Hall and setting his glass of water beside his bed. She had come in just in time to hear Remus's last comment. "Doesn't he need more rest?" Last time was different, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said quietly. "This time, they were not as much attacking my mind as forcing me to come into theirs. And I was able to fight them off in the end." "Yes, dear, and we are all very proud of you, Mrs. Weasley said, patting his cheek, "but you need some time to recover and some good rest." "I don't have time to lie around," Harry told her firmly. "I need to get back to my classes and get back to my training." Remus wisely broke in then, sensing that this was about to escalate into an argument. "Let's just see what Madame Pomfrey has to say, all right. In the meantime, I need to speak to Professor Dumbledore about some things," he said, sensing that Harry needed some time to himself. "Molly, why don't you come with me while Harry eats his breakfast? We should all probably discuss some order business." Harry knew that the order business they were planning on discussing probably concerned him. And as irritating as he found that fact, he was glad that it meant he could eat his breakfast in relative peace. Mrs. Fig's murder had ignited a spark in him that was more than just grief. More than just anger. Harry could not quite name what it made him feel, but he wanted some time to try to sort it out. Throughout the morning, Harry had visits from Professors McGonagall and Tonks, each of whom only stayed for a few minutes. Arthur Weasley, who flowed in on his way to the site of more anti-Muggle pranks, and Neville, Seamus and Dean on their way to the library for their study period. All of these visits went as expected, although the one with his classmates was rather awkward at first. After a few moments, however, their conversation veered into discussions of Fred and George's shop and the box of pranks Dean had brought. "That reminds me," said Harry, checking to make sure Mrs. Weasley hadn't come back before taking his package out from under his covers. He opened it and laughed as a long, flesh-colored string fell into his lap. "What's that, Harry?" Dean wondered. "One of Fred and George's inventions. Extendable ears." He explained how they worked, and other boys were very impressed and disappointed when Harry told them they were not being sold in the shop for security reasons. After the boys left, it was another hour before Harry's most surprising visitor of the day came through the door. Molly and Remus had been in and out, but Harry stared as the door opened and Ginny Weasley walked in on her own, right about the time lunch would have been beginning in the Great Hall. "Ginny, What are you doing here? Harry asked, bewildered. You already saw that I'm okay. Go on to lunch, I've already had mine. Oh, I told them that I had to revise for Transfiguration, she said. Blushing slightly, she sat down on the side of Harry's bed. I just wanted to come in and see you, to tell you, she trailed off. To tell me what? Harry said, sudden L. Why very aware of the softness of her skin as she took his hand in both of her small ones. It's just that after what happened last night, I wanted to tell you how sorry I am for the things I said to you by the lake on Monday. I can't even begin to imagine what you've been going through. Having to see what you've seen. Ginny, you don't have to apologize, Harry told her sincerely. No, I do, Ginny interrupted. I'd go mad if I were you, always having people following me around, especially considering everything you have to deal with. Sometimes I feel like I'm going mad, Harry admitted, and he realized that it was something he could only say to her. Somehow, over the course of the summer, she had become a person that he could talk to about how he felt without being embarrassed. Ginny leaned forward and brushed Harry's fringe back from his face, and Harry's gaze moved into her deep brown eyes. Without really considering what he was about to do, he gently pulled her to him and kissed her. You had no authorization to do what you did, Severus, Remus said, struggling to remain calm as he faced the potion's master. Tonks had told him what had happened on the first day of classes, and his first visit after he had gone to talk to Dumbledore had been to the dungeons. I had every right, as a member of the Order, to check on Potter's progress, Snape said smoothly. I must admit the boy has improved. Although his insolence still knows no boundaries. What did you expect after you attacked him like that? Remus asked coldly. It was the first day of classes, Severus. Harry wasn't expecting. And you think the Dark Lord will wait until Potter is expecting an attack from him? Snape interrupted. That does not give you the right to attack him. Remus was beginning to show signs of his temper. Nobody told you to do that, and had you asked Dumbledore would have forbidden it. And how do you know I did not talk to the headmaster about this, Lupin? Remus stopped. It seemed impossible to think that Dumbledore would have given permission for Snape to attack Harry, especially on the first day of term when Harry needed to be concentrating on his new classes and spending time with his friends. He thought for a moment, and then said in a low voice, let me just say this, Severus, and listen carefully, for I will not repeat myself. Harry needs to be able to trust the adults around him right now. Yes, Severus, even you, he added, because it looked as though Snape was about to interrupt. You are to treat Harry as you treat the rest of your students. You are not to attack him. If Dumbledore feels it is necessary to test his skills in that way, I will be the one to do it. Not you. I will not have you coming into my office and ordering me about, Lupin. My decisions regarding my students are mine to make, Snape bit back. You will find that you are wrong there, Lupin said. He leaned forward so that his face was inches from Snape's nose. I am Harry's guardian. As such, I will not be allowing any more mistreatment of him, especially by you. He stopped for a moment, took a deep breath, and decided to try to reason with the man in front of him, a man that obviously still harbored a deep grudge for events that had happened years ago. Let go of your hate, Severus. James and Sirius are both dead, he said bluntly, choking a bit on his words. Harry is not responsible for the actions of his father and his godfather. Do you not see what the boy is being put through? The last thing he needs is to be suspicious of those of us he should trust the most. Black is dead and many others could have died because Potter didn't bother to master occlumency last year. I, for one, do not want to be the next fatality caused by his inability to take instruction. And his conviction that he knows more than the rest of us. Remus's eyes hardened and his face went white with fury as he pulled his wand out of his pocket and pointed it straight at the throat of the potion's master. Never, ever say anything like that again, Snape, he snarled, looking somewhat more like a werewolf than he usually did. If you hurt Harry again, not one of your precious potions it'll be enough to repair the damage I will do to you. Remus turned quickly and exited the dungeons before he lost his temper entirely. Madame Pomfrey released Harry from the hospital wing before breakfast on Thursday morning, admonishing him to take it easy and advising him to miss Quidditch tryouts the following evening. Miss Quidditch tryouts? Harry said incredulously. Potter, while you have recovered remarkably quickly this time, You must not push yourself, Madame Pomfrey warned in her no-nonsense voice. Professor McGonagall informs me that you have already secured a place on the team, so why take the risk? I'm not missing Quidditch, Harry said stubbornly. He had been looking forward to Quidditch all week, especially since Ron had been made captain. Madame Pomfrey looked to Lupin, who was just pulling on his traveling cloak, for help, but he only shrugged. As long as Harry promises to stop if he gets tired, he said reasonably, I don't see why we should keep him from playing. He knew that Harry needed the release that he got from flying much more than he needed additional rest. Harry shot Moony a grateful look, and Madame Pomfrey scowled, seeing that Harry was dressed and everything seemed to be in order. She bustled back to her office, mumbling under her breath. Moony grinned. She's always been like that, he said. I remember one time when James was in here after taking a bludger to his shoulder. She told him that he should rethink whether or not he should play Quidditch at all. He was always getting injured at the games. Why'd he get hurt so much? Harry asked interestedly. He had known, of course, that his father had been a chaser on Gryffindor's house team when he had been at school, but aside from that, he didn't know much. The two walked out of the hospital wing and towards the Great Hall. Remus smiled reminiscently. Well, you see, Harry, James had the unfortunate habit of drawing attention to himself during the games. He could never resist stunting on his broom. Especially when he knew your mother was in the stands, but even so, he scored more than any other chaser at school. I'm afraid the beaters from all of the other house teams found him rather irritating. Did Mum like that? Harry asked. Well, no, Remus admitted, at least not for the first few years. Once they started dating in their 7th year, I think she thought it was rather entertaining, although she would never have admitted it. What made her decide to go out with him? Harry asked. This had been on his mind a lot ever since the rather sudden kiss between him and Ginny the previous day. She had not been back to see him since, and he wondered if he had done something wrong. James toned down his arrogance quite a bit as he got older, Remus answered. When Lee first found out that he was going to be head boy while she was head girl, she was furious, but they actually got on very well. Their first date was the first Hogsmeade weekend of the term, and they were inseparable after that. They reached doors to the Great Hall, and Remus pulled Harry into a short, one-armed hug. Your training starts on Monday, Harry. Work hard, and write me if you need anything at all right. All right, Moony, Harry answered, waving as Remus crossed the entrance hall and left the castle. Harry turned and entered the Great Hall, pointedly ignoring Malfoy, who called out loudly. Have a good stay in the hospital wing, Potter. Oi, Harry, over here, mate. Ron called from the end of the Gryffindor table, where he had been eating breakfast with Hermione, Ginny, Seamus, Dean, and Neville. Harry grinned at his friends and walked quickly to them. Ginny blushed as she smiled at him, and quickly moved over so that he would have room to sit next to her. How are you, Harry? Hermione asked as Harry began piling scrambled eggs and toast on his plate. I'm fine, he answered. Looking forward to Quidditch tomorrow. Any of you lot trying out for the team? Ginny nodded. I'm still trying out for Chaser, she said as if everyone at the table didn't already know that. I think I might try out for the other Chaser position, Seamus mused. I got a new broom for my birthday, a clean sweep 11. That's what I have, Ron answered. It's a good broom, mate. Are you any good? Seamus shrugged. I'm okay, he said modestly. We'll see tomorrow then, won't we? Ron told him, unconsciously puffing his chest out a bit. Harry rolled his eyes, careful to keep his face averted so Ron wouldn't see him. Harry, did you finish Professor Snape's essay? Hermione asked. We've got another one for Monday. Harry nodded. He had finished it the night before in the hospital wing after Hermione had brought him a pile of books from the library. Moony had helped him a little bit, but as Moony, by his own admission, was not a master potions maker, he had not been much use. Harry didn't know how good his essay was, but at least it was done. I've got to take it down to Snape sometime before lunch today, he said. Tonks told me to tell you that she expects to see you tonight for the evening run, Ron said, his mouth full of bacon. But Harry's just got out of hospital. Hermione exclaimed. Tonks is right, Harry said shortly. It's important. I'll be there, but after this I'll probably run in the mornings. I'm going with you lot, Ginny said, and they all looked at her in surprise. She hadn't gone on any of the runs so far this week, and as a fifth year, she wasn't required to. Why would you want to do that if you don't have to, Ginny? Ron asked. Just because I'm not in NEWT classes yet doesn't mean I won't have to fight, she said simply, and Harry nodded. She smiled at him and continued, besides, it won't hurt me to be in better shape for Quidditch, would it? You know. That's a good point, Ron mused. Maybe I'll have everyone on the team do that. It couldn't hurt. Everyone at the table groaned. As the discussion turned once more to the upcoming Quidditch tryouts, Ginny waited until everyone was distracted and tentatively took Harry's hand under the table. Are you really feeling okay, Harry? She asked softly. I really am, Ginny. I'm just ready to start training. Harry answered. More occlumency? Ginny asked. Yeah, Harry answered, but he was starting to realize that he could not keep his secret for much longer. His friends were going to wonder what he was getting up to and why he was required to complete extra training. What are you two talking about? Asked Hermione, who was sitting next to Ginny and had noticed that. Their attention was no longer on the conversation. She happened to glance down, and a huge grin spread across her face when she saw their entwined hands. She said nothing, however. Ron would find out when Harry and Ginny were ready to tell him. During dinner on the night of Quidditch tryouts, Harry couldn't help but notice that there were many more brooms propped up against the table than he would have expected. He counted at least 15 besides those of the regular team members. He wondered if people realized that there were only 2 positions to be filled and that one of those was almost certain to go to Ginny. All right, everyone, Ron called. Tryouts begin in half an hour. You lot that are already on the team, let's get to the pitch and get warmed up. I want us in top form, so we can see how any new players will fit in. Harry noticed how much more confident Ron's voice sounded than it usually did, and he reflected yet again on what a good choice McGonagall had made for captain. Harry grabbed his firebolt and followed Ron down to the pitch eagerly. He couldn't wait to get into the air again. As he pulled on his scarlet robes for the first time of the season, he grinned to himself. The weather was perfect, clear and cool with just the slightest breeze, and it seemed to him that his firebolt was humming with the same anticipation that he felt. The team proceeded onto the pitch and at Ron's whistle, kicked hard off the ground and soared upwards, flying in close formation as they passed the quaffle back and forth in warm-up. After about 15 minutes, Ron noticed that the house team hopefuls were looking up at them from the ground, brooms in hand. He blew the whistle, calling his team to surround him in the air. Harry's cheeks were flushed with excitement, his troubles seemed so far away when he was flying, and the exhilaration of zooming up and down the pitch made him feel more alive than he had in a long time. He slowed down as he joined his 4 teammates, who were hovering in a bunch about 20 feet off the ground. Right, Ron said. We've got quite a lot of people trying out this year, so I think we're going to play them 2 at a time, all alternate them in and out to see how they work with each other as well as with the rest of you. I'll be taking the keeper's position, of course, and I want you, Sloper, to release one of the bludgers on my whistle. Harry, since we're not trying out any seekers, I'm not going to release the snitch. Harry nodded. It was growing darker outside, and while there would be quite enough light to put the chasers through their paces, the snitch could easily get lost. Ron continued, I want you to fly defensively, Harry and Kirk, try and take the quaffle from the chaser hopefuls, and don't go easy on them. Harry grinned at Andrew Kirk, one of the beaters that had replaced Fred and George last year, and they both nodded their understanding to Ron. All right then, Ron said, let's get started. Team floated slowly down to the field to a spot in front of the queue of hopefuls. Harry noticed that Ginny was at the front of the line, followed by Seamus, Colin Creevey, and an assortment of 3rd through 5th years. Okay, Ron called after he had taken the names of the hopefuls down. Team, get in the air. Weasley and Creevey, you're up first. Join Katie Bell at center field. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. Ron blew his whistle hard and soared through the air to the 3 hoops at the end of the pitch. Ginny and Katie Bell passed the quaffle expertly between one another, but Colin seemed to be too nervous to get a good grip on it, dropping it twice so that Harry and Andrew had to go into steep dives to catch it. After one of these dives, Harry passed the quaffle back to Katie, who passed it to Ginny as she swerved to avoid a bludger. Harry grinned and flattened himself to his broom, speeding straight towards Ginny. Ginny saw him coming and seemed to panic for a moment, deciding to pass the ball to Katie. Which was the wrong move. Harry intercepted it easily. "You'll pay for that, Potter." Ginny screamed, and he noticed that there seemed to be some real anger in her voice. Harry didn't answer, but passed the quaffle back to Katie. Ginny did not allow for another interception throughout the whole tryout, even after she had switched back and forth with several of the other hopefuls. Harry was impressed. He had known that she was a good seeker, but to see her play chaser was to see her in her true element. It took an hour and a half to try everyone out to Ron's satisfaction. He sent the hopefuls into the stands while he conferred with his team on the ground in the middle of the pitch. "What do you guys reckon?" he asked them all. Katie spoke up immediately. Ginny Weasley was by far the best. She said definitely. "Yeah, she was good," Ron conceded, and Harry could tell that he was glad Katie had spoken first, as Ron did not want to be accused of favoritism. "Okay, so Ginny's on. Who else?" "Seamus had some good moves," Harry pondered. "But he let go of the quaffle pretty easily. Andrew and I both got him at least once." "What about Meg Jackson?" Jack suggested. "She seemed to be pretty good. And she dodged that bludger and still managed to hold onto the quaffle." Meg Jackson was a petite fourth year who Harry didn't know very well. She was rather plain and seemed a bit shy. But she had flown well that day. "Yeah, she was all right," Harry agreed. "Creevy was a disaster," Ron said. "He's got a lot of spirit, but we need more skill than that, so he's out." "How about Ginny and Meg?" Then, Katie suggested. "Agreed, team," Ron asked. They all nodded, and Ron strode quickly over to the stands where the hopefuls were waiting and flew up to their level. "Right," he called. "The new Gryffindor chasers are Ginny Weasley and Meg Jackson. Thank you to everyone that came out. Ginny and Meg, come on out to the pitch and join the team." Harry couldn't help but notice that Seamus shot Ron a look that was pure poison as he exited the stands with the others who had not made the team. He pushed it out of his mind, however, when Ginny came running up to him, throwing her arms around his neck. "Congratulations, Ginny," Harry said, picking her up and whirling her around. "You had to know that you'd get it, though. You flew brilliantly tonight." Ginny blushed as they stopped whirling. And for a moment Harry thought it was because of the compliment he had given her, but then he turned and saw Ron staring at the pair of them, a strange expression on his face. Harry released Ginny quickly and felt heat come into his own cheeks as well. Ron didn't look at either one of them directly as he quickly went through the training schedule for the month B. For their first match against Slytherin in October. When the team had disbanded and the original members had gone to the locker room to change out of their team robes, Ron was strangely silent, and Harry waited until everyone else had gone before he approached him. "Ron?" he asked. He wondered if his best friend was upset at the apparent affection between him and Ginny. Ron finally looked at Harry. His expression serious but not angry. "Harry," he asked, "is there something I should know about with you and Ginny? I saw you talking yesterday at breakfast, and then you both stayed up late in the common room last night." His voice trailed off. "Well," Harry said, trying to figure out how to put it. "I don't really know, exactly." "Come off it, Harry, I can tell you fancy her," Ron said bluntly. "And we all know she's liked you since her first year." "I really like her, Ron," Harry admitted. "I'm not sure what's happening, though. When you and Hermione got together this summer, Ginny and I spent a lot of time together." "This has been going on since the holidays?" Ron asked incredulously, as if term had not just started. "No," Harry quickly corrected him. "No, it started on Wednesday when I was in the hospital wing. And I'm not sure what's going on yet." Ron finally smiled at him. "Well, it's not like we didn't all know this was going to happen," he said, and then his expression became serious again. "Look, though, there's just one thing I have to say." Harry was a bit worried. It was not like Ron to be quite this serious. "What, mate?" he asked. "Best friend or no, if you hurt her, it's the last thing you'll ever do," Ron said grimly, but then he grinned at Harry. "So you'd best watch yourself." "I will," Harry said, relieved that Ron seemed to be taking everything in stride. Both boys shouldered their brooms and began the trek back up to the school. When they were about halfway there, Ron stopped. Harry?" he asked. "What happened while you were in the hospital wing?" Harry only smiled. He wasn't quite ready to share that experience with anyone. Upon seeing the look on Harry's face, Ron groaned. "Never mind, I don't want to know," he said, and Harry jabbed him in the ribs. "So," Ron said, eager to get the subject off of Harry and Ginny now that he had said what he needed to say, "Sloper and Kirk are better this year, Yeah, Harry agreed. They must have practiced over the summer or something. Sloper didn't miss the bludger once, and Kirk was actually pretty good at intercepting the quaffle from the chasers. His reflexes have gotten better. Got a pretty good team this year. Haven't we?" Ron said with some pride, and they discussed Gryffindor's hopes for the Quidditch Cup for the third year running as they headed back up to the common room. As they climbed through the portrait hole, they were greeted by the noise of the Gryffindors as they excitedly discussed the new team. The consensus seemed to be that Ginny had been an obvious pick. But everyone seemed to be surprised that Meg had made the team. Very few people had ever actually noticed her before, as she seemed to prefer to do her homework in the library and go to bed early. One person, in particular, was less than thrilled. Seamus Finnegan said very little, but kept shooting angry glances towards Ron as he got ready for bed in the dorm much later that night. "Seamus?" Ron asked tentatively. "Look, mate, it was nothing personal." "Nothing personal," Seamus scoffed. "You chose that fourth year over me. Look, as captain, I can't play favorites," Ron said, hoping to make Seamus understand. "She flew better than you did tonight. Didn't have any problems playing favorites when you chose your sister, did you?" Seamus retorted. "Ginny's a good flyer," Dean commented quietly. "Damn right she's a good flyer," Ron said, the tips of his ears beginning to glow red. "And I'll have you know that Katie Bell was the first person who suggested her." "Oh, I'm sure you were only too happy to agree with her." Seamus growled. "I bet you did. Didn't he, Harry?" "We all did, Seamus. Ginny was the best out there tonight," Harry replied calmly. "Yeah, take his part, Potter," Seamus retorted bitterly. "I've seen you and his sister together lately. How could she not make it, with her brother as captain and her boyfriend as seeker?" "That had nothing to do with it, Finnegan," Ron yelled, finally losing his temper completely. "Look, I'm sorry you didn't make the team, but I had to choose the best we had, and tonight that was Ginny and Meg." Seamus didn't reply, but jerked the hangings around his bed closed so that he was hidden from the rest of them. They could all hear his angry mutters as he got under the covers. Despite the fact that he was worried about Seamus's anger with Ron, Harry couldn't help but smile a little as he pulled his own hangings and settled down into his familiar four-poster. Seamus had said he was Ginny's boyfriend, and even though Harry knew that they hadn't really gotten to that stage yet, he liked the sound of the word. He was soaring through a stormy sky, his hair ripping backwards in the fierce wind, his glasses spattered with rain. He couldn't see the snitch anywhere. And he was far above the game. "Come on, kiddo, you can do better than this." A voice punctuated by a familiar, bark-like laugh echoed clearly through the roaring wind. And Harry turned his head to find Sirius Black, his godfather, flying next to him, his long hair blowing wildly around his face. Harry laughed, accepting the implied challenge, and leaned forward onto his broomstick, speeding up. Sirius easily kept pace with him, taunting him playfully as he searched for the snitch. Suddenly, a bolt of green lightning ripped from the clouds and struck Sirius squarely on the chest. With a look of surprise on his face, Sirius tumbled off his broom and was swallowed by the murky grayness of the clouds. "Sirius!" Harry yelled with all his might, but it was no good. Sirius's broom fell after him. And before Harry even had a chance to absorb what had happened, Ginny had caught up to him, grinning, her red hair tied back into a long ponytail. "Catch me if you can, Harry. A kiss to the winner." She laughed as she sped ahead of him. Without even meaning to, Harry caught up to her, but before he could say anything else, another bolt of green lightning hit Ginny full in the face, and she, too, fell into the swirling grayness, her mouth open in a silent scream. "No!" Harry yelled, and he dropped into a steep dive. He could catch her. He had to catch her. His dive was blocked by Ron, who looked angry. "Slytherin's ahead 70-40, Harry. Why haven't you caught?" He was unable to continue as a third bolt of lightning hit him in the stomach, and he gasped. As he and his broom dropped out of sight. "Ron!" he yelled as his broom stopped. He watched with horror as the sky went from gray to black, and suddenly, from all around him, he heard the dreaded incantation, Mors Mordra. The dark mark, glittering a sinister green, erupted right in front of his eyes. Harry, wake up, mate. Ron's sleepy but panicked voice edged its way into Harry's mind, and he sat bolt upright in his bed, looking at the blurry face of his best friend, who was standing right above him. What is it, Harry? Ron asked quickly. What's happened? Seeing Ron right in front of him had the effect of reassuring him that his friends were all fine, that it had just been a nightmare, not a vision. He wasn't ready to talk about it yet, however. Nothing, he muttered. Just a bad dream. Sorry for waking you up. You sure? Ron asked doubtfully. Yes, Harry answered. Go back to bed, Ron. Ron looked suspiciously at Harry for a moment, but went slowly back to his bed and climbed in. 10 minutes later, his deep snores told Harry that Ron had gone back to sleep. Harry knew that he would not sleep any more that night, so he went down to the common room to sit in front of the fire and think. He knew his dream had been nothing more than a dream, born of his fear of losing his friends. As Harry stared into the embers that remained from the evening's fire, he felt, instead of the usual despair, a firm resolve blossoming in his chest. His eyes hardened as he looked into the grate. It will not happen, he said out loud. I will stop this. Hermione chattered away about lensing potions as she and Harry headed down to Snape's dungeon for potions on Monday morning. Really, she said. It can't be harder than Wolfsbane, can it? Not much could be, Harry answered truthfully. How did the rest of the class do on that potion? Oh, Professor Snape was in quite a temper on Wednesday, Hermione said darkly. You should have heard him going on. He said that none of our potions would so much as begin to prevent the mind transformation of a werewolf. Even yours? Harry asked in surprise. Well, no, Hermione admitted. He didn't mention it when he was ranting at the class, but I got an E on mine. He said it hadn't given off enough steam. Harry snorted. I bet he just couldn't stand to give you an O on the first day of term, Hermione. I'm certain I made it correctly, Hermione said. Still, though, he's the professor, isn't he? And we know he's an expert at the potion because he makes it for Professor Lupin every full moon. Come off it, Hermione, Harry said automatically. He didn't know why she continued to defend Snape. He, for one, was certain that Snape would find any excuse possible to mark down either one of them. As they reached Snape's dungeon, someone grabbed Harry's arm from behind. As he spun around, wand at the ready, he was not surprised to see the pale face of Draco Malfoy, glaring at him maliciously, a snide grin on his face. So, Potter, he breathed. It's too bad about the squib. Did you enjoy the show? Hermione grabbed Malfoy's arm and jerked it away from Harry with enough force to make both of them stumble. Get away from us, Malfoy, she said fiercely. I wasn't talking to you, mudblood, he retorted, and turned back to Harry, who was still trying to work out exactly how Draco knew about what he had seen on Tuesday. So Dumbledore has been teaching you occlumency, Potter. What a waste of time. The Dark Lord will always be more powerful than a stupid half-blood like you could ever be. He will take you whenever he chooses. Oh, he will he? Harry responded, nonplussed. How come he hasn't done it, then? Still here, aren't I? And did your dad's old mate ever bother to tell you that he's a half-blood himself? Draco looked a bit surprised at this comment, and the snide grin disappeared to be replaced by a look of deepest loathing. You don't know what you're talking about, Potter, he spat. Dumbledore won't be around to help you forever. After the old fool is gone, your days will be numbered. Power, indeed. You will never triumph over the Dark Lord. He stalked past them and through the open door of the potions classroom. Harry started a bit at Malfoy's final remark. It seemed impossible to think that Draco Malfoy would know the prophecy. Then again, Malfoy always seemed to get information from his father. Had Lucius Malfoy told him? Harry realized once again that the time was drawing closer for him to talk to his friends about the prophecy. He didn't want them to hear about it from anyone but him. Predictably, Snape ignored Harry all the way through the potions lesson just as he always did after they had a confrontation, pretending to look across the room at Pansy Parkinson's pot. Ion as he handed Harry a small bottle containing last week's sample marked with a very small, almost indistinguishable, E. It was probably a good thing for Harry and Hermione that Snape had focused his attention elsewhere. His mind still reeling about just how much Draco Malfoy knew, Harry did not pay much attention to his potion, and Hermione kept desperately muttering corrections at him as she worked on her own, which, as usual, looked just like it was supposed to. Even with Hermione's help, by the end of the period Harry's potion did not look any better than Neville's would have, had he still been in the class. Instead of a translucent opal color, Harry's potion was dark purple and smelled like the lavatory on Privet Drive after Dudley had taken his turn. Sighing, Harry put a small amount of the potion in a vial, hoping he would be able to at least get some points for the attempt, and took it to Snape's desk. The potion's master did not speak to Harry at all, but looked from the pure PLE liquid and then back up at Harry with a malicious light in his eyes. Harry knew then that he might as well not have bothered turning it in, he would not be getting any points for it whatsoever. "What happened in there, Harry?" Hermione asked as they were walking towards the library to meet Ron for the study period. "You did so well last time. You were hardly paying attention today." Harry thought for a moment, and then decided to be as truthful as possible. "It was Malfoy," he answered. "Honestly, Harry, you can't let him get to you like that," Hermione sighed. "It's been the same since first year." "This wasn't the same, Hermione," Harry said. "Didn't you hear him ask me if I enjoyed the show?" Hermione's brow furrowed. "Yes, but..." A look of comprehension came across her face. Shish. He couldn't believe that she hadn't caught it before, but she had been so worried that Harry was going to lose his temper and hex Malfoy right in front of Snape's classroom. "How did he know you saw it?" "No one told anyone what happened, even Neville, Seamus, and Dean didn't know." "I know," Harry said. "I guess his father must have told him, unless..." "Unless what, Harry? What if Malfoy is really one of them now?" Harry asked, his words tumbling out quickly. "One of them?" Hermione asked. "You mean a Death Eater?" "Harry, no way. Draco's still in school, he'd never be." "Not yet. His father must have told him about the attack." "I guess," Harry replied, unconvinced. He had the uneasy feeling as they sat down next to Ron and took out their books that Hermione might, for once, be wrong. That night in the common room, Harry was playing a half-hearted game of chess with Ron, his mind really on tomorrow's session with Dumbledore, when he felt a soft tap on his shoulder. Starting slightly, he looked behind him to find Ginny, a troubled expression on her face. "Harry, can I talk to you for a minute?" she asked. Sure, Ginny," Harry said, ignoring Ron's teasing grin as he forfeited the match. "You want to take a walk? We've got an hour until curfew." She finally smiled at him. "That sounds good," she answered, and her grin widened as Harry took her hand to lead her to the portrait hole. "Oi, you two," Ron called after them. "Mind that all you do is walk." Ginny rounded on him. "Honestly, Ron, just because you can't stop planning your next snog fest with Hermione doesn't mean that the rest of us have our minds in the gutter." Ron's ears turned bright red. She had responded loudly enough that the whole common room was now hooting with laughter. Ron tried to pretend he didn't hear them as he hastily put away the chess set and stalked up the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Harry and Ginny chuckled as they turned and climbed through the portrait hole. Once they were a fair distance down the corridor, Ginny squeezed Harry's hand and asked, "I just wanted to know, is there something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong," Harry answered in confusion. This was not what he had expected. "It's just that you've barely looked at me all weekend. I was just wondering if maybe you regretted what happened in the hospital wing." Harry stopped short. "Why?" he asked quickly. "Do you know?" she exclaimed, and then blushed as she tried to make her voice sound normal. "It's just that, well, I thought maybe we would spend some time together this weekend, but all you did was work on your homework. Even at Quidditch practice you barely spoke to me." "Oh," Harry said, racking his brain for the right thing to say. "No, it's just that, I guess I was a bit preoccupied this weekend. Trying to catch up from the classes I missed while I was in the hospital wing," he added unconvincingly. "Don't give me that, Harry Potter," Ginny said, pulling her hand away from his. "I've known you longer than 5 minutes. You know. If you don't want to tell me what's going on, fine, but don't lie to me." Harry was more than a little confused at Ginny's abrupt change in attitude until she said tartly, "If you don't want to be with me, just tell me that. Don't try to make up excuses." So that was what she was on about. Harry almost laughed, but then remembered the consequences he had faced last time he had laughed at a girl he liked. He had ended sitting in Madame Puddifoot's alone with cold, confetti-filled coffee in front of him, being stared at by every happy couple in the place. "Ginny, trust me, it's not that," he said, trying to take her hand again, but she pulled away. "Then what?" she asked boldly. Once again, he decided to be truthful. It's not like she wouldn't find out about it if she asked Ron. And he knew she would if he didn't answer her. "I had a nightmare on Friday night. About Sirius," he said, not telling her that she and Ron had also been part of it. He didn't want to frighten her. He knew it had only been a nightmare. "I guess I was a little tired after that. I didn't get much sleep." Her expression softened, and she reached forward and took his hand. As they continued down the hall, she asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" Harry shrugged. He didn't really want to talk about it at all, but he was afraid he would offend her if he refused, so he said. "It wasn't much different than the ones I had all summer." "About Sirius going through the veil?" she asked. She and Harry had talked a little bit about his nightmares over the last part of the summer. He nodded. That was close enough to the truth. "Maybe you should ask Madame Pomfrey for a dreamless sleep potion, Harry," Ginny said kindly. If Ron or Hermione had suggested this, Harry would have been irritated. But for some reason it didn't bother him when Ginny said it, maybe because she didn't tend to hover quite as badly as his other friends. "I don't get them that often anymore," Harry said honestly. "I'm okay, really. So, what do you want to do over the weekend?" "Oh, I don't know," Ginny said as they reached a dead end of the deserted corridor. "Maybe this." She boldly pulled Harry's arm to bring him closer to her. And she stood on tiptoe to kiss him. This kiss was nothing like the one in the hospital wing. That one had been very soft, almost tentative. This time, as Ginny pressed her lips onto his, Harry felt as though his entire body was on fire, and for a moment, he was completely still. Then, almost as if he had been planning this the entire time, he bent his head into the kiss and wrapped his arms around Ginny. It was so different from kissing Cho. For one thing, Ginny wasn't crying, but for another, it just somehow felt so much more natural, so much more right. The kiss finally broke off. And Harry and Ginny grinned at one another. "Wow," Ginny said, leaning her head on his chest. "Yeah," Harry responded, sure Ginny could feel his heart pounding into her ear. And then he grinned even more widely, remembering yet another mishap with Cho that he was not eager to repeat. "So, you want to go to Hogsmeade with me?" he asked her. Okay," Ginny answered. "But the first Hogsmeade weekend hasn't even been announced yet, Harry. I hope you're not planning on ignoring me until then." For an answer, Harry once again bent his head down to kiss her. Ginny didn't know it, and Harry didn't even consciously realize it, but she had given him something tonight that no one else could have. She had given him another reason to fight. "You fool." The contemptuous voice of Lord Voldemort, dripping with displeasure, echoed through the small dungeon chamber. Draco bowed his head and tried not to tremble. He had heard the Dark Lord speak in this tone before, and it had shortly been followed by the worst pain Draco had ever felt in his life. "I apologize, my lord," he said softly, hoping to appease Voldemort's wrath. "Your father told me you were dependable," Voldemort hissed. "Perhaps you are just a child after all. I have no patience for idiot children, young Malfoy." "It will not happen again," Draco said. "Is that all you have to say?" asked Voldemort in a low, dangerous voice. "Because of your stupidity, our plan could be revealed. Did I not tell you that no one was to know of your mission at Hogwarts?" "You did, my lord. And were you not instructed to observe Potter? But not to allow him to find out what you were doing?" Voldemort continued, his voice growing even more menacing. "Yes, my lord, but..." "Silence. I have no patience for Death Eaters who risk their missions. You will be punished for this, Malfoy, and you will see that nothing of this sort happens again." Draco did not respond, so determined was he not to show his fear. A moment later, he knew that the Dark Lord had gone, and he stood up shakily, smoothing out his robes. It was quite late at night, but he knew he would get very little sleep. As he walked back to the Slytherin common room, Draco wondered who had told Voldemort about his confrontation with Potter. Whoever it had been was going to pay. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny arrived from their morning run, hot and sweaty. About halfway through breakfast, The post owls arrived just as Harry was contemplating skipping breakfast to have a shower. "We've got to get up earlier," he said to the others as the owls flew overhead, delivering messages and parcels to various students. To Harry's great surprise, one of the school barn owls dropped a small scroll into his orange juice before flying off. Before he had time to wipe the parchment off and open it, however, he was distracted by a loud gasp from Hermione, which was soon echoed by quite a few other students in the hall. The reason became apparent as Hermione spread her copy of the Daily Prophet open on the table in front of her. Dementors of Azkaban join you-know-who. Mass escape of known Death Eaters. Early Tuesday morning, September 10th, the Dementors that previously guarded Azkaban prison resigned their positions with the Ministry, leaving the prison fortress unguarded. Ministry insiders inform us that it is believed that the Dementors have joined you-know-who. Upon the public revelation of you-know-who's return in early June, the Ministry informed the public that the Dementors had indeed joined you-know-who. That report, however, was recanted 3 days later when Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge announced that the report of their disloyalty had been in error and that the creatures remained in the Ministry's employ. Now that Dementors have vanished from Azkaban Fortress, members of the wizarding community are demanding answers. There must have been some truth to the Ministry's original report that the Dementors had revolted, said an angry-looking Florine Fortescue, of number 89, Diagon Alley. I do not understand why the Ministry did not expel the Dementors the moment their loyalty was questioned. I, for one, will be writing a letter to the Wizengamot demanding Cornelius Fudge's immediate expulsion from the office of Minister for Magic. This reporter cannot help but be reminded of the escape of 10 notorious Death Eaters from Azkaban earlier this very year. The Minister for Magic insisted at that time that the Death Eaters had been aided by murderer Sirius Black, the only wizard previously known to have escaped the prison. Black's whereabouts are currently unknown, but it is clear that he alone could not have orchestrated the mass revolt of the Dementors. Only he who must not be named could have accomplished this. Among the escaped prisoners is one Lucius Malfoy, a formerly prominent member of the wizarding community found to be a Death Eater following the attack on the Ministry of Magic in June. It is believed that Malfoy is one of you-know-who's greatest supporters. His whereabouts are currently unknown, but the Ministry has placed a guard around Malfoy Manor, his family's estate. Narcissa Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy's wife, was unavailable for comment. For more information and a complete list of names of the escaped Death Eaters, please see page 2a. For tips on fighting Dementors, please see page 29c. Harry looked up from the papers, fury written clearly on his face. It was not the report of the revolt that infuriated him. Everyone in the Order had suspected from the dual attacks on Harry that the Dementors had already joined Voldemort, despite what the Ministry claimed. It was the slur on Sirius and the fact that the reporter had called him a murderer that made his blood boil in anger. Ginny seemed to know exactly what had angered Harry so much. His name hasn't been cleared, she said sadly. Did no one tell them how he died? It wouldn't have mattered if they had, Harry said bitterly. Fudge lost too much credibility when he had to admit that Voldemort had come back. He wasn't about to admit he was wrong about anything else, was he? I suppose not, Hermione sighed. Still, it's not right. No, it's not, Harry said furiously. Sirius died fighting those Death Eaters that everyone is so afraid of, and they still talk like he is one of them. It all fits right into Voldemort's hand, doesn't it? Fudge was so eager to make himself look good in the Daily Prophet that he bought the bit about the Dementors not having joined Voldemort without batting an eye. Harry swore loudly, causing Professor McGonagall to glare at him from the teacher's table and Hermione to elbow him in his side. Fudge is so valuable to Voldemort's side that he might as well be a Death Eater himself, Hermione said bitterly. What do you mean, Hermione? Asked Neville, who had apparently been listening to the entire exchange. What I mean is that if the Ministry were being run why by someone who actually cared about doing the right thing, it would be much harder for Voldemort to take over, wouldn't it? Hermione, would you stop saying that name? Ron whispered loudly, his face pale, and she ignored him. For example, if we had a Minister for Magic that wasn't so afraid of the political fallout, the world would have known that Voldemort returned an entire year ago, wouldn't they? There is no better way to destabilize a stable society than to elect a leader who cares more for politics and policies than for people, and more for his own reputation than for doing his job. Hermione took a deep breath. That's what I mean, Neville, when I say that Fudge is as valuable to Voldemort as any one of his Death Eaters. Everyone at the table stared at Hermione for a moment, their mouths slightly agape. It was apparent that most of them had never actually considered how much Fudge's idiocy had actually helped Voldemort's cause. You did not have to be a Death Eater to open the doors of the world to evil. You simply had to be one person who did not care. Harry, what's that? Ron asked, pointing to the soggy parchment still lying by Harry's plate of uneaten toast. Oh, Harry said, having forgotten all about the note. One of the school owls brought it to me. Just a minute. He opened the parchment and scanned it quickly. It's from Hagrid, he said, showing them the short note. He wants me to have tea tonight after classes. He wants to meet me up here, though. Doesn't want me to walk down alone. Harry scowled slightly at this. Hagrid's hut was not far from the castle. And it would still be light outside. He was perfectly entitled to walk down there on his own. We've got Quidditch at 6, Ron said immediately. I could go straight to the pitch from Hagrid's, Harry said. I'll take my firebolt. Okay. I wonder why he only sent this to you. Hermione asked, seeming a little put out. I haven't seen him yet either. Ron and Ginny are the only ones who have his class this term. I dunno. Harry shrugged. The truth was, he was glad he would get a bit of time away from the others. Their constant attention was smothering at times, and he wondered if he would ever be left alone. Especially after the attack on the 7th floor corridor, it seemed unlikely. You have prefect duty tonight anyway. We'll go see him tomorrow, Hermione, Ron said, squeezing her hand. Neither of us have prefect duty then. Hermione nodded, but Harry could tell her feelings were still a bit hurt. He wondered why Hagrid had asked to visit with him, and not the others. He didn't have much time to ponder it, though, because he noticed that the Great Hall was starting to empty. Morning classes started in 10 minutes, and he was due in Professor Dumbledore's office. He and Ginny left the Great Hall together. Hand in hand as was their new habit, as the headmaster's office was not far out of the way to her first class. When they reached the stone gargoyle, Harry gave Ginny a quick kiss, muttered, Merlin. I love that I can do that, and watched her walk back down the hall, marveling at their new relationship. It just seemed so obvious, why had they not gotten together sooner? Just as Harry was about to say the password, he heard Dumbledore's distinctive chuckle as he came towards his office from the opposite direction. Harry's back had been to him and he flushed with embarrassment as he turned. Ah, no need to be embarrassed, Harry, Dumbledore said in an amused voice, correctly reading Harry's expression. To find happiness with one another in these dark times is a great gift. And one that should not be wasted. Miss Weasley is a fine young woman. Harry stammered, not really knowing how to respond to this. He overcompensated by turning to the gargoyle and saying, Sugar Quill, in an unnecessarily loud voice. The gargoyle jumped aside to reveal the familiar staircase, and Dumbledore followed him, still chuckling, onto it. They were only halfway up the staircase when Harry felt the gentle tickle that was Dumbledore's presence in his mind. He automatically put up his defenses and pushed the headmaster out with ease. This time, Dumbledore had not even been able to get past the outer walls of Harry's mental fortress. That was excellent, Harry, Professor Dumbledore congratulated him as they walked into the circular office. You're pretty easy, now. Harry said without thinking, and then flushed again. How could he have said that to Dumbledore, of all people? Am I, now? Dumbledore asked lightly, and immediately Harry felt a strong push into his mind that caused him to stumble slightly. He put up his defenses again, but this time, he felt the powerful presence of the headmaster pushing back. They struggled like this for quite some time. And although Harry was not aware of it, any outsider would have been able to feel the palpable, raw power emanating from both of them, headmaster and student. The air crackled with magical energy. Harry could feel Dumbledore's power increasing as he pushed hard to get past Harry's defenses. Harry's forehead beaded with sweat, but he was determined not to break. Dumbledore lifted the attack after what seemed like an eternity. And Harry dropped his bag and collapsed into one of the comfortable chairs in front of Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore, who actually looked a bit tired from the effort, walked slowly behind his desk and sat down, surveying Harry with some surprise. "Harry, I am quite frankly amazed," Dumbledore said quietly. "Why?" Harry asked in surprise. "I didn't get you out, did I?" "You did not have to get me out, Harry, for I never got in. I simply continued trying. I had no access to your thoughts," Dumbledore answered. "Although," he added, his eyes regaining their twinkle, "from what I saw this morning, I am quite sure of what I would have found had I succeeded." Harry blushed once again. He didn't know what to say. "Truly remarkable," Dumbledore said quietly, seeming more as though he was speaking to himself, and then he spoke directly to Harry. "I must be honest with you, Harry. Few fully grown wizards have ever been able to hold me off for that long when I was insistent upon entrance. And certainly never a student. If you had kept going, I wouldn't have been able to hold you off," Harry said honestly. "Near the end, it was very hard to keep pushing." Dumbledore nodded. "This is one of the reasons we will be progressing into legilimency. It will allow you not only to keep your defenses up, but to go on the offensive as well. A person has no chance of breaking into your mind if you are able to break into his, instead." Dumbledore noticed that Harry was very sweaty, partly from the exertion he had exhibited as he fought the headmaster, and partly still from his run before breakfast. "How about a nice cup of pumpkin juice before we continue?" he asked. "I could use one myself." He waved his wand and a small tray appeared on his desk containing 2 empty goblets and a large pitcher of pumpkin juice. Dumbledore poured some juice into each goblet and stood to hand one of them to Harry. As they drank, Dumbledore broached a subject that he needed to talk to Harry about. "Tell me about what happened with Professor Snape, Harry." Harry was not surprised that the headmaster knew of the confrontation. He only wondered who, exactly, had told him. It was more than a little bit infuriating that everyone around him seemed insistent upon knowing his every move, but Harry tried hard not to show his annoyance to Dumbledore. He took a gulp of his juice before he answered bluntly, but as calmly as possible, "Snape attacked me, sir." "Professor Snape, Harry," Dumbledore reminded him. "Please continue." "I pushed him out within a few seconds," Harry said. But he did not say any more. He did not know if Dumbledore knew the things he had said to Snape after the attack, and if he did not, Harry wasn't going to be the one to tell him. "And you were angry," Dumbledore prodded. And Harry's heart sank. It appeared that Dumbledore knew the entire story. "Yeah, I got a little angry," Harry muttered. Thankfully, Dumbledore did not require Harry to elaborate. "It is quite understandable, Harry, given the relationship between yourself and Professor Snape," Dumbledore remarked. "Having said that, however, you must learn to keep your emotions, especially the negative ones, under tighter control. Voldemort feeds on such emotions as hate and anger, and you will not be able to fight him if those are your weapons. I will repeat one more time that I trust Severus Snape. Although I do not blame you for your doubts. Severus himself has proven over and over in your case that powerful grudges are difficult to overcome. I do not require you to like Professor Snape, Harry," Dumbledore said, and looked at Harry with just a bit of sternness on his face, "but I do require you to treat him with respect. I know you do not fully understand, but please believe me when I say that he has earned it." Harry swallowed his objections and nodded, knowing that he could never respect, much less trust, Severus Snape. Once again left without anything to say, he drained the rest of his pumpkin juice and set the goblet down on the edge of Dumbledore's desk, not knowing where else to put it. Another wave of Dumbledore's wand, and the goblet vanished. Weiss suspected that it had reappeared in the kitchens along with the other goblet, the pitcher, and the tray, and that at least one house elf was now busily attending to the cleanup. "Now," Dumbledore said, "you and I will begin our work on legilimency this morning. I have also arranged for Kingsley Shacklebolt to work with you on your dueling skills on Friday afternoons, beginning this week. Bet we end the lessons you are receiving from Professor Tonks and the lessons you will receive from Mr. Shacklebolt, I believe you will progress rather quickly." Harry was slightly taken aback. Kingsley Shacklebolt, one of the highest-ranking Aurors at the Ministry of Magic, was going to teach him dueling. Although Harry knew that these lessons would most likely be extremely difficult, he began immediately to look forward to them. Dumbledore smiled at the obvious anticipation on the boy's face, but brought him back to the present with the kind inquiry, "Are you ready to begin your legilimency training, Harry?" Harry moved his focus back onto the headmaster, who was gazing at him through his half-moon spectacles. He nodded. "Excellent," Dumbledore said. "Now, Harry, certain events have led me to Bell. I have that you have some natural legilimency skills, most likely forged of the connection between yourself and Voldemort, although your mother had a decent grasp of the art herself." Harry bit his lip. He would much rather believe that any skill he had came from his mother, but he knew that it was more likely that it was yet another effect of the transfer of power that had occurred during Voldemort's failed attack on him when he was a baby. "No," Harry thought vehemently. "I got it from Mum, not from him." Dumbledore easily read the distress on Harry's face and said gently, "Remember, Harry, that it is our choices, not our powers or abilities, which define us. It does not matter from what source this power came. What matters is the use to which you put your skill." Harry nodded with difficulty and said, "Any time I've ever managed to get into Voldemort's mind, it has been completely unconscious on my part. I don't know how to do it on purpose. That is why we will be practicing, Harry," Dumbledore responded, and began his instruction. In its most basic form, legilimency begins in the eyes, and it is at this point that we will be making our beginning. You will be learning to perform your legilimency wandlessly, as the spell will be much harder to block if you can accomplish it without your wand. He removed his half-moon spectacles and leaned forward. "Focus on my eyes," he told Harry. "Imagine my pupils as a portal into my mind. The energy you must exert is similar to that you have used when defending yourself using occlumency, only this time, the push is meant to propel you from my eyes into my thoughts." Harry nodded, deep in concentration now. It was highly disconcerting to be gazing so intently into the headmaster's blue eyes. "I would like to see what you can do at this moment, Harry. I will not be resisting you at this time. We will progress into that later." Harry nodded and focused his attention onto the inky black pupils amidst the sea of blue. He imagined Him's elf crawling into them as though they were a pipe, and he pushed his mind forward tentatively, afraid of what he would find at the other end. At this point, Dumbledore interrupted him, saying, "Do not be afraid, Harry. Push your fear back and be bold. You will not hurt me." Harry focused once again, and it only took a few seconds before scenes from Dumbledore's memories flashed before his own eyes. An 11-year-old Harry nervously approached the stool on which the Sorting Hat sat. A 12-year-old Harry entered Dumbledore's office victoriously, Ginny Weasley right behind him. A 13-year-old Harry proudly clutched the Quidditch cup in his hands. A 14-year-old Harry emerged from the lake, having successfully rescued both Ron and Gabrielle Delacour. A 15-year-old Harry taught a room full of students how to raise a shield charm. At this point, Harry felt a slight push back, and he knew it was time for him to go. He released his concentration, and he found himself ghtly winded and staring into Dumbledore's face. "You have now seen yourself through my eyes, Harry, and have made a successful start at your legilimency training. You have done very well, and I believe we will leave it here for today. We will pick this up in our lesson on Thursday. You have quite a bit of time before lunch, Harry, and I would recommend that you rest. You have exerted more energy today than I would have imagined possible." Harry nodded, although truthfully, what he wanted more than anything was a hot shower to soothe his aching muscles and relax his spirit. At least with the dormitories deserted, he would be able to take his time. "How was Hagrid's?" Ginny asked after she and Harry had changed out of their Quidditch robes and were heading back up to the school with the rest of the team. Harry shook his head. "It was fine," he answered, "but I can't believe he actually used the summer holiday to go back to that mountain to try to find a lady friend for Grop. He's lucky he wasn't killed." Hagrid went back to the Giants. Ron asked disbelievingly, "How thick could he be?" "You know Hagrid," Harry answered simply, and Ron and Ginny both nodded. They all knew that Hagrid had a knack for finding and adopting the strangest creatures in creation. His half-brother Grop, a full-blooded giant who now lived in the Forbidden Forest, was no exception, and Harry had hope that Hagrid would abandon his plan of finding a girlfriend for Grop. The last thing anyone needed was a whole family of giants taking up residence on the edge of the school grounds. "Why didn't Hagrid ever tell me about this?" Ron asked. "I've been in class with him, and so has Ginny. He obviously didn't want to be overheard, Ron," Ginny responded in an exasperated voice. "Last I heard, you know who was still trying to recruit the Giants." "When did you hear that?" Ron asked incredulously. "Order meeting, Late one night at the beginning of the holiday, Ginny answered. Mum thought we were all asleep by the time it started. So she didn't bother to charm the door or anything. I listened, of course, and they were talking about trying to talk to the giants again. Why didn't you bother to tell us about this? Harry asked, offended. The basic rule between all four of them was that if any of them were lucky enough to get information out of an adult, they shared it with the rest. Why felt a slight pang of guilt when he thought of the huge secret he, himself, was keeping from his friends, but he reasoned that that was different. After all, that was about him. Well, that was the day before you came to stay, wasn't it? Ginny told him, but didn't say anything else. Harry knew as well as anyone the circumstances that had led to his removal to Grimmauld Place from Privet Drive. Ron seemed satisfied with that explanation, and the three friends continued discussing the dangers of giant breeding in the Forbidden Forest all the way up the stairs and into Gryffindor Tower. So, the groundskeeper has a giant, Voldemort said ponderously, his malicious intent evident in his voice. How fitting. Armed with the invisibility cloak his father had sent him and desperate to prove himself. Draco Malfoy had skipped dinner to follow Harry out to Hagrid's hut that evening. Yes, my lord, he answered somewhat proudly. The giant is called Grop, he added with disdain. Excellent, Voldemort hissed. It seems you have your uses after all, young Malfoy. The giants have shown themselves to be amenable to joining my ranks so far. He paused for a moment and then continued, it is time we added to your mission. Harry remained in the common room long after the other Gryffindors had gone to bed, ostensibly to work on his homework but really because he desperately needed some time to think. Ever since yesterday morning before potions, Harry had had a nagging sense of unease about keeping the contents of the prophecy secret from his friends. He had always known that he would eventually have to tell them. But with the idea that Draco Malfoy might already know it, he realized that the time was nearing. Now that the prophecy was no longer secret, Harry supposed that the members of the Order would need to know as well. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.